Chapter 1. Am I a count? Count Wells told has passed away. The title will be inherited by his eldest son, Wells Rezi. Sir. Asu-chun was momentarily dazed, still unable to comprehend what had just happened. A moment ago, he had been sitting on the toilet deep in thought. Suddenly, his vision went dark, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a grand hall. Candles flickered around him, their light glaring and bright, illuminating a sea of watchful Westerners, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Sir, the coronation. Coronation? His lips twitched as fragments of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. Before he could ponder further, a middle-aged man dressed in a black butler's uniform approached him, dragging a silver platter along. Resting on the platter was a crown-like coronet, adorned with a gilded silver band and embellished with 8 small silver orbs. It exuded an air of extraordinary opulence and authority. Swallowing hard, Su-chun found himself bowing his head. The dignified man moved closer, gently placing the heavy coronet upon Su-chun's head. Feeling its weight, he raised his gaze towards the onlookers assembled below. Uncertain of how to speak, he sensed their anticipation as the newly appointed count. They were clearly awaiting his words, as he was now the leader of the Wells family. The death of my father shall not lead the Wells family into desolation. I, Wells Rezi, shall guide our family in step with His Majesty the King towards a prosperous era. I implore you all to place your trust in me. Wells Rezi. Su-chun stood, straining his youthful voice to deliver his proclamation with fervor. I, Kalma, pledge my allegiance to you, my count. A middle-aged man clad in silver armor knelt on one knee. Su-chun glanced at him. If memory served, this was the captain of his father's knights, unwavering in loyalty. By declaring his fealty to the young count, he sought to convey to the assembly that this was the late count's will. Exchanging glances, the other nobles followed suit, kneeling before Su-chun. With a sigh of relief, Su-chun felt he had navigated through this ordeal without further incident. There was little else to be said as count. The others clearly lacked the boldness to defy him. My count, it is time to arrange the banquet, one man stated. A banquet? Is it to entertain the marquises and the barons and viscounts under my command? Su-chun questioned, bewildered. Adolphe raised an eyebrow, astonished at the youthful count's apparent ignorance of noble duties. Aside from indulgence, did this young lord possess any other capabilities? His earlier speech had already been quite shocking. Yes, the guest list for the invitations has been prepared and awaits your approval. Let us discuss this matter tomorrow. I am feeling rather fatigued, Su-chun replied, dismissing further conversation with a wave of his hand. He needed to organize the memories swirling in his mind. Very well, my count. Adolphe nodded, understanding that the lord wished not to converse further. Once back in his chamber, Su-chun released a breath he hadn't realized had been holding. The uncanny transition into nobility left him bewildered. All he had wanted was to answer nature's call, yet the leap was bewilderingly vast. From the memories in his mind, he gathered that this realm was not merely a traditional medieval Europe, but a magical world replete with elves, goblins, and even dragonsa, a fantastical tapestry of diverse races composing the entirety of the hill continent. Unbelievable. A spoiled noble, is it? The newfound memories abruptly ceased, revealing that this young master's recollections consisted primarily of indulgent pursuits. Despite being the heir of a count, Tord had neither the time nor the inclination to instill discipline in his son. Clap! He reaffirmed, to his satisfaction, that this was indeed not just a dream. Perhaps while in the throes of his necessities, he had accidentally activated a temporal shift. Regardless, there was no turning back now. Wells Rezi, a young count of the Holy Empire, as he lay down to sleep, he fervently hypnotized himself to remember his new identity. Without it, navigating life here would be impossible. Over 4,600 square kilometers? You cannot be serious. What does this mean, my count? Nothing. Shaking his head, Rezi henceforth replacing Su-chun inhaled deeply. As a count, his territory lay in the northernmost Kumnaz County within the empire, home to 3 counts, of which he was one possessing 1/3 of the county's expanse, an impressive territory spanning 4,662 square kilometers. For an ordinary man accustomed to 100 square meters of living space, such a vast land was too immense to fathom. To put it into perspective regarding the FIFA World Cup, with each soccer field measuring about 0.007 square kilometers, he effectively possessed a staggering 66,000 soccer fields. 66,000. Is this the guest list? Yes. Given it is your inaugural banquet, all the nobles within the territory will be present. A bit excessive, isn't it? Studying the lengthy list of names, Razor felt a headache coming on. My count, due to Kumnaz County's arid landscape, the number of nobles isn't particularly high. Razor's lips twitched with incredulity. The listing included a marquis immediate superior to other counts, 6 viscounts, 38 barons, and several specially appointed knights, totaling no less than 60 individuals. 60 nobles gathered in one placia, gathering of considerable magnitude. The sheer number of nobles presents a significant security concern. Fear not regarding security. My count, each noble will bring their own retinue of knights for protection. You merely need to oversee the order within Rost City. Lord Kalma has already pledged his loyalty to you now. You simply need to secure the favor of Archmage Kaysen. Kaysen? Yes, he is the sole Archmage in Kumnaz County and its mightiest sorcerer. He is rather reclusive, but if Kaysen acknowledges your presence, then no one would dare harbor ill intentions at your banquet. Did my father hold a favorable relationship with him? The late Count did visit Archmage Kaysen, however, he was turned away. Turn away? Indeed. Archmage Kaysen's status is quite elevated. Even marquises have attempted to extend invitations, yet have met with refusal. Thus, charitably securing his favor may prove quite the challenge. A challenge? This seems not just difficult, it is downright impossible, Razor remarked, his willingness to bemoan the situation evaporating. Yet, as the newly appointed count, he could not let the invitation remain within the walls of the estate. You may consult Lord Kalma. He might provide invaluable assistance regarding this matter. Kalma? Have him come forth. The butler's expression shifted to one of discomfort. What's the matter? Razor queried, intrigued by his butler's hesitance. I believe you should take the initiative to visit Lord Kalma as your supporting knight commander. He is certainly observing the evolving situation. Observing? Razor paused, comprehension dawning. As a newly minted count, failing to establish rapport with influential figures would be foolish. If Kalma refrained from approaching, it was likely he awaited a gesture of goodwill from this young count. By making the visit, Kalma would naturally regard him with higher esteem. Should he choose not to visit, Kalma might harbor some reservations. Showing concern to those above and respect to those below is standard protocol. Yet this was a moment when such customs could not hold sway. Prepare for the visit. We shall go to Kalma's estate. Understood, my count? Chapter 2. Adolf gazed through the curtains and beheld the throng of curious townsfolk outside. Naturally, they were intrigued by their newly elevated young count, that a leader who is approachable will never inspire disdain. However, Ryder had no time to attend to the masses at present, that it would be after the banquet that his status would be acknowledged by the surrounding nobility. My lord, we have arrived. Sir Kalma greets the esteemed count. As soon as he alighted from the carriage, Ryder was met by Kalma, who knelt before him on one knee. As usual, Kalma was clad in armor. As the captain of the knights, he had patrol duties to fulfill. Ryder pondered why Kalma awaited his arrival at home. He glanced at his butler, Adolf, who offered an awkward smile, astonished that the young count had noticed this detail. Rise, my knight. Thank you, my lord. Kalma stood promptly, a gentle smile illuminating his face, upon receiving news of Ryder's arrival. He had prepared himself, and being the first person the count chose to meet was a far greater honor than any accolade. Please, my lord, do enter. Ryder nodded and slowly made his way inside. The formal attire he wore was indeed uncomfortable. Had it not been for Adolf's insistence, he would not have donned such elaborate garments. The coat, in particular, was quite bothersome. May I inquire what my lord requires of me? Ryder took a sip of water. Squinting slightly, his youthful visage adorned with a smile that belied his age. Kalma felt a momentary flutter of anxiety upon witnessing this smile, but soon regained his composure. I would like to appoint Captain Kalma to oversee all security matters during the Rost event. Well, is it possible that Captain Kalma lacks the confidence for this responsibility? Ryder found it somewhat amusing that Kalma, fully aware of the purpose of his visit, feigned hesitation, clearly waiting for this very request. However, Ryder chose not to expose this pretense. Although the task carried significant pressure, the trust inherent in this assignment was undoubtedly something Kalma yearned for. The passing of the old count heralded the rise of new powers. Despite his youth, Ryder possessed a title recognized by all nobility that it was unrealistic to attempt undermining the Wells family's influence. Yet, as the new leader assumed his role, it would be challenging for Kalma, as the former leader's subordinate, to advance without swiftly demonstrating his allegiance. Thus, on the day Ryder inherited his title, Kalma was the first to step forward, for his reluctance to approach Ryder proactively. Kalma wished to ascertain the significance of his position in the Count's estimation. I, Kalma, shall certainly not falter. If my lord believes in me, I will undoubtedly safeguard the entirety of Rost. That is reassuring. I too have faith in Captain Kalma's capabilities. Should no issues arise during the banquet, I shall reward you generously. Thank you, my lord. May I ask if Captain Kalma would be willing to teach me horsemanship? Uncle. Kalma hesitated momentarily. Then a delighted smile broke across his face. The Count referring to him as uncle implied a significant bond. Though Kalma was a knight who relied on brute strength, he was not foolish. As long as you wish to learn, I am always available to instruct you. Let us wait until after the banquet. You will be entirely responsible for the security of Rost, and should you require my authorization for anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. Understood. My lord, I have other matters to attend. I shall see you out. Nodding, Ryder returned to his carriage, regaining his composure. Kalma exhibited no grand ambitions. He seemed well aware of the advantages of sheltering beneath a great tree. After all, knights were the lowest rank among the nobility. Without a powerful patron, one might never ascend in status. My lord, who are we to meet now? It would not be prudent for you to meet with other nobles at this time. Kalma has already conferred with you, and word will surely spread. Subsequently, other noble lords will come to pay their respects. Then let us return. Ryder, not fully comprehending these dynamics, cast a curious glance at his butler before relenting. As a trusted aide of his father, Adolf's talents were indeed exceptional. Soon, Ryder arrived back at the Count's residence, and as predicted by Adolf, a multitude of nobles lined up, each bearing gifts for the new Count. Had he not claimed fatigue, he would have spent the entire day in meetings. These individuals are quite wealthy. Observing the array of artworks before him, Ryder could not resist reaching out to touch them. Agate, jade, pearls, almost every precious thing had been offered. My lord, for them, establishing a connection with you is merely a minor expenditure. Adolf remarked with a smile. Brother, miss, the Count is currently occupied. You cannot enter. I want to see Brother Ryder. Do not obstruct me. My lord, it appears to be Miss Aileen. Upon hearing that voice, Adolf quickly recognized who had arrived. Aileen. After careful reflection, he recalled that he indeed had a biological sister, after the passing of his first wife. Told had sought out numerous women, yet he had ensured that the existence of any illegitimate children did not threaten Ryder's position as the eldest in his previous life. He had been a solitary orphan, and in this life, he had similarly never encountered his nominal parents. This sister was likely the only individual with whom he shared blood ties across both lifetimes. Let her in. Very well, my lord. Adolf nodded and opened the door. Adolf, Miss Aileen, the Count has permitted you to enter. As if you could stop me. The little girl huffed, her twin pigtails bouncing as she dashed into Ryder's study. Brother, with golden hair and azure eyes, Aileen embodied the quintessential European lineage. Inheriting her mother's delicate features and cherubic visage, merely 7 years of age, Aileen was blissfully unaware of Ryder's current status as she continued to cling to her beloved brother. Their mother had passed away when Aileen was just a year old, leaving Ryder as the only one she felt close to in her memories. Aileen, come here. Let brother give you a hug. With a smile, Ryder clapped his hands, and without hesitation, the little girl rushed into his embrace. The recent death of their father, coupled with Ryder's preoccupation with inheriting the title, had left Aileen feeling utterly bored, and the atmosphere in the Wells residence had been rather peculiar in the absence of the new Count. Even at 7 years old, Aileen could sense the tension. Brother, Sister Ethel says that since you have become a Count, you will have no time for Aileen anymore. Is that true? How could that be? Even as a Count, I am still Aileen's brother. Gently pinching the girl's nose, Ryder could not help but smile. It was a curious sensation. Was this what familial love felt like? He pondered whether the memories of his past life were influencing him. Chapter 3 Poverty is encapsulated in a single word. So much. Indeed, my lord, that if you wish to swiftly familiarize yourself with the territory, you must peruse all these documents. They encompass recent years' income for the territory, the decrees of the Holy Empire, as well as the private edicts issued by the former lord. Taking a deep breath, Ryder stared at the mountain of documents on the table, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. As someone who had never enjoyed studying, the prospect of reviewing this material felt like a death sentence. Yet, he knew he could not avoid it. He understood the adage, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. The ramifications of an economic collapse were beyond his imagination. What else could he do but read? Adolf, please bring me last year's income records for the territory. Certainly. Adolf quickly retrieved a collection of documents. They were meticulously detailed. It was remarkable how the old lord had managed to compile this while suffering from illness. That it was indeed a tremendous help to Ryder. Does the Wells family possess no enterprises of their own? After perusing the papers for some time, he noted that the records consisted solely of various taxes: inheritance tax, entry tax, commercial tax, forming a rather obscure account. None. The old lord, due to his health, lacked the energy to establish his own ventures. The manor's income is 1,960 gold coins, and tax revenue is 8,520 gold coins. What is the territorial tax rate? 70%. 70%. How can the farmers survive? Ryder was taken aback that if 70% was paid to him as the count, the farmer's annual income would amount to merely 30%, making it exceedingly difficult for a household to meet even their basic needs. However, my lord need not worry. The entire territory comprises 11,269 households, and the average family earns 10 silver coins annually. After deducting 70%, they are left with 3 silver coins, equivalent to 300 copper coins. 1 copper coin suffices for a family's daily sustenance. And for the remaining days, they can hunt and forage for wild vegetables to be self-sufficient. What is the purchasing power of 1 copper coin? According to imperial decree, 100 kilograms of flour equates to 1 gram of gold. 1 gold coin weighs 5 grams, meaning 100 kilograms of flour is worth 2 silver coins or 200 copper coins. Thus, 1 copper coin can buy 1 pound of flour. After a brief calculation, Ryder spoke. My lord, how did you derive that? Adolf stared at him, dumbfounded. Mathematics. I can also recite the 9 times table. Rolling his eyes at Adolf, Ryder concluded that 300 copper coins could procure 300 pounds of flour, that a normal man's daily consumption is around 400 grams, with women and children consuming even less. Thus, upon careful calculation, it seemed barely sufficient for a family to eat enough to stave off hunger. Given there are 11,269 households, with 70% tax revenue along with commercial taxes, how can the total be only 8,520 gold coins? My lord, other noble lords will also need to collect some taxes. Not all of these households directly contribute to you, after accounting for the intermediary reductions. Coupled with the fact that not everyone can meet the annual income of 1 gold coin, thus, I see. What is the cost of the knights? The Wells family possesses a total of 60 knight lords. Each knight lord commands 2 attendants and 4 infantrymen, which means you will need to allocate funds to support these 360 soldiers. 360? Surely, that is rather insufficient. A count should not have merely 360 soldiers. Wouldn't that invite ridicule in battle? My lord, the number of soldiers in the Wells territory is already significant. With 38 barons, each commanding 5 knight lords, along with your 60 knight lords, the actual military strength of Wells is 250 knight lords, not including the private troops of the viscounts. What relevance does this have to me? As long as you wish to go to war, these men must heed your commands. However, you are not required to expend additional funds to compensate these knights. A hierarchy of command. He furrowed his brow. Such a management system, while efficient, would render it challenging to mobilize forces swiftly in the event of internal strife. With 30% of the annual income remitted to the kingdom, he is left with over 7,000 gold coins. Each knight lord requires an annual payment of 40 gold coins, totaling 2,400 gold coins for 60 knight lords. Ultimately, he would retain a mere 5,000 gold coins, which must also cover the sustenance of servants and the upkeep of the estate. Last year, he was left with 2,700 gold coins. What is the cost to train a cavalryman? My lord, the price of a horse is 12 gold coins, and the combined cost of weapons and armor amounts to 18 gold coins, making a total of 30 gold coins for each cavalryman. How exorbitant! He gasped, realizing that the price far exceeded his expectations. The Count's treasury currently holds 87,400 gold coins. Such a seemingly extravagant sum would prove woefully inadequate for genuine development. Nonetheless, Rezi has no intention of waging war. His current aspiration is to cultivate the cultural prosperity of his territory and become an endearing count to the populace, having spent nearly an entire day reviewing these documents. Aside from last year's statistics, Rezi had not paid much attention to the rest. Compared to other counts' territories, his income was relatively modest, largely due to the environmental conditions of Camnas County. His domain is almost entirely surrounded by mountains, with vast tracts of wasteland that hinder large-scale development. Without development, economic growth remains elusive. Without funds, progress is impossible. Adolf, can I reduce the taxes? Yes, you may. The entire territory belongs to you, and you can lower the taxes as you see fit. Then let us amend the tax rate to 50% annually. 50%, Adolf exclaimed, looking at Rezi with confusion. Cutting 2% means what exactly? It implies that the Wells family would not see much additional profit in the future. Do not be surprised if we adhere to the original 70%. While the commoners might be able to fill their stomachs, it certainly does not guarantee that the majority will be satiated. Without sufficient nourishment, we cannot cultivate robust men. With weakened labor, food production will decline, consequently diminishing the territory's income. If we only collect 50%, everyone will be able to eat their fill and even have extra coins to spare, which will elevate each individual's happiness index. Naturally, they will work harder, and production might even see an increase. Currently, the yield of wheat per mu, a local measurement, is 20 to 30 gene, the quantity directly convertible to flour. Yet there remains a vast expanse of uncultivated land surrounding us. Without motivation, farmers will not endeavor to cultivate the wasteland, resulting in stagnant or even declining yields. Is your intention to lower taxes to encourage the farmers to work harder? Indeed, and there is another point. As the newly appointed count, I must implement some comforting policies to quickly gain the support of the commoners. Reducing taxes is my foremost and necessary strategy. Understood, my lord, that I shall announce the new tax regulations immediately. Remember to emphasize that this is a decree from Count Wells Rezi. Yes, my lord. Chapter 4. The new decree. Early in the morning, the entire city of Rost erupted in excitement, with nearly half of the populace gathered around the notice board to verify the authenticity of the decree. Is this possible? Only 50%. Incredible. The new count is truly a good man. Effective from the 3rd of August, 621 in the Holy Empire, all serf taxes in the Wells territory shall be adjusted to 50%. Entrance taxes, inheritance taxes, and various milling donations shall be abolished, while market transaction taxes will remain unchanged. Amendment by Count Wells Rezi. Long live the Count. Long live the Count. Uncertain who initiated the cheer. The entire city of Roster soon echoed this chant. Rezi, who remained in his estate, could not help but smile with delight. This was the effect he desired. This was merely the first step. Once the farmer's cultivation returned to normal, he would promptly announce a second welfare initiative. Brother, what happens next? Then Snow White consumed the poison apple from the witch. Wow, what do you think happened to Snow White? Did she? Does Ethel wish for Snow White to perish? Observing his half-sister before him, Rezi felt no aversion. After all, she was his sister. Ethel was merely 1 year older than Aileen, a fact that his mother had acknowledged. This revelation freed Ethel from the stigma of being an illegitimate child, a fate often tragic for noble bastards, as society rarely acknowledged their existence. Shaking his head, Ethel's large, dark eyes shimmered with tears. Nearly spilling over, she struggled to contain her emotions, her features soft and delicate, with hair inheriting her mother's striking black hue, a rarity. She bore a hint of Eastern beauty, a quality that had compelled Count Tolt to marry her. despite the challenges of their union. My lord, Viscount Shinafin requests an audience. Ah! Rezi had no prior knowledge of this individual, as he had yet to familiarize himself with the nobles under his command. Aileen, go play with Sophie. Your brother has matters to attend to. No, I want to hear the story of Snow White. Aileen, be obedient. Your brother has official duties to fulfill. Sophie, sporting a stern expression, gazed earnestly at Aileen nestled in Rezi's arms. The little girl's authority proved effective, prompting Aileen to pout before reluctantly jumping down. I'll be back soon, and once I finish, I'll take you both out to play. Out, really? Aileen's eyes sparkled. She had never left the estate, her curiosity piqued by the world beyond. How could your brother deceive Aileen? Soon, I will take you and Ethel out to buy treats. Ethel, please take good care of Aileen. Yes, brother, you little rascal. Rezi chuckled, finding it amusing to hear her call him brother in such a manner, particularly as he observed Ethel's mock serious expression, just a year apart, and Ethel had clearly received a stricter upbringing than Aileen. Adolph, what kind of person is Shinafin? Lord Shinafin is a highly capable individual. The lands assigned to him have been managed exceptionally well, and he commands a total of 8 barons. He is likely here with intentions of establishing a new barony. A new baron. Do I possess the authority to appoint a baron? Indeed. My lord, you certainly have the right to appoint barons. While only the king can bestow titles of viscount or higher, you may confer all other titles within your territory. 8 barons, equating to 40 knight lords. That is quite an impressive display of power. Rezi inwardly marveled at this, noting that he, as a count, commanded merely 60 knight lords, while a viscount possessed 40, though he understood that those knights owed their loyalty to him. A sense of unease lingered. After all, they were not entirely under his command. Greetings, my Lord Count. What brings Viscount Shinafin to my residence? Rezi waved his hand and settled into a chair. The middle-aged man, somewhat short and stout, bore a friendly visage, exuding an endearing charm. Yet a person of such remarkable capability was certainly not to be underestimated. Upon hearing of your elevation to Count, I immediately set forth from my territory to extend my congratulations. However, the journey was long, and I encountered some delays. How did you learn of my becoming a count? This, Shinafin hesitated, momentarily taken aback by what he deemed a rather foolish question. It was entirely normal for their city to have spies, and receiving advance notice was hardly surprising. Haha, I was merely jesting that I am planning to host a banquet. Do stay in the city for a few more days. Certainly. My lord, did you bring these items with you? Yes, within our various treasures that I gathered them with the thought that you might appreciate them. Glancing at the large chest beside him, Shinafin smiled subtly, having invested considerable effort into procuring these items. Casting a cold glance at Rezi, he redirected his gaze, revealing a collection of wooden carvings and toys within the chest. Who did he think he was fooling? He doesn't like it? A jolt ran through his heart. Making the new Earl happy was merely the first step towards winning over Shinafin. Yet Leja appeared far from pleased. I must thank Lord Shinafin. Damn it, Jill. While others presented precious jewels, this fellow was so miserly as to bestow such a trinket. Had Shinafin known the thoughts swirling in Leja's mind, he would have surely burst into tears on the spot. These toys had required considerable effort to obtain, and considering Leja's age, it was only natural for him to think of acquiring these whimsical items to curry favor. Where? Do you have any other matters? None. An awkward smile spread across Shinafin's face. He found it somewhat perplexing to comprehend this 16-year-old youth before him. He had initially intended to broach a topic, but swallowed his words instead. The new Earl had just ascended to his position, and making excessive demands would surely be unwise. Shinafin was no fool. Why did that fat man give this? Beside them, Adolf smiled wryly, glancing at the items within the box, then gasped. Among them was a toy he recognized, worth a staggering 30 gold coins. He could only wonder how much this entire box was worth. Yet, in the eyes of the new Earl, it had become a mere trinket. Have someone carry the box to the backyard. Aileen and Eiffel should enjoy it. Also, bring me the information of all the viscounts to my study. Upon returning to his study, Leja began to delve into his research, He had a total of 6 viscounts under his command, each possessing varying degrees of strength. This Xenophon was indeed a remarkable talent. Having developed from 4 knightly domains to 8, one could only speculate how he had managed to hoodwink his father. However, the 2,000 gold coins he had sent last year were truly astonishing. That fat man has quite a knack for business. Chapter 5. Shopping. Watching the 2 young ladies play with the wooden toys, Adolf felt as if his heart was bleeding. These were all valuable items, and in the hands of the 2 little girls, they had nearly been ruined several times. The artistry of such crafts lay in their perfection. Yet a few had already become damaged that he couldn't fathom Leja's reasoning. How could he so carelessly squander such treasures? "Brother, let's go out for a stroll." "Really? Of course it's true." He scooped Aileen into his arms, not even glancing at the lamenting toys, and playfully pinched the girl's small nose, leaving Leja with a surreal feeling. "Are we going out now, my lord?" "Yes, it's rather stifling to remain indoors with books all day. And it seems these 2 young ladies wish to play outside as well." "My lord, I will summon Knight Kalma at once." "Why bring him? The 3 of us can go just fine." "My lord, although the security in Rost is decent, your status is noble. Should any ruffians appear, it would be unwise to be without a knight to guard you," casting a glance at Aileen and Eiffel. He noted the excitement in Eiffel's eyes, which she could not conceal despite her lack of coyness that in his memory, Eiffel had never been particularly close to him. After all, they were not of the same mother. "No need to disturb Kalma. Just find 2 knightly lords to discreetly follow us." "Understood. I shall make arrangements immediately." Adolf breathed a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that his master might venture out alone. Although this was the territory of the Wells family, they were not particularly beloved by the common folk. Indeed, throughout the Holy Empire, the nobility was not held in high regard, and the struggles between classes had never ceased in the shadows. "Greetings, my Lord Earl." "For?" Leja shot a glance at Adolf, noting that the splendid silver armor indicated these individuals were all high-ranking knights. "Take them to change in a simpler attire. I'm going out shopping." "Not to war." "Yes, my lord." Adolf nodded hurriedly and led the 4 knights away. "Does Eiffel like knights?" The girl stared wide-eyed at the departing knights, and Leja perceived a glimmer of longing in her gaze. Eiffel glanced back at Leja before lowering her head, remaining silent. Despite her youth, she understood the stringent requirements to become a knight. Families like hers would never send their daughters to knight schools. Missing the appropriate age would only make it harder to pursue such a path later on. Noticing the girl's silence, Leja refrained from pressing her. This little sister clearly maintained a distance from him, and her respect was merely a matter of courtesy. After all, he was her elder brother, and in noble circles, the constraints of etiquette were quite strict. "My lord, what are you all wearing?" Frowning, he remarked that the 4 knights were clad in servants' attire, which would only draw undue attention. I'll have them change." "Forget it. By the time you sort it out, the sun will have set. Just go out like this. No need for a carriage. And you lot must not get too close to us." "My lord, that might be. There's nothing to fear. This is merely my way of discreetly investigating the sentiments of the populace, that if you have any more objections, you need not accompany us this time." Leja replied with a calm demeanor. "Understood. Adolf will ensure that a few knights follow from a distance." Adolf wiped the sweat from his brow. He hadn't felt Leja's authority in recent days. But at this moment, it suddenly became palpable. "Give me the coin pouch." "Yes." Adolf quickly handed over the cloth bag from his waist. "So much." Leja weighed it in his hands. It must have weighed about 2 pounds. Containing at least 200 gold coins, that he was somewhat familiar with the purchasing power of currency in the Holy Empire, and 200 gold coins represented a significant sum. "If it's insufficient, I can retrieve more." Noticing Leja's hesitation, Adolf spoke up. "No need, this will suffice, that I am not going out to shop. That be by the way. Starting today, all expenditures within the estate will be cut back. Any servants that can be dismissed shall be restored to their freedom." "Understood." "My lord." "Brother, hurry up and let us go out." "All right, let us go, Eiffel." He extended his right hand before the little girl, who hesitated for a moment before reaching out to grasp it. Feeling the warmth of her small, sweaty hand, Leja felt a surge of warmth in his heart. In front of Aileen, the little girl acted like an older sister. Yet before him, she transformed into a gentle little kitten, since the castle was situated in the heart of the city. The marketplace was not far away. After finding an unoccupied spot to park the carriage, Leja strolled into the bustling crowd, carrying Eileen and holding Eifel's hand. Behind them, Adolf instructed the four knights to follow closely, not straying too far. Though this might displease Leja, it paled in comparison to ensuring the safety of the Earl. The appearance of the three immediately drew the attention of many. After all, in terms of attire, there was a distinct difference between Leja and the common folk. However, the crowd soon diverted their gaze. They had seen their fair share of strolling nobles, although the name Wells Leja had spread throughout Rost. The people of the city only knew of the young Earl, with no knowledge of his appearance. So many people, Eileen exclaimed excitedly, having been surrounded by the servants. Seeing such a large gathering naturally astonished her. The liveliness of a marketplace could reflect the prosperity of an entire city. If the populace lacked money, there would be no trade. Demand begets supply, and this interdependence was evident. The previously exaggerated tax revenue of 70% was not as dire as Leja had imagined, at least from what he could observe. "Brother, let me down." Eileen cannot run off haphazardly. After setting Eileen down, Leja held one girl's hand in each of his own as they ventured toward the lively street. Vendors shouted their wares, offering a wide array of goods, many of which could not be seen at the Wells estate. Had it not been for Leja's grip on the cheerful Eileen, she would have long since disappeared into the throng. "Over there! Over there!" Eileen's exuberance exceeded Leja's expectations. Once they left the estate, she was entirely unrestrained. Were she not so young, Leja was certain he would struggle to keep up with her. Slow down, navigating through the crowded throng. Leja sought a favorable vantage point that a man and a woman were performing their acrobatics amidst the crowd, with two obedient little monkeys by their side. Naturally, it was the two adorable monkeys that caught Eileen's attention. As he caught a glimpse of one, a brilliant idea flashed through Leja's mind, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Chapter 6. The elves, the acrobatics, were not particularly sophisticated. The duo directed the monkeys to perform various amusing acts. Eileen's gasps of delight never ceased. She had never witnessed such a performance before, and the fact that she had not rushed forward to embrace the little monkeys was a testament to her unawakened sense of ladylike decorum. "Does Eiffel like them?" "Yes," she replied softly, her grip on Leja's hand having relaxed from its earlier tension. The serious expression on her face gave way to a joyful smile as she watched the performance. After all, she was still a child. Once the performance concluded, the couple bowed in gratitude, and the onlookers naturally tossed coins their way. Street performers typically aimed to earn a little something, though the number of patrons willing to part with their money was not substantial. The greatest fear for performers was to remain in one spot for too long. Once the novelty of their act wore off, the audience would lose interest, and their income would plummet. The spectators had evidently grown tired of the performance. Aside from Eileen and Eiffel, who watched with rapt attention, the others were merely passing the time. "Do you like monkeys?" "Yes." Eileen nodded vigorously, her eyes never leaving the two little monkeys. Making a gesture, Adolf, who had been observing, swiftly approached Leja's side. "Take these two individuals back to the manor, and ensure your demeanor is courteous, that if they refuse, bind them and bring them back regardless." "Understood." Adolf had grown accustomed to Rezi's peculiar behavior. It seemed that as long as the gentleman took a liking to something, he was capable of any action. Given Rezi's current interest in these two individuals, Adolf could surmise the reason behind it. As the performers took a break, Eileen seized Rezi's hand and led him towards another area, where an abundance of delectable treats and delightful amusements awaited. Eileen was like a little rabbit, and indeed, one should not spend their childhood confined within a manor. "Stop him! That scoundrel has stolen my coin purse." A petite figure darted through the crowd, and Rezi quickly pulled the two young girls aside to his dismay. The thief seemed intent on targeting Eiffel, lunging directly at the young girl. With Rezi's agility, there was hardly time to evade, and the knights behind him could only watch, unarmed and unable to intervene. Thud! Blood arced through the air as the thief collapsed to the ground, mere meters from Eiffel. The four knights rushed forward, surrounding Rezi and the two girls, their hearts racing in their chests. Fortunately, Rezi had emerged unscathed. "I caught you." A young man, dressed in opulent attire and with a rotund figure, huffed as he approached, flanked by a group of servants. "Take this rascal back. Just wait until I have my fun with him. How dare you steal from me? Are you tired of living?" The figure on the ground offered no resistance, and the man delivered a swift kick. "Ah, a woman." Upon hearing the feminine cry, the man's interest piqued, that he bent down and yanked the black cloth from around her head. An elf? How could an elf appear in Rost? A gasp escaped his lips, and the rotund man visibly brightened, for the strict regulations imposed by Toll had rendered the presence of foreign slaves nearly non-existent in Rost. Elves were regarded as noble playthings in the holy city. Encountering an elf here sent a flush of excitement to the man's cheeks. "Brother, what is it?" He looked down at Eiffel, noticing for the first time in days that she had not referred to him as brother, sir. "That sister saved me." He gazed quizzically at the girl on the ground. Her face contorted in pain. This was Ree's first encounter with an elf, and she indeed embodied the purity and beauty often depicted in tales, deserving of the term perfect. "Are you certain, Eiffel?" "Yes. Something flew by just now, and that sister protected me. Eiffel novet virmli." "Brother, she seems injured. Can we help her?" Rees nodded and leaned closer to whisper instructions to one of the knights, who promptly directed his gaze forward, bang, with a resounding thud. The rotund man was sent sprawling as he attempted to strip the elf of her garments. "Young master, are you all right?" The servants rushed forward to assist their master. "You want to throw your life away? Kill him." Furious at the knight's mocking smile, the rotund man disregarded his own pain, as the man wore merely a servant's attire. Surely, in Rost, there could not be a noble of higher standing than himself. Unaware of your own mortality, the knight selected by Adolf was no ordinary fighter. His prowess had reached the level of a fourth-tier knight that a mere roar from him sent several approaching servants into unconsciousness. The knight's combat prowess was not something ordinary servants could withstand. Such a commotion naturally drew significant attention, and the knight's handling of the situation had been quite discreet. Rees had instructed him not to cause harm, or else those servants would have found their limbs broken. "It's an elf. An elf has appeared in Rost. My lord, elves and humans have never been on good terms. If too many onlookers gather, it will surely lead to trouble," Adolf promptly whispered to Rees. Observing the crowd of commoners drawn in by the spectacle, their excitement was palpable, as if they had stumbled upon a new world. Elves had never graced Rost before. They typically resided in the Lancaster Forest in the Eastern Empire, while Cumnaz lay in the Empire's far north. The rotund man was rendered speechless, realizing that the few capable slaves he had brought had been so effortlessly dealt with. What if the elf's companions turned their ire towards him? I am the son of Baron Batira. You would do well not to lay a hand on me. Do you know the consequences of offending a noble?" Though his legs trembled, the rotund man struggled to voice his threat. Rees paid him no mind. The pained expression of the female elf was evident, and as the crowd grew larger, escaping would soon become a hassle. It appeared that today's outing would have to conclude here. Who dares to cause a ruckus in Rost? Even from a distance, the furious voice of Korma resonated, for Rees had just entrusted him with maintaining order in the city, and the audacity of others to stir trouble was nothing short of an affront. "Is that Knight Korma?" Upon hearing the voice, the rotund man's face shifted to one of terror. Korma was the embodiment of justice, a champion of the people, and in Rost, no one could rival the prowess of this fifth-tier knight. "My lord, Knight Korma has arrived. Perfect timing. You there, cover the elf's face, and take her back to the manor." "Yes, my lord." Chapter 7. The Elf Sophia. Knight Korma, hurry and apprehend these miscreants. That woman is an elf. You must understand what her presence in the city signifies. The rotund man struggled to rise, hastily addressing Korma as he approached on horseback. "An elf?" Korma's expression shifted dramatically. Elves were considered outsiders, and the previous count had decreed that no foreign beings were permitted within Rost. The emergence of an elf here indicated a grave dereliction of duty. Recently, Korma had ensured that Rost was as secure as a fortress. He could not afford to let any outsider slip through unless they were stronger than he, a fifth-tier knight. The arrival of a powerful being was indeed a terrifying prospect. "Surround everyone," Korma commanded, and a throng of armored infantry surged forward, compelling the curious onlookers to yield their positions. "Captain, Person, August, what are you three doing here, my lord the Count?" Upon spotting Rezi among the modestly dressed individuals, Korma was momentarily taken aback, promptly dismounting and kneeling before Rezi. "Rise, do not be astonished. Immediately fetch the finest priest from the church to the manor and disperse the crowd." "Yes, my lord." Korma nodded and quickly instructed a nearby attendant to begin dispersing the gathering. However, as he turned, he noticed a line of people kneeling in reverence, their devotion rivaling that of the most devout churchgoers. "Thank you, my Lord Count." In the ensuing silence, someone called out, and suddenly the street erupted into a chorus of shouts, all chanting Rezi's name. Adolf stared in awe at the young count before him. The mere promise of a 2% tax reduction had transformed the common folk into such fervent supporters. This was something he had never envisioned. During the tenure of the old count, they had always sought ways to exploit their territory for greater profit. Yet, Rezi's approach was one he could not comprehend. If the impoverished were to prosper, it would undermine noble authority. Only with clear class distinctions could nobility remain distinct. Rezi remained silent. Responding now would only exacerbate the situation, and the elf, lying on the ground, awaited medical attention. Delaying would surely lead to complications. Soon, a carriage arrived, and amidst the respectful gazes of the crowd, it vanished down the street. The rotund man, feeling somewhat weak, watched Rezi depart, bewildered as to why Rezi had chosen not to punish him. Despite having offended the city's highest-ranking noble, Eiffel stood by the bedside, her lips pressed tightly together. The young girl seemed to struggle with the concept of elves and outsiders, only knowing that the elf had saved her life. If this elf were to perish, it would weigh heavily on Eiffel's heart. "My lord, priest Niffen has arrived. Let him in." Esteemed Count, a middle-aged man with golden hair, entered and offered a brief bow to Rezi. The church held a position of neutrality. Even when meeting a king, they did not kneel, so it was no surprise that he would not do so before Rezi, a mere count. "Priest, please attend to this elf swiftly." "An elf." Niffen paused, aware of Rost's regulations, but his concern lay elsewhere. Compassion and redemption were the priest's duties, and even if the patient were not human, he would still extend his efforts to heal. Without further hesitation, Niffen approached the elf, extending his hand to envelop her in a sphere of gentle green light. Magic. This was the first time Rezi had witnessed magic in this world. The light was not blinding, but rather warm, invigorating every cell in his body. The elf's pallid complexion gradually regained its color, and her tightly shut eyes began to flutter. The soft glow persisted for 10 minutes, and as beads of sweat dripped to the ground, Niffen finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing beside her. Yet, aside from her color returning to normal, the elf showed no signs of awakening. "Are you all right?" "Do not worry, my lord. I am quite well, merely depleted of my divine energy." "That is a relief, that am my lord. I fear that with my abilities, I am unable to heal this elf, brother." Upon hearing this, Eiffel, standing beside Rezi, could not help but gasp. No one here was more anxious for the elf's safety than the little girl. "Do you have no other options? You may seek the bishop in the holy city. I am certain he possesses a means to save this elf." "The holy city. Will she endure until then?" Casting a glance at the elf on the bed, Rost felt a pang of helplessness. Without a teleportation portal, he could not swiftly reach the holy city that a journey by carriage to Lat would take at least 4 days, which was far too long. By the time they reached Sofia, it might be too late to know. "There is no need. I have been cursed by a witch, sister. You are awake." Seeing the elf, Eileen, open her eyes, cheered with excitement. It had been a long silence for the poor girl. Sophia was momentarily taken aback, but quickly smiled sweetly. The innocent girl was unlike the sordid adults, exuding an aura of purity that elves naturally embraced. "A witch? How could a witch appear in Rost?" Niffen exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief that a witch, another novel term, emerged in Rezi's mind. Despite having read numerous novels in the 21st century, he was not well versed in the concept of witches. Witches are a malevolent breed. They have forsaken the righteous path of magic, always seeking shortcuts through alchemy. The Empire and the Mage Guild strictly prohibit their existence, and anyone discovered will be executed on the spot. Such horror, frowning, Rezi considered the implications. Had Sophia not intercepted that attack, it could have been he or his sister Eiffel lying here. The danger in his own territory was far greater than he had imagined. This curse has not yet begun to drain my life force. They likely do not wish to kill your daughter, my lord. Eiffel is my sister. Did I ask that so? What is with that look? I am merely astonished by your maturity. Sophia, having no concept of age, as elves seldom aged or faced death, had never pondered the topic that Rise's maturity indeed diverged from his appearance. You claim those witches do not intend to kill Eiffel. Then what is their purpose? Surely it is to obtain something from you. After all, you are the sovereign of this territory, that if they wish to acquire something, there is no simpler method than to threaten you. Sophia remarked with a cold scoff. Chapter 8. The Witches, Part 1. Rise disregarded the elf's hostility. It could be inferred that their objective was to control him, the Count, but why resort to harming Eiffel? Did they truly believe that he, a Count of distinction, would compromise for a mere sister? In all of Rost, there was no rumor of Rise's affection for his sister. Only the servants of Wells Manor were aware of his tenderness. There were spies among the servants in the manor. It appeared this scheme had been long in the making, not a spur-of-the-moment decision. What terrified Rise most was how these witches had infiltrated Rost. Thank you, priest. Newfen shook her head and spoke. My lord, you must remain vigilant against those witches. The rats drawn to darkness are ever eager to commit vile deeds that I understand. Rise nodded, intending to invite the priest to dine. But Newfen flatly declined. Reluctantly, he escorted her out of the manor. Upon returning to his guest room, Sophia and the two little girls engaged in conversation. The courage of this female elf was indeed remarkable. She seemed utterly unfazed by the curse. Eiffel and Eileen, do not disturb this lady's rest. Brother, please do not make it difficult for Sister Sophia. Eileen wrinkled her little nose, but was promptly pulled away by Eiffel. Once they were alone, Sophia feigned sleep, pulling her blanket over her head, clearly unwilling to acknowledge Rise. How much do you know about the witches? If you wish to live, it would be wise to avoid silence. Live? I have never entertained the notion of surviving in human hands. Sophia scoffed. Why? Why? Are you unaware of the deeds your father has committed? Are you referring to the edicts against other races? While the exclusion of others may be somewhat ignorant, it seems my father has not truly erred. Rise seated himself on a chair, quietly observing the elf concealed beneath her blanket. Not erred. Had he not erred, my kin would not have become slaves upon capture. Slaves? You must be mistaken. Mistaken? Ha! Spare me your deceit. I came to Rost to rescue my kin. Adolf, Kalma, my lord. The two waiting outside entered without hesitation. Are there any other elves in Rost? My lord, the Count's decree forbids any non-humans from entering the city, Adolf replied. And her, my lord, Kalma is willing to accept any punishment. Kalma knelt without hesitation. The presence of an elf infiltrating was indeed his responsibility as the knight captain. Adolf, are you certain there are no other elves within the city? My lord, there should be none. But I cannot ascertain if any have entered like her. Adolf swallowed hard, cautiously responding, sensing Rise's rising anger. After all, being attacked on his own turf and nearly falling prey to enemies was unsettling for anyone. If you are deceiving me, do you believe you should remain by my side? My lord, speak. Indeed, other noble lords within the city are imprisoning elven slaves, but that is merely tolerated by the lords. Rise fell silent. Humanity was thus. The allure of elves could be gleaned from Sophia's visage. Those with power and influence would undoubtedly risk capturing elves. That it was likely his father turned a blind eye to this matter. Kalma, I grant you an opportunity for redemption. That my lord, please speak. Immediately lead the knights to retrieve all elven slaves from the noble households back to the manor. If anyone obstructs you, declare it is by my command. Wells rise. My lord, you cannot do this. Such an action will incite resentment among those nobles. Upon hearing Rise's words, Adolf hastily protested. Humph. This Rost is the territory of the Wells family, that if they harbor any discontent, let them come to the Wells Manor to confront me. Rise retorted coldly. Where are your kin? At the Khan's tavern, Sophia was still processing his words. She had not anticipated Rise would act so decisively. Kalma, my lord, I will immediately take a team to rescue those elves. Adolf, my lord. Adolf was still struggling to comprehend Rise's style. He found it exceedingly reckless. Such actions would undoubtedly offend many nobles. Though this was the territory of the Wells family, the influence of the nobles could not be disregarded that a new decree shall be issued in the city. From this day forth, Rost, no, the entire Wells territory shall impose no restrictions on the existence of non-humans. As long as they adhere to the laws of this land, all races shall be treated equally and enjoy the protection of the Wells family. My lord, this is exceedingly foolish. Once the decree is enacted, all wandering non-humans in Cumnaz County will flood into the territory of the Wells family. The ensuing chaos may surpass your expectations. Then let us gather them. This quickly attend to this matter. I dislike hearing your prattle, Adolf. Though reluctant, upon seeing Rise's countenance, Adolf could only comply, preparing for the issuance of the new decree. The consecutive decrees would surely incite a fervor among the common folk of Rost and the entire Wells territory. May we now discuss the matter of the witches? Rise's earlier words were clear to her, while his manner of handling affairs instilled a measure of fear should the claims he made prove true. She would be grateful to him. Elves naturally abhorred conflict with the outside world, and their disdain for humans was rooted in human actions. Those witches first appeared near Rost 3 years ago. I encountered them for the first time in a cave in the eastern part of Rost. 3 years ago, indeed. How well-versed is the Count in the affairs of the Wells territory? Not at all. Rise shook his head. It would be strange if he were knowledgeable, as this lord was not one given to reading or learning. Cumnaz County was originally a territory along the Dwarven border. After the dwarves were defeated by the Holy Empire, they withdrew, leaving this area as a buffer zone between the Dwarven Kingdom and the Holy Empire. Due to the silence of the Holy Empire, many exiled races settled here, including us, the Ifra elves, Minotaurs, and even nomadic goblins that, if I am not mistaken, the Holy Empire dispatched troops to occupy Cumnaz County as soon as they restored their military strength. And you non-humans were surely expelled. Observing her astonishment reflected in her emerald eyes, Rise spoke with a hint of indifference to as long as the king of the Holy Empire is not a fool. He will undoubtedly keep Cumnaz County firmly under his control. Beyond the Gemushila mountain range lies the Dwarven Empire, and the strategic geographic position of Cumnaz County cannot be underestimated. Chapter 9. The Witch, Part 2. But all you've said thus far amounts to mere trivialities. What does this have to do with the witch? My lord, have you not heard the legend of the mother dragon Chris? I have not. It is said that one of the primary reasons the Dwarven Empire dared not cross the Gemushila mountains after their defeat is due to the black dragon, Chris, residing there. There is a dragon on the mountain? Rise was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed the first he had heard of such a thing, having idled away his days in the manor. His knowledge of Cumnaz County was virtually non-existent. What is a dragon? A dragon is a servant of the gods. Aside from the divine, dragons are the mightiest and most noble of races. Have you not encountered dragon slayers in Rost City? Shaking her head, Sophia's disdainful gaze made Rise blush with embarrassment. As the lord of his territory, he should have been better informed. Is there truly a dragon on the mountain? I do not know. No dragon slayer has survived to tell the tale. Nor has anyone seen the shadow of the black dragon. Yet, the more dragon slayers perish, the more formidable the rumors become. Rumors, perhaps, but they still have nothing to do with witches. Cannot my lord allow me to finish my tale? You have provided excessive preamble. Why not directly state the purpose of the witch's appearance? Sophia fell silent, as she merely wished to enrich the narrative. Once the rumors gain acceptance as fact, the witches will naturally set their sights on Chris. Do those witches intend to slay the dragon? How could that be? Sophia stared at Rise incredulously. How powerful a creature is a dragon? Even after a century and more of cultivation, a witch would stand no chance against one. The primary goal of the witches is the dragon's egg. The mother dragon lays eggs only once every 300 years, and Chris is now of age to do so. The witches have come to Rost, fixated on the dragon's egg. What do they want with the dragon's egg? The dragon's egg can be used to concoct an elixir of immortality. Immortality, do you, my lord, also harbor an interest in immortality? Of course that do you not. I have no interest. The lifespan of elves is bound to the tree of life, as long as we are not slain. We can essentially live until the destruction of the continent of Aishi. Goodness, Rise felt a pang of inadequacy. The innate abilities of different races are truly incomparable. Observing Sophia's expression of enlightenment, He felt a sudden urge to chastise her. It is understandable to covet the dragon's egg, but why would the witches seek me out? Perhaps it concerns the dragon scale blade. The dragon scale blade? What is that? My lord, your ignorance exceeds my expectations. You are quite rude. Rezi rolled his eyes. He was indeed only half aware of this world, and considering the former host was but 16 years old. How much could one truly know at that age? The dragon scale blade is a weapon once wielded by your grandfather, Nelson, that it was specially crafted by the king of the Holy Empire to inscribe profound runes, embedded with 8 shards of red dragon scales. This dragon scale blade has slain countless foes in the hands of Lord Nelson, able to cleave even the chest armor enchanted by dwarven magi. There is no dagger sharper than the dragon scale blade in the Holy Empire. My grandfather was that strong. Indeed, though Lord Nelson was merely a commoner, upon reaching the second tier of Holy Warrior, he became one of the foremost experts in the Empire, which is why you are now able to hold the title of Count. If you think I lack ability, just say so directly. There is no need for such circumlocution. Rezi pouted in resignation. It appeared his father was also a 6th-tier warrior. Yet he had become a mere waste in this generation. Rezi was a true failure, incapable of either scholarship or martial prowess, though he himself, Su Chun, was not. But obtaining the dragon scale blade. Isn't the purpose to slay dragons? Not at all. The shell of a dragon's egg is exceedingly hard and possesses magical immunity. Witches lack the capability to breach the egg and thus cannot extract its essence. However, the dragon scale blade can slice through the egg. How do you know so much? Rezi regarded Sophia with curiosity. Such matters were undoubtedly secrets of the witches, and how could an elf possibly be privy to them? Experience. By associating you, the witches, and the Gemushila Mountains in my mind, I can deduce their conspiracy. Are you Colin? Colin? I'm quite curious. How old are you? 236. 236, goodness. Do not be astonished. My age is equivalent to that of a mere 15-year-old human. Still not of age. A 236-year-old minor. Swallowing hard, Rezi realized she was essentially an ancient being, that if what Sophia claimed were true, then those witches would undoubtedly seek another opportunity to threaten him into surrendering the dragon scale blade. The enemy lurked in the shadows while he remained in the light. There would come a day when he would falter that he did not particularly care for the dragon scale blade. But considering the witch's intentions, it would ultimately be used to shatter the dragon's egg, leaving the blame to fall upon the Wells family. The wrath of the Black Dragon was something the forces of the city could hardly withstand, and the inevitable outcome would be the destruction of Rost City and its people. Rezi had no desire to become a mere speck of dust in history, yet he currently lacked any leads on the witches. Are you pondering where the witches might be? Is that a rhetorical question? I will inform you when the time is right. Why not now? I cannot betray my benefactor. I am weary. I have disclosed all that I can, and I hope you do not forget what you have said. After Rezi left the room, Sophia opened her eyes and cast a complex glance at the tightly shut wooden door. This is the place. Surround this area completely. Let not a single soul escape. As Colin's orders were issued, a large number of knights dismounted and began to encircle the entire tavern. The onlookers, confused, quickly retreated to a safe distance, fearing the risk of being inadvertently harmed. Commander of the Knights? Why would Commander Colin come to a tavern? Who knows? Perhaps a mischievous little bird. Ha ha! Colin's arrival instantly stirred the tavern into a frenzy. The tavern was a legally sanctioned no-man's land in Rost City, where brawls, women, and alcohol thrived, making it a favored haunt for warriors. Chapter 10. The reissue of new orders paying no mind to the raucous laughter of the burly patrons. The armored infantryman behind Colin clanged into the tavern, prompting the patrons to realize that something was amiss. Commander Colin was not there to drink. My lord, what brings you here? The alluring tavern owner sauntered over, swaying her hips with a playful smile, as if the surrounding armored soldiers were inconsequential. Nothing much, merely here to retrieve something. Search. Leave no corner unchecked. My lord, conducting yourself in such a manner will impede business. If you're feeling down, Lily can keep you company with a drink or two. Get away from me. With a firm shove, he pushed the woman aside, tossing a pouch of gold coins at her. At this critical juncture, Colin could not afford to accept bribes. The new count was a man of unpredictable character, and if he were caught with a scandal, his position could be jeopardized, possibly leading to imprisonment. The tavern owner was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the gravity of the situation, quickly signaling to several bartenders nearby. Crash! A table was split in two, and the departing bartender was left dumbfounded. Before this matter concludes, it would be wise to remain on your best behavior. The sound of a burly man swallowing was particularly jarring. The tavern was filled with the clanging of armored soldiers, while a group of hulking men dared not utter a sound. Before Colin, no one would be foolish enough to act out. Captain, we have found it, but what? You should take a look for yourself. Without hesitation, Colin made his way deeper into the tavern, circling several times before stopping in front of a door. Upon entering, he was met with a shocking sight. Good heavens, 3 naked bodies were entangled in a frenzied embrace. 2 beautiful elves pressed against a middle-aged man, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole. Observing the man's flushed, enamored expression, Colin realized the elves had been drugged. Bring the tavern owner to me. Yes, my lord. Soon, the tavern owner was brought to the door. Upon witnessing the scene inside, she frowned slightly, unconcerned. The presence of elves in the tavern was an accepted matter by the late count, and this incident should have nothing to do with the elves. What have you given them? My lord, merely some aphrodisiac, and the man inside is the son of Viscount Abel. Wake them up, if you fail. I will make you consume that drug and toss you into the pigsty. Colmar coldly remarked that he was indifferent to whether the other party was the son of a viscount. In the Wells territory, Rezi was the paramount lord. After a moment of surprise and taking a deep breath, the landlady Lily, observing Colmar's expression, quickly realized the complexity of the situation and instructed her subordinates to escort the 2 elves to a special room for the antidote. Help them put on their clothes and return them to the manor, Colmar commanded after noticing that the complexions of the 2 female elves had almost returned to normal. My lord, could it be that the count wishes to toy with the elves? You should have mentioned this sooner. It wouldn't have been such a hassle that if he desires, I could send the elves directly to the manor. The landlady's heart instantly relaxed upon seeing Colmar prepare to leave. Do not project your sordid thoughts onto the count, but be wary of your neck, Colmar replied coldly, then disregarded her as he left the tavern with his soldiers, leaving behind a group of bewildered, burly men. While Colmar was taking action, Adolf was also busy. After Rezi gave his orders, Adolf promptly drafted a new decree. Once Rezi approved it, the soldiers affixed it to the notice board. Recently, posting announcements had become a favorite pastime of the common folk. After all, unlike before, the current count might whimsically decide to abolish the last 5% tax. From the 5th of August, 621 in the Sacred Empire, all non-human races shall be granted the status of commoners within the Wells territory. No one, including nobles, shall endanger the lives of these commoners for any reasons outside the law. Anyone found doing so will be executed immediately. Rost City welcomes all non-humans, but within its bounds, the Count's decrees must be obeyed, and violations will result in severe punishment. Decree issued by Wells Rezi Count. Does this mean the Count acknowledges the existence of non-humans? Could those fellows pose a threat to us? Has the Count lost his mind? Mind your words. The new Count is a good man, and there must be reasons for his actions. Indeed, the Count surely has his reasons. Long live the Count. Long live the Count. Adolf, observing this scene from a distance, was utterly astonished. The impact of the tax reform had lasted so long that it enabled the issuance of a decree allowing non-humans in Rost City. And these people were thoughtlessly accepting it. This was beyond Adolf's comprehension, in truth. He failed to grasp that there was no inherent rejection of non-humans. After all, they did not threaten human lives. Most non-humans were merely timid beings, hiding in fear of humans. My lord, the elves have been brought back. How are they? Were they harmed? Well, my lord, they were imprisoned in the tavern, regarding their intended use. I believe you can infer it without my elaboration for you. These 2 elves must loathe humans. Re-sighed Asa man. How could he not understand what a tavern was? It was akin to the brothels of antiquity. Only more wild, prostitution, gambling houses. Such establishments clearly could not coexist. The newly enlightened humans, having received 9 years of compulsory education, upheld positivity and optimism as core values. Immediately seal off and rectify the tavern. My lord, that may not be wise. The tavern is the sole gathering place for warriors that if we seal it entirely without caution, those warriors may take to the streets in protest. Colmar felt embarrassed. Ree's thoughts were too erratic. He found it hard to comprehend what sealing the tavern truly meant. Was it merely to appease the elves? Looking at Rees with confusion, Colmar seemed to have an epiphany. Indeed, such matters cannot be rushed. Reform requires force. With the limited resources at his disposal, provoking all the nobles would only lead to dire consequences to enact change. Military strength was paramount, and acquiring funds was of utmost importance. Adolf, my lord, were the two individuals I instructed you to bring back. Are you referring to the two commoners performing acrobatics on the street? Yes, bring them to me, and also fetch Aileen and Ethel. Yes, my lord. Chapter 11. The elf beauty parlor having barely glanced through the documents in hand, the two little girls were led into the living room by a maid, brother, though they had been apart for less than an hour. Little Aileen rushed over and leaped into Ree's arms. Naturally, Rees did not resist Eileen's affection. Wait, brother has a surprise for you. Brother taking Aileen out. You little rascal. Why are you always thinking about going out? Rees smiled wryly. Having been enchanted by the sights outside just once, Aileen was already captivated. However, given the current situation, how could Rees safely venture out? That would be akin to courting disaster. Ethel, come here as well. Following instructions, Ethel stepped closer to Rees, her face clouded with concern over the elves. Rees gently patted the top of her head. Do not blame yourself for that incident. I assure you, I will rescue Sophia. Meeting Rees' gaze, Ethel nodded softly. Be barren, my lord, upon seeing Aileen and Ethel beside Rees. The two little girls recognized him immediately, recalling their earlier observation during the performance, connecting the dots with Adolph's actions. They quickly understood why Rees had summoned them. Little monkey. Eileen's eyes lit up as she jumped off Rees and eagerly approached. The nearby maid rushed forward, but upon seeing Rees' gesture, she halted. Did I ask this monkey one of your pets? Yes, yes, my lord, the middle-aged man nervously answered Rees, not daring to meet his gaze. What is your name? Rearnav. Rearnav, would you be interested in collaborating with me? And my lord, how could Rearnav dare to aspire to your level? He immediately prostrated himself, recognizing that collaborating with Rees was an opportunity, yet his status rendered him too timid to voice such aspirations. There's no need for such humility. If you can tame this monkey, you should also possess the ability to tame other animals. Well, if a common person had asked him, Rearnav would have confidently agreed, but being questioned by a count made him hesitate, as even his expertise seemed daunting before such a figure. There's nothing to fear. I want to eat you. Here's the deal. I will procure some animals, and your task will be to tame them and rid them of their wildness. So they will not fear humans. That if you successfully tame one, I shall reward you with a gold coin. One gold coin. Do not be astonished. As long as you perform well, I shall offer additional rewards. My lord, it's really unnecessary to provide payment. It's quite simple to make animals lose their wildness and become unafraid of humans. Rearnav shook his head and spoke. No, you may not yet grasp the value of your skill. I will certainly give you a gold coin, and from now on, you shall stay in the manor. I will arrange for the animals to be sent over in a few days. Yes, my lord, although accepting the gold coin made him uncomfortable, Rees' insistence left him no choice but to comply, for he lacked the standing to refuse. That sister seems to have taken quite a liking to these two monkeys. However, given their appearance, they have likely been with you for quite some time. Therefore, I propose 5 gold coins for each monkey. My lord, that's unnecessary, Adolf. Give him 10 gold coins. Let Aileen and Ethel each select one. And allow this uncle to teach you how to care for the little monkeys. Little monkeys, forgetting about her brother upon seeing the monkeys, Aileen approached cautiously, gently stroking the little monkey's head. The well-tamed monkey did not resist. Instead, it touched its own head and smiled at Aileen. Adolf, come to my study. Adolf nodded and followed Rees' lead. He found it increasingly challenging to assess Rees' actions. After all, he was merely a steward, and his current task was to follow Rees' commands without overthinking. Immediately send someone to find some beautiful cats and dogs. Remember, they must be lovely and adorable. My lord, what is your intention? Pets, pets. Yes, I aim to instigate a pet frenzy within the noble circles of Rost City. You need not understand now. You will see in due time. Rezi smiled mysteriously. Pets had yet to become a trend in the Sacred Empire, even among the nobles. Very few kept cats or dogs, let alone popularizing them. This represented an extraordinary business opportunity. Rezi was currently in need of funds, and once pets became a symbol of status, he could profit immensely. As for how to promote the trend, he already had a plan in mind. The immediate task was to prepare those pets and subsequently ignite a pet frenzy in Rost. The uproar surrounding the decree subsided after 3 days, and the common folk accepted Rezi's announcement. However, the non-humans did not emerge, for no one believed that the nobles, who had long sought to eradicate them, would spare them. Rezi was unbothered by this, as those non-humans would soon be drawn out. Are you certain you can endure a bit longer? Over the past few days, due to Eiffel's continuous presence in Sophia's room, Lesia and Sophia have become somewhat acquainted, especially when Sophia's demeanor underwent a noticeable change upon bringing back the other 2 elves. I do not know, but the power of the curse is yet to rebound against my body under the priest's control. Moreover, my vitality is significantly stronger than that of a human. Shaking her head, Sophia was also uncertain about this. It seemed that the witches had not yet devised plans to eliminate her. I will find a way to arrange for your kin to reside in Rost City. Is that truly wise? My lord, you must understand that humans tend to reject elves. Sophia bit her lip. She naturally desired to coexist amicably with humans, yet such a course of action would inevitably cause troubles for Lesia. What is there to reject? Humans do not despise stunning beauties. I have already consulted Lafita and Virgil. It appears they have emerged from the shadows. Are you certain you wish to incorporate them into your plans? What is there to be certain or uncertain about? The beauty of elves is a living advertisement, and besides, these formulas were provided by you. Whether it be the elves or beauty itself, they will undoubtedly attract the attention of everyone in Rost City. As you wish. But you must promise me one thing. Above all, do not harm those 2 again. Sophia earnestly pleaded in a hushed tone. Rest assured, should the beauty salon commence operations, they shall be my partners. And I, Lesia, will naturally protect my partners. With a smile, it was time to launch the first lucrative venture after 2 days of preparation. Chapter 12, A Letter from the Witch, Part 1. Wow, what is that? An elf? There truly are elves in Rost City. I thought the rumors from a few days ago were mere fabrications. Is the Count preparing to allow other races into Rost City? Out with the other races. Make way. A throng of infantry surged forth, pushing the congested crowd aside. Kalma, riding his warhorse, scanned the surroundings intently. Should any disturbance arise, the sword of justice at his waist would swiftly be drawn. Is that the Count inside the carriage? Indeed, it is the Count. Before the eyes of the crowd, the carriage halted in front of an exquisite shop, located on a bustling street lined with various vendors. When Lesia stepped down from the carriage, the entire street erupted into a fervor. Had it not been for the fear instilled by the soldiers' weapons, Lesia would likely have been hoisted aloft in jubilation. Lesia had accomplished but one task. Yet this singular endeavor had nearly transformed the lives of all commoners in Wells. Step inside. Casting a glance at Lafita and Virgil beside him, Lesia spoke softly. The 2 elves bore striking differences from humans, with their tall, slender figures and exceptional beauty causing men to gulp in admiration. This beauty salon, situated on the most prosperous street, was a concept Lesia had meticulously crafted, modeled after modern beauty establishments. Although lacking advanced instruments, it had endeavored to replicate all essential elements. Beauty, a matter of utmost concern for women across all eras, had inspired Lesia to consider opening a beauty salon upon learning from Sophia about the elves' unique herbal remedies. You should be familiar with these tools. Yes, Lafita and Virgil nodded. Having personally experienced the peculiarities of the wash basins and reclining chairs meant for clients. Kalma, go raise the advertisement. Yes, my lord. Kalma waved his hand, and the attendants promptly unveiled the massive advertisement, its vivid letters legible even from a distance to the onlooking commoners. Grand opening sale at the Elven Beauty Salon. Are you still troubled by the inability to win back your husband's heart? Are you worried about your rapidly aging appearance? Cast aside your worries and forget your concerns. The Elven Beauty Salon can grant you a complexion as fair as an elf's, along with irresistible charm. Captivate your man and reclaim your confidence. Today, the annual VIP membership to the Elven Beauty Salon is available for just half price, 100 gold coins. VIP clients enjoy all services at half price. An opportunity not to be missed. 100 gold coins. Isn't that rather expensive? What even is a beauty salon? Confused murmurs quickly spread among the crowd. Indeed, 100 gold coins was not a sum most could readily afford. However, Leja's aim was not to target the commoners. The salon primarily catered to the upper class. The cost of a single wash was 2 gold coins. Even with the discount, it amounted to 1 gold coin. In this land, having one's hair cleaned was no simple task, but elves were different. They were almost inherently skilled in certain magical arts. Controlling water was one of their specialties. With magic employed for washing hair, even the nobility would soon come to relish the experience. After all, wizards were a rare commodity, and even Rost City lacked an official magic guild. Engaging in magic was indeed a costly endeavor, and presently, what Leja needed most was money. What is that? The carriage of Baron Batira. The Baroness? Wow! Even the carriage of Viscount Ebel has arrived. The arrival of multiple carriages sent the crowd into further excitement, as 4 elegantly dressed women descended from their carriages with the assistance of their maids. Have they come? Hearing the commotion outside, Leja smiled. He would not forget the 2 nobles he had offended. However, eliminating 2 entitled ruffians seemed unnecessary. After some contemplation, Leja penned 2 letters and dispatched them to the estates of the 2 nobles. Soon, news of prominent figures attending the first day of the Elven Beauty Salon's opening spread throughout Rost City. The elves, already a subject of controversy, suddenly became the focal point of the entire city. Curiosity about the elves was not limited to men. Had it not been for the infantry stationed outside, ruffians would have already rushed into the salon. Only 6, my lord. While 100 gold coins may not be a substantial amount for the noble lords, spending it on what is deemed beauty by women, many nobles find it hard to accept. Take your time. I see quite a few people going in for a wash. 2 gold coins for a wash. Indeed, the charm of Lafita and Virgil is difficult to resist. The facial masks have only been sold to a few noble ladies so far. I believe it won't be long before the effects spread throughout the noble circles. Those bored women will surely seek every means to indulge in beauty treatments. In a world devoid of basic entertainment such as mahjong or land-based card games, women had no newspapers or television to occupy their time at home. The only activities available were sleeping and admiring flowers. The sudden emergence of such a novel venture would naturally pique their interest, especially since all had a tendency to compare themselves with others. That if other noble ladies were obtaining membership cards, how could one not? Such reasoning was clearly unrealistic, and everyone understood that this establishment was opened by the new count. Spending 100 gold coins to secure an invisible connection would undoubtedly be worthwhile. Gazing at the young man before him, Adolf found himself at a loss for words. Aside from the initial expenditures, the total cost had scarcely reached 30 gold coins, yet the current earnings had surpassed 800 gold coins. In just 2 days, he could scarcely fathom the exaggerated profits this modest beauty salon would accrue. My lord, regarding the invitations, hold on. Until the matter with the witches is resolved, there will undoubtedly be issues at the banquet. Shaking his head, the invitations had been delayed for quite some time, which was not favorable for Leja, as he needed the noble circles to spread awareness of his existence as a count throughout the entirety of Kamnaz County. Brother, Sister Sophia has fainted. Upon seeing Eiffel burst into the study, her face etched with urgency, Leja wasted no time and rushed to Sophia's room. Her once slightly flushed face was now devoid of strength, her tightly shut eyes fluttering as if enduring some form of torment. The witch's curse. Summon Priest Nifon, along with Lafita and Virgil. Adolf silently departed the room without a word. Puzzled, Leja glanced at the windowsill, where a crow slowly descended, its beak clutching a white letter. The crow's crimson eyes locked onto Leja before it dropped the letter and swiftly vanished into the night. Chapter 13. A Letter from the Witch, Part 2. Observing the letter. Leja refrained from acting hastily. The peculiar occurrence seemed unscientific at this moment. The only individuals seeking him, the Count, appeared to be the witches, and Lesia would not foolishly engage with a witch's letter. After a brief wait in the room, Nifon was brought in. Without a word, the priest approached the bedside, extending his hands. Green light enveloping Sophia once more. Lesia, standing aside, did not intrude. The effects of the green light were remarkably evident. And soon the pained expression on Sophia's face gradually faded away. Is she all right? It's hard to say. For now, I can only suppress it with holy power. Those filthy beings seem to have no intentions of taking her life yet. Nifon wiped the sweat from his forehead. By the way, Priest Nifon, a crow, just delivered a letter to me, and I suspect it is from the witch. My lord, where is the letter? Over there. Lesia pointed to the white letter that had fallen beside the windowsill. Without hesitation, Nifon approached, sensed the letter, and picked it up to open it, feeling no malevolent curse emanating from it. My lord, Priest Nifon, please read it to me. Nifon nodded slowly as he opened the letter and read, Esteemed Earl of Wells, we do not wish to offend you on your own territory, but there are matters that pertain to our fate that we have observed your kind-hearted nature and trust that you would not stand idly by while the elf perishes. Indeed, it must be those witches. Rezi inhaled deeply. He could not bear the thought of Sophia dying. Not only would it weigh heavily on his conscience, but for the sake of preventing any sorrow for Ethel, he could not allow it to happen. The power of the curse will gradually consume her life, though we do not wish to make you our enemy, if you are willing to relinquish the dragon scale blade left by your grandfather. We shall lift the curse to that time. We shall not set foot on your land. Time is of the essence. You have only until tomorrow to consider our offer. On the day after tomorrow, our companions will enter your estate to retrieve the dragon scale blade, and we mean no offense and hope for your understanding. The dragon scale blade? My lord, what are these witches planning? Nifon furrowed his brow in confusion. To steal dragon eggs. Steal dragon eggs? Is it Chris's dragon egg? My lord, you must not hand over the dragon scale blade. Upon hearing this, Nifon's face darkened considerably. I too understand that it must not be given away, yet I cannot simply watch Sophia die. If there is no other way, then I must surrender the dragon scale blade to those witches the day after tomorrow. I can only hope that they are vanquished by Chris. With a sigh, Rezi found himself at a loss. These witches were elusive, making it nearly impossible to mount a counterattack once they were located. My lord, alas, if it comes to that, please ensure the townsfolk leave early. Chris's wrath will soon extend to Rost. Shaking his head, Nifon was reluctant to linger any longer. He needed to report this situation to the church. Rezi did not impede his departure. Encountering such a dilemma upon his arrival left him somewhat disoriented. He contemplated the worst-case scenario, deciding that he could always flee Rost with all the gold and his knights. He had little faith that Chris could pursue him to the ends of the earth. This was the domain of humanity. Had a black dragon been allowed to rampage unchecked, the Holy Empire would have long since perished. Sophia, I am so relieved you are unharmed. Sitting at the bedside, Lafita and Virgil were nearly brought to tears upon seeing Sophia awaken. I am fine. Shaking her head, a faint smile graced Sophia's pale face. She did not wish for others to worry about her. She had no regrets about saving Ethel. And Rezi's actions only solidified her conviction. Those witches have given us but a day. I have considered it, and the only option left is to surrender the dragon scale blade that I in due course. I shall hand it over to them. Sophia looked at Rezi, her face radiant with a breathtaking smile that I in that moment. Rezi was momentarily entranced, struck by her delicate beauty, as if she were bidding him a final farewell. My lord, there is no need for you to go to such lengths for my sake. Shaking her head, Sophia, though fearful of death, understood the consequences of surrendering the dragon scale blade. Do not dwell on it. I simply do not wish for Ethel to live in perpetual guilt. I will give up the dragon scale blade. Your efforts to prevent it are futile. Even if you were to perish, those witches would target others close to me that if a choice must be made. I choose now, my lord. Sophia was taken aback, sensing something peculiar in Rezi's gaze that stirred a desire to reach out, yet remained out of her grasp. Lafita and Virgil, you may leave for now. The two hesitated momentarily, but, recognizing that Sophia and Rezi had matters to discuss, exchanged a glance before departing the room. What is it? My lord should recall some things I previously mentioned. I have a way to locate those witches. Of course. I remember. I was contemplating whether I should inform you, but I shall not hesitate any longer. Gazing into Sophia's emerald eyes, Rezel felt he grasped the underlying meaning of her words, albeit vaguely. There resides a Knoll priest in Rost, and it is due to her that I found the locations of Laphida and Virgil. It is also thanks to her that I have managed to remain hidden in Rost for so long. A Knoll priest? Yes. The Knolls were once inhabitants of Cumnaz County. Although many have departed, the prophet Munna remains. A prophet? If I am not mistaken, she should be able to discern the witch's whereabouts. You are correct, my lord. Provided that Prophet Munna is willing to perform a divination for you, she will certainly be able to locate those witches. At that point, you can take your knights and encircle them, alleviating any concerns for Rost's safety. Are you certain you have thought this through? Rezel remained silent, gazing at the youthful elf with a complex expression. Thought through what? During the encirclement, should the witches refuse to surrender, you may perish alongside them. Sophia is not afraid of death. I understand, observing the smile on her face. Rezel began to formulate a plan of his own. He could not tolerate being silenced while being made a fool of. Time is of the essence. I shall take you to meet Prophet Munna now. With my guidance, she should be willing to divine the witch's location. With some effort, Sophia sat up from the bed, and Rezel quickly assisted her. Should I bring the knights? Of course, your safety is paramount. After speaking with Adolphe, soon Kalma, accompanied by the original 4 knights, disguised themselves and arrived at the estate that I in the dead of night. A carriage departed from the Earl's estate. Chapter 14. The Knoll priest the night in Rost was eerily quiet. With only patrolling soldiers traversing the streets, the near assassination of the Earl's sister was a dereliction of duty for Kalma, though Rezel did not blame him. As a knight, Kalma held his own principles. That day, he had increased the patrols throughout Rost, forbidding civilians from wandering the streets at night. The way ahead is unsuitable for the carriage. My lord, please disembark. Rezel nodded and stepped down from the carriage. Confronted by a narrow, pitch-black alley, its destination unknown to anyone. Be careful. As Sophia stumbled and nearly fell from the carriage, Rezel rushed forward to catch her, the warmth of her form causing his cheeks to flush. Are you all right? I am fine. Sophia appeared noticeably weak, and Rezel, without further thought, carefully held her close, following Kalma into the alley. The path was intricate, and it was unclear how Sophia discerned their direction. After a while of weaving through the alley, Rezel contemplated a new plan, once he had the means. He would renovate the outer parts of Rost, for such disarray was not conducive to urban development. Is this the place? Yes, the prophet should have sensed our presence. Let us wait here, if she is unwilling to see us. We shall not meet her. Rezel remained silent, intrigued by the Knoll prophet. Previously, he would have scoffed at the notion of divination, having been raised in a conventional educational environment. The night was still. Their breaths the only sounds to be heard. The prophet's ability was uncertain, and it seemed audacious for her to keep the Earl waiting outside. She is coming. Miss Sophia, the prophet has instructed me to bring you and the Earl inside. Approaching through the flickering firelight was a figure adorned with a black hood. And upon seeing the face clearly, Rezel could hardly suppress a gulp. That it was indeed a Knoll. The surreal sight of a dog's head on a human body was startling. The others need not accompany us. Kalma hesitated. You all may wait here. Kalma wished to protest further. But having come to understand Rezel's temperament, he refrained from saying more and simply watched as the two followed the Knoll into the building. The path was not long. After winding around, they arrived at a grand door, its peculiar structure difficult to comprehend. Rezel was unaware that for an outsider to survive in Rost, they could only hide in such ways. Prophet, the individuals have arrived. Inside the dwelling. There was no response, and without hesitation, the Knoll pushed the door open. You may enter. The prophet awaits within. The dim light made it impossible to discern the interior layout of the dwelling. Sophia was not a stranger to this place. And soon the two found the prophet's location. Are you not coming in? Prophet Munna, it is I, Sophia. You have arrived. How fare your kin? The voice of the elderly woman emanated from within, though frail. It resonated clearly as if penetrating one's ears. They are all well, thank you. No, it is the young earl beside you who deserves your gratitude. There is no need to thank me. Life is inherently equal. Humans and other races are no different. Life is equal? Ha, amusing. The witches are located in a cave to the east of the city. That my apprentice will guide you to them. Sophia, you should remain here for the next few days. By noon tomorrow, I will use a false death to help you evade the witch's curse. There is but an hour. If the witches are not eliminated within that time, I cannot guarantee Sophia's life. Can the prophet truly safeguard Sophia? That depends on you. I understand. Raytheus nodded. Though he did not comprehend how to evade the curse, he was nonetheless inclined to attempt to avert potential calamities. The coven of witches, bold enough to threaten even a count like him, would naturally not be daunted by the specter of death. "Amu, accompany the count," he instructed. "Yes, grandmother." A diminutive figure emerged from behind the wooden door, her charming little head somewhat comical in appearance. That a husky? This was Raytheus's initial thought. "Count, I am Amu," she said, approaching Raytheus and offering a simple bow before surveying him with curiosity. This count, embroiled in recent tumult in Rost, had indeed drawn significant attention. Raytheus hesitated, unsure of how to greet such a being before him. This was entirely different from Sophia. The goblin's demeanor was fundamentally dissimilar to that of a human. "Are you truly unperturbed by the existence of other races?" "Not at all," he replied, shaking his head, a truth well spoken. "I understand. Come, my lord, let us proceed." Amu flashed a toothy grin and turned towards the door. "Sophia? I am fine if Sophia is no longer here. You need not feel remorse." "My lord, I shall ensure your safety." After a brief silence, having uttered this assurance, Raytheus followed Amu outside, leaving Sophia alone in the courtyard, who stood for a moment before her lips curled into a slight smile. There is no need for such elaborate attire, Raytheus remarked with a wry smile as he observed Amu completely shrouded in cloth. "My lord, you may be unaware, but despite your edict, humans harbor deep-seated wariness towards our peculiar appearances that avoid drawing attention during our journey. Such preparations are essential. Cannot you divine who among the estate is a witch? It is exceedingly difficult. Divination has always been notoriously unreliable. Achieve results akin to grandmothers. One would require at least 6 centuries of discipline and exceptional insight. Moreover, after each divination, grandmother loses her ability to move, leaving her with no strength for further inquiries. Amu explained, shaking her head. "My lord, Commander Cormo is ready." "Very well. Instruct them to proceed to the designated location. Amu, and I shall find another way." "Have you prepared the matters entrusted to you by Adolphe?" "Indeed. I have directed all the estate's servants to the hall for your address. You need only depart when the time is right." Adolphe nodded affirmatively. "You may go. Time is of the essence." After Adolphe departed, Amu glanced at Raytheus, hesitating before speaking. "My lord, it is unnecessary for you to go. The knights will undoubtedly handle the witches. Your presence could invite further peril." "No, I must go, even if I do not engage in battle. I have promised her that I would not allow her to come to harm." Raytheus waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to debate the matter with Amu. Once he made a decision, he never entertained the thought of changing it. Chapter 15. Conspiracy Part 1. Amu had provided detailed information regarding the witch's location. Observing the dense thicket before him, Corma felt a twinge of anxiety. Witches, strictly speaking, belonged to the category of sorcerers. And despite his long tenure as a knight, he had yet to confront such beings. "My lord, are the witches truly within?" "It is unlikely we are mistaken. August, take your men to secure the other exit. The rest shall charge in with me. We have little time. Leave no survivors." Corma's expression turned steely as he directed his gaze toward the obscured opening shrouded by branches. "Understood," August affirmed, leading 9 knights swiftly to the second exit. According to Amu's instructions, sealing both exits would prevent the witches from escaping. The Corma's sole task was to lead the remaining knights into a fray, for he was unafraid of engaging directly with the feeble witches. As sunlight filtered through the trees, illuminating Corma's face, all the knights unsheathed their swords and crouched low, quietly approaching the entrance, perhaps emboldened by their confidence in their prowess. However, as they neared the entrance, they found no trace of the witches. Parting the branches revealed a pitch-black opening, and upon the stone walls, There lay a candle holder fashioned from a bull's skull of some unknown creature, though it remained unlit. Attack! Korma bellowed. His intentions laid bare, as 20 figures surged into the depths of the cave. Yet Korma soon found himself halted. There were indeed signs of habitation, yet not a single which was in sight. My lord! No sign of the witches. My lord, neither do I. Could they have escaped? Korma furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings. Several dark cauldrons emitted a strange odor that was quite nauseating, while nearby, a wooden table bore the bloodied remains of a human corpse. Touching the corpse, he noted its stiffness. The blood on the table had long since dried, that as he inhaled the scent wafting from the cave, Korma's gaze shifted questioningly toward the flames burning beneath the cauldron. This is bad. An ambush, and my lord. A few knights of lesser strength trembled and collapsed. Do not breathe, the air is toxic. Korma warned urgently, but it was evidently too late. Even he felt his limbs growing numb, and he hastily summoned his inner energy to expel the poison. Yet soon, despair gripped him as he realized he could not summon his energy at all. It's over. Why hasn't the fight commenced? August, lying in wait at another exit, pondered as he observed the cave mouth. They were not far off. If a battle were to erupt inside, it should have stirred considerable noise. Korma was formidable, yet not to the extent of dispatching the witches in mere moments. Captain, should we not enter? Let us wait a moment longer. August replied, shaking his head. He was a rational individual, and his orders were to hold their position. If Korma was in peril, their entry would merely be a march to their demise. The disparity between fifth-level knights and those of lower ranks was still considerable. Before he could reflect further, a figure clad in a black robe burst forth, parting the branches effortlessly. Upon witnessing this, August wasted no time and led the charge. The witch appeared startled by August's sudden movement and retreated back into the cave. The knights have succeeded. Charge in. Leave none alive, August shouted, quickening his pace and launching forward, crashing through the stones blocking the entrance. The other knights followed suit, rushing inside. After running a short distance into the cave, August felt a sense of confusion. The initial sight of the witches had vanished entirely, with not a single one emerging from within. His steps slowed instinctively, and as he reached the cave's depths, he was struck dumb by the sight of armored knights lying prostrate on the ground. Commander, you. Cough, it's truly over now. Korma's complexion darkened upon seeing August. What is happening to my body? Just as he prepared to advance, feeling his strength ebb away, August stumbled and fell to the ground, the clatter of his armor echoing within the cave. Hee. All done. A familiar voice echoed from the depths of the cave. Korma's expression shifted as he turned toward the source of the voice, and under the flickering candlelight, a familiar face emerged before him. It's you. Are you all right, my lord? Huff. I can endure, but good heavens, it has been ages since I climbed a hill. Gasping for breath, he gazed down the steep slope, which proved quite challenging to ascend, having crossed over from the 21st century. His body was not particularly robust, and climbing was a formidable task for Rezi. Count, just a bit further. I believe Commander Korma and the others have succeeded. AMU, leading the way, turned back and flashed a grin. Rezi nearly stumbled again at the sight of her grinning goblin face, feeling a peculiar sense of trepidation. The knights behind him quickly came forward to assist. My lord, allow me to carry you up. Is that appropriate? Remembering his earlier refusal, Rezi felt a flush of embarrassment. Not at all, my lord. Our regular training is far more grueling than this. Even hauling a cart uphill is no challenge for us. Well, all right then. Rezi had yet to form a concrete understanding of the knight's strength. What astonished him most was the resonant battle cry of Helson's knights, which could easily claim a life. Gradually climbing onto the knight's sturdy shoulders, Rezi felt a shiver as he was hoisted. Is everything all right? All good. They felt no fatigue. Serving the count up close was an honor, and any display of excitement was merely a suppression of their joy. As he watched the trees rush past, Rezi realized he was lagging behind. With the knight's stamina, ascending the hill should not have taken this long. My lord, we have arrived. Ahead lies the cave entrance. And it appears to be Commander Korma. Indeed, it is the knight commander. Let us proceed. Rezi spotted Korma, clad in knightly armor, standing at the entrance. Something seems amiss with the Count. What do you mean? Cursed, protect the Count. Upon seeing Korma's tightly shut eyes, Dural swiftly set Raytheus down and drew his sword. However, when more than a dozen armored gnolls appeared, Leja understood the gravity of the situation. Chapter 16. Conspiracy, Part 2. The Count's attitude towards other races is indeed commendable. Yet your unwarranted trust in them is, I must say, rather foolish. Sophia is in cahoots with you, isn't she? Leja coldly regarded the gnoll before him. He was not a fool, and the circumstances at hand had already elucidated many matters. How did you know? AMU's surprise was evident as he parted his lips. It is quite simple. The gnoll prophet Sophia led us to meet certainly lacks the foresight that a true seer possesses. If your kind could predict the future, you would not find yourselves in such dire straits. Since foresight is unattainable, you must have arranged for someone close to me to deceive me. The elf is an excellent choice. They embody purity and nobility throughout the entire continent of Hill. And even the gods have acknowledged their sanctity. It is only natural that such beings would save my sister, I feel. Heh, what are you laughing at? You are quite astute, my lord. However, the terms pure and noble are somewhat overstated. Every race is inherently selfish and self-serving. The so-called purity is merely a facade of beauty. Whom are you referring to? A somewhat disgruntled voice emerged from the cave, unmistakably belonging to Sophia. Leja's expression darkened as he recognized the smiling visage before him. He could not suppress his clenched fists. Of course, I am not speaking of you. Are you certain he brought the dragon scale blade? Indeed, the Count is quite concerned for your safety and must have considered handing the dragon scale blade over to the witch as a contingency. I must thank the Count then. Why is that? As he observed Sophia's playful demeanor. A twinge of discomfort stirred within Leja. It is human nature to harbor fantasies about beautiful things. It is obviously for the dragon scale blade. Can my lord truly be so dim-witted? Her innocent blinking and smile seemed to mock Leja's intelligence. You wretched creature. My lord. Fear not. Merely a dozen or so gnolls. Even if we were to perish here, we shall ensure your safe passage. Cease this. My lord, I implore you to stop. Sophia, I wish to ask but one question. Are Kalma and the others alive? Their gazes locked, but Sophia uncomfortably averted her eyes, chuckling. How could we dare to lay hands on the Count's subordinates? If the king of the Holy Empire were to find out, we would face dire consequences. As long as they are unharmed. That is all that matters. You desire the dragon's scale blade, do you not? I indeed have it with me. A flicker of disbelief crossed Sophia's beautiful eyes as she glanced at Luiz's pouch was slowly extracted from his bosom. She could not help but be dumbfounded. Had he really brought it? The golden-edged black box, wrapped in black cloth, appeared before all. Leja's hand gently rested upon the jewel atop the box, and suddenly, a blue light radiated from the seams. It is the dragon's scale blade. An ancient voice echoed from nearby, as a figure cloaked in black slowly emerged. Prophet, are you certain it is the dragon scale blade? Yes. The aura is unmistakable. This is what you sought. Here it is. With disdain, he tossed the box directly towards the black-robed prophet. Munna, without a second thought, caught the dragon scale blade, and as she opened the box, an unbearable heat surged through her hand, prompting a shriek as she hurled the box away. Are you all right? AMU inquired, a note of worry in his voice. I am fine. This thing has developed a consciousness of its own. Just take it back to my lord, Munna replied, shaking her head. Count, we have received the dragon scale blade. Thank you. Your people are at another exit. They have fallen victim to the gnoll's unique narcotic and will recover in due time. We shall take our leave. Casting a lingering glance at Leja, Sophia leapt onto a branch and, with a few graceful bounds, vanished from sight. In mere moments, the surrounding gnoll soldiers began to retreat as well. My lord, it is of no consequence. Let us ascertain Kalma's condition. With a wave of his hand, he inhaled deeply. Being so easily deceived left him feeling disheartened and even enraged, yet the reality had unfolded in such a manner that acceptance was his only recourse. My lord, the knight commander is unharmed. He simply fainted. You go to another cave entrance and check on the others. Yes. They remained on the mountain until the sun set, and soon all had regained consciousness. Leja understood that any attempt at consolation for the knights would be futile, yet he refrained from offering comfort. If he merely displayed magnanimity, the knights would surely grow more loyal. "My lord!" Upon opening his eyes, Kalma was greeted by Leja's presence, filling him with profound guilt. Upon seeing Sophia, he began to grasp certain truths and felt a sense of relief upon encountering Leja. "Is your health restored?" "Yes. I can wield knight's aura now." Kalma is prepared to shoulder all responsibility. "Had it not been for my negligence, they would never have succeeded. This is not your fault. You merely followed my orders and fell into an ambush. Do not blame yourself. We still have much to do to save Rost City." Leja placed a reassuring hand on Kalma's shoulder, smiling. "My lord, enough, Kalma, that I do not require a knight who dwells on past failures." "Yes, my lord." Kalma promptly rose to one knee before Leja. "Let us depart. We must return to Rost." Under the cover of night, they hastily made their way back to Rost City. Upon arriving at the manor, two familiar figures rushed out, and seeing the two little girls, Leja felt his earlier agitation dissipate. "Brother, where is Sister Sophia?" Leja was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to explain to the two innocent girls. Revealing the truth would undoubtedly lead them to despise Sophia and mistrust any other races, a result he wished to avoid. "Sister Sophia has left Rost to return to her kin." Gently patting Ifiel's head, Leja spoke softly. Did Sister Sophia not bid us farewell?" "Well, she mentioned wanting to reunite with her family. You two must be tired after waiting so long. Has Ifiel learned to care for monkeys?" "Yes. Rirnoff taught us how to feed them. Little G is very obedient." "And what of Ifiel? Is she obedient too?" Leja scooped up the little girl, gradually making his way into the manor, while Adolf, trailing behind, was tempted to inquire about the situation, but thought better of it upon meeting Kalma's gaze. Chapter 17. The frenzied farmland lying in bed, Leja found himself unable to sleep for a long time. His foremost concern was when the Black Dragon would strike Rost City. However, this question was exceedingly complex. Developing a city requires not only funds but also a considerable amount of time. Should Rost City be abandoned, the prospect of development for the remainder of his life would remain uncertain, and the oppressive feeling of such a fate was unbearable for Leja. "It seems the time has come to accelerate our development. I wonder if we can do so in time." "Brother, I feel. What is it?" Leja glanced quizzically at the door. It was entirely possible that Erlin had come to seek him at this late hour. But Ifiel's presence was somewhat unexpected, given her independence that had even earned his admiration. "I have some questions for you, brother. Come in." As the door swung open, a servant entered first, carrying a lantern and illuminating the room. "What does Ifiel wish to ask?" "Sister Sophia." "Sophia has returned to her." "Brother, please do not deceive me." Meeting Ifiel's earnest gaze, Leja fell silent. "You may leave now." "Yes, my lord." The maid nodded and exited, closing the door behind her. "Sophia's objective is the Wells family's dragon scaleblade. Rescuing you was merely one part of their elaborate scheme." "That cannot be." "I understand your disbelief. I too reacted similarly at first. But when confronted with the truth, I had no choice but to accept it." Leja let out a bitter smile. "Brother, it is all right. Ifiel is still young, that I should be grateful that they did not truly make you their target." Gently patting Ifiel's head, Leja took a deep breath, ensuring that his own melancholy did not taint the innocent girl before him. "Does brother dislike Ifiel's identity?" "Why would I ever dislike you?" "Because brother used to ignore me entirely." "Silly girl, I apologize to you. Brother has done nothing wrong. No one is at fault. It is quite late now. You should return to sleep." After a moment's hesitation, Ifiel crawled into Leja's bed, causing him to pause briefly before chuckling softly. No matter how obedient and mature she appeared, Ifiel was still just 7 years old. Previously, due to his identity, the original owner of this body had harbored intense disdain for both her and their mother. However, out of respect for their father, Tolt, he had chosen to turn a blind eye, which made his neglect of this younger sister entirely understandable. When the next day arrived, Leja did not indulge in slumber, but rose promptly. Glancing at Eiffel, still in deep sleep, he smiled and dressed before heading to the study. Adolf, prepare yourself. Today we are set to issue a new decree. Adolf nodded, standing respectfully to the side, awaiting Rezi's command. Having long been awed by the Count, is there still a tract of wasteland to the east of the city? Indeed, my lord. Order its cultivation. My lord. The serfs are already overwhelmed with the land they have. Further cultivation may prove futile. Humph. What do you mean by overwhelmed? Those people are not without strength. Their reluctance stems from exorbitant taxes. Now that taxes have been reduced by 20%, if given the chance to reap greater harvests, the common folk will surely toil as diligently as the serfs. After all, self-interest is an excellent motivator for humanity. For every acre cultivated, reward them with a silver coin. The most bountiful harvester among the commoners shall receive an additional 10 gold coins. My lord, there is no need for hesitation. Make a note of it. Furthermore, how many craftsmen reside within the city? There are not many craftsmen in Rost due to the nature of their trade. Implement a system of artisan assessments. Those who pass shall receive an annual compensation of 1 gold coin. My lord, what does this artisan system entail? Gather all existing craftsmen in the city. I shall instruct them on the process. Understood, my lord. Additionally, and most crucially, select the finest location in Rost to establish an academy. An academy. My lord, the current financial capacity of the Wells family is insufficient to sustain a magic academy for a year. Adolf stammered, aware that there are only 3 such institutions throughout the Holy Empire. The annual revenue of Kumnaz County cannot support the expenses of a magic academy. I am not referring to a magic academy, but rather a general academy. A general academy? Adolf questioned, puzzled, for if the purpose of the academy was not to teach magic, what else could be learned? Indeed, an academy open to all children, free of charge, where both the offspring of commoners and serfs can acquire knowledge. My lord, are you truly intending to impart knowledge to the common folk? He swallowed hard, the audacity of this idea leaving him momentarily speechless. If one cannot choose their identity at birth, I wish for them at least to have a say in their destiny. Children may not provide much labor, but we can cultivate more craftsmen and scholars. My lord, have you considered the costs involved? Adolf found himself at a loss for words. Naturally, I have considered it that if all the children of Rost were to enter the academy, the number would range from approximately 3,000 to 5,000, that the cost of sustenance for each child would not exceed 5,000 gold coins annually, a sum that the Wells family can currently manage. Adolf could not help but swallow hard. From any perspective, this was a highly risky investment, yet from a long-term view, it would indeed benefit the economic development of Rost. That will suffice for now. Go and issue the decree. I wish for these changes to be implemented swiftly. You must understand, Adolf, time is of the essence for Rost. Understood, my lord. Indeed, time was short, and Adolf recognized this fact. The dragon scale blade had already been taken by others, and if their objective were truly the dragon egg, Rost would soon face the threat of annihilation. Another new decree. TSK. Our count is truly diligent. I wonder what this decree entails. Let's go and find out. Almost everyone in Rost believed Rezi to be a good count, and thus they eagerly anticipated the contents of the decree, gathering curiously around every notice board. Beginning August 8, 621 of the Holy Empire, all wasteland to the east of the city may be cultivated. For every acre cultivated, one may report to the agricultural department adjacent to the count's estate to claim a reward of 1 imperial silver coin, with no limit on the amount that can be cultivated. Furthermore, those in need of farmland may apply at the agricultural department, paying 10 copper coins for an acre of land, which they may return for a refund of 10 copper coins when no longer needed. On the next harvest day, the individual with the richest yield shall receive 10 gold coins as a reward from the count. Issued by Lord Count, Chapter 18, Potatoes, Part 1. This day was destined to be extraordinary. As Rezi's new commands spread rapidly through the vernacular of the common folk, and soon even the towns surrounding Rost learned of the news. Cultivating a plot of land would earn one a silver coin. Cultivating 10 would equate to a year's income, a net gain that spurred everyone to rush for their tools and head towards the wasteland. Standing before the agricultural department, Adolf found himself somewhat bewildered as people continually came to claim new parcels of land. And with the existing farmland nearly depleted, he had never anticipated such fervor among the commoners for cultivation. Ree's strategies had indeed provided him with a valuable lesson. You need not follow me. Ree sighed, glancing back at the two knights trailing behind him, feeling a headache coming on, regardless of his admonishments. These two insisted on staying by his side. The steward, Adolf, had also declined Ree's request, even daring to defy his orders for the Count's safety. Helson and Augustus remained silent, merely ambling behind Rees, their attire inconspicuous, drawing no attention from the throngs of people rushing toward the wasteland. Oh, never mind. After wandering about, eavesdropping and observing, he noted the genuine smiles on everyone's faces. The streets were noticeably emptier of men, and without needing to think, Rees surmised that they had all gone to work the fields. What is this? Spotting some small white flowers, Rees paused. Would you like to purchase some flowers? The vendor quickly smiled at Rees' approach. These flowers, could they be potato blossoms? His eyes widened as he gazed at the small white blooms. To his knowledge, potatoes did not exist within the Holy Empire. Wheat was the fundamental source of sustenance for all humanity. What flowers do you need? Where did these flowers come from? The blossoms appeared freshly picked, likely just harvested if potatoes were in season. Now would be the ideal time for sprouting. Although Ree's upbringing had not been affluent, he retained some knowledge of agricultural matters. Of course, they were cultivated. Take me to your planting site. That may not be possible. If you wish, you could purchase the flowers. The vendor hesitated, then awkwardly smiled. Having merely picked the flowers randomly, lead me to where you found these flowers, and this gold coin is yours. He casually retrieved a gold coin from his pouch and tossed it onto the vendor's stall. The middle-aged vendor's face lit up with excitement as he swallowed hard, unable to resist picking up the coin. Once I sell these, I will take you there. Rees furrowed his brow, understanding the vendor's intention, and produced another gold coin, stating, 1 coin should suffice for these flowers. Now take me. That will do. I will take you to the location of the flowers right away. The vendor's face beamed with delight, having unexpectedly sold 2 gold coins for a handful of wildflowers. Upon reaching the city gates, they fortuitously encountered the patrolling Korma, who had been following Rees for some time and seemed to understand his intentions. Refraining from dismounting to greet him, though he was puzzled about Rees' destination. My lord is preparing to exit the city. Knight Commander Korma, please gather some knights for protection in the vicinity. Helson whispered to Korma. Understood. Do not stray from the Count's side. Korma nodded, tightening the reins and swiftly making his way back into the city to rally the knights for a rapid exit through a side gate. After a brief gathering, the group was quickly ushered out. After a tiring journey, they finally arrived at the location indicated by the vendor, and Rees frowned at the sight of the overgrown brush. These potatoes were not cultivated by the vendor. I gathered these small white flowers right here. But there were only a few. Are you deceiving me? I'm not lying. I truly found them here. Search again. Seeing the vendor's earnestness, Rees said no more and began to scour through the weeds. While there were plenty of wildflowers, not a single potato blossom could be found. Helson, return and have Korma bring reinforcements. Yes, my lord, and remember to bring hoes. Helson, confused, hurried off toward the nearby knights. Although Rees could not sense the vibrations of hooves, it did not mean that he, a level 4 knight, was oblivious to them. Soon, a large contingent of knights armed with hoes and mounted on steeds rushed over. The vendor appeared bewildered by the commotion, still unsure of what was transpiring. Count, rise. You and your men will turn over this land for me, digging to a depth of 5 inches, and uncover any irregular spherical objects. As you command. My lord. Korma nodded and promptly issued orders, and all the knights, wielding their hoes, began to furiously turn the soil, their strength clearly far surpassing that of ordinary men, making the speed of their work astonishing. See, Count. Here are your 2 gold coins back. With a resounding thud, the vendor fell to his knees, having just attempted to extort a gold coin from the esteemed Count. Heaven knows how foolish his actions truly were. Here, take this. It is indeed your merit. As long as you procure what I desire, I shall reward you further. Rise shook his head, dismissing the recent incident from his thoughts, now entirely focused on the potatoes. If the vendor spoke truly, the potatoes were evidently buried beneath the ground. Once unearthed, Rise had methods to propagate them in abundance, even to the extent of replacing wheat as the staple food of Rost City. Are you certain you found these flowers in this vicinity? Yes, my lord, the commoners would not mistake this. These flowers were indeed discovered here. Rise nodded, having already excavated nearly 200 square feet of soil without yet catching sight of a potato. My lord, I have discovered something peculiar. Upon hearing this, Rise hurriedly dashed toward the knight, and upon seeing the half-buried potato in the other's hands, he felt an overwhelming urge to cry out in joy. There truly were potatoes. Exercise caution. Handle this delicately. When tilling the earth, do your utmost to avoid damaging these specimens that I want this entire area turned over. Yes. After washing the unearthed small potatoes, it became evident that they were mature, sprouting shoots that could be cut and planted to yield more potatoes. This crop was known for its high yield and adaptability, that if cultivated extensively, potatoes could significantly boost the population growth of Rost City. With ample food, procreation among humans was remarkably effortless, especially in an era devoid of contraceptives. Where the likelihood of pregnancy was high, and low population numbers were largely attributable to food scarcity. Chapter 19. Potatoes, Part 2. The yield of potatoes was not abundant, totaling a mere 16. Despite the knight's diligent efforts to excavate. Gazing at the potatoes before him, Rise felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure, yearning to consume a couple. There were myriad ways to prepare potatoes. Most importantly, they could serve as a substitute for wheat in bread making. Potatoes were remarkably resilient and yielded plentiful harvests. With the current agricultural techniques, if potatoes were cultivated successfully, the entire populace of the territory would no longer face the specter of hunger. My lord, what are these? Calmer inquired, gazing curiously at the earthy objects on the ground, perplexed by their appearance, which did not seem to denote any treasure. Potatoes, a food that can replace wheat. Pack these up and take them back. Replace wheat. Kalma was momentarily taken aback. Could this unassuming object truly serve as a substitute for wheat? Forgive his ignorance, he found it hard to believe. You shall see in due time. Although this realm was magical, its era resembled that of medieval Europe, where the absence of potatoes was indeed unsurprising. Potatoes boasted high yields, rich nutrition, strong adaptability, and delightful flavor. Once cultivated, Rise would promote potatoes through various delectable preparations, including frying, potato strips, and chips that would not be out of the ordinary for this culinary delight to grace the royal banquet table. Upon returning to the manor, Rise meticulously scraped the dirt from the potatoes, identifying all the sprouts, which he then carefully cut into pieces, preparing them for planting. Brother, what are these? Potatoes, delicious ones, that I shall prepare fries for you later. As he spoke, Rise carried a silver tray into the sunlight, aware that pre-sprouting the tubers before planting was prudent. The land had also been tilled by the servants. These sprouted potatoes needed only a brief sunbath to strengthen their shoots before planting, a process that would not take long. After bringing in a long table, Rise personally washed the remaining potato pieces and cut them into strips. His deftness in handling the task left the nearby cooks astounded. For Rise had always kept his distance from the kitchen. My lord, salt water. Indeed. Without further ado, he placed all the potatoes directly into the salt water. Initially intending to season them post-cooking, he abandoned that thought upon seeing the distinctly crystalline salt. Deciding instead that soaking them in salt water was the most fitting approach. 10 minutes swiftly passed, and after tapping the drowsy Aaron awake, Rise retrieved the potatoes and followed the servant into the kitchen, a place he had never entered before. My lord, this is boiling water. Yes, Adolphe, where is the item I instructed you to prepare? Here you go, my lord. Adolphe presented him with a pair of chopsticks, the purpose of which puzzled him greatly. As Rise touched the long-neglected chopsticks, he felt a desire to bang his head against a wall. Due to past memories, he had grown accustomed to forks and spoons, but upon handling the chopsticks, those thoughts dissipated. Eating delicious food was indeed most convenient with chopsticks. Quickly, he transferred the potatoes from the salt water to the silver tray. Given the modest quantity, all the potatoes were soon arranged on the tray. In the 21st century, This would amount to no more than $10, and their shapes were rather unappealing. After immersing them in boiling water for 2 minutes, Rezi used the wooden ladle he had prepared to fish out all the potato strips. And in an instant, the distinctive aroma of potatoes wafted through the air. The familiar scent reminded him of that old man. Casually, he picked up a piece and took a bite. The taste was delightful, with a subtle saltiness and the inherent flavor of the potato. "I want to eat. I want to eat." Aaron, watching eagerly, nearly jumped up to grab the items from the tray. Amused, Rezi used the chopsticks to offer a potato strip to the little girl. "Be careful. They may be hot." "Phew! Phew!" She blew on it a couple of times, her peculiar expression as she popped the potato strip in her mouth eliciting a sparkle in her eyes. Potatoes were undoubtedly a favorite among children. "Ethereal, open your mouth." Obediently, Ethereal took the potato strip, and a flavor she had never encountered lingered in her mouth, refusing to dissipate. "Is it delicious?" "Delicious." "Does Ethereal not like it?" You shall soon find out." This was merely a half-finished product of the fries. Naturally, the texture would not be optimal. Once they underwent a deep frying process, the taste would transform significantly. Before long, the potatoes cooled down. Rezi poured the prepared vegetable oil into the pot, and once the oil was heated, he tossed in the moisture-drained potato strips. Sizzling, in no time, the oil turned the potato strips' exterior into a golden hue, a swift and proficient process, and the fries were soon lifted from the pot and placed in a wooden lattice to drain. "How fragrant!" "Feel free to try. But do take care not to burn yourself." If one were to consider the timeline, he might very well be the first inventor of fries, and the notion of opening a KFC in Rost began to form in his mind. He quickly shook his head with a smile. Such thoughts were merely trivial distractions, as the true purpose of potatoes lay in their use for bread-making and daily sustenance. "Wow! So delicious! Brother, what is this?" Upon tasting, Erin's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the fries on the silver tray, their crispy exterior and tender interior enveloping her palate, as if threatening to dissolve her taste buds entirely. "Fries, they are indeed delicious. Though regrettably, we lack ketchup." Before long, a large platter of potato strips was completed. Such specialized cooking methods were evidently absent here, and both little girls felt as though they had been starving for days. Shoving fry after fry into their mouths. "Adolf, do give it a try." "Yes." Adolf nodded, cautiously taking a fry and placing it in his mouth, that he soon cast a curious glance at Rezi. The flavor was undeniably delightful. Yet this cooking method was unfamiliar to the other chefs present. How did Rezi come to know of such a technique? "Tell me, if these foods were to replace wheat and integrate into the lives of the common folk, could it succeed?" "My lord, that seems implausible that I have learned from Captain Kalma that these so-called potatoes are quite rare. It is unlikely the commoners will have access to them. Just consider if they could be produced in abundance, surpassing wheat in yield, and could also be made into bread, could they not replace wheat? The yield is indeed higher than that of wheat." Gazing at the fries in his hand, Adolf hesitated, then shook his head. This intricate cooking method was not something the average person could access. While it might become a royal delicacy, the prospect of it becoming a common food for the populace seemed far-fetched. Chapter 20. The Judicator, you shall see in due time. Rezi smiled, saying nothing further. Historically, potatoes had achieved great success. Though their arrival seemed premature, Rezi, aware of their characteristics, would not let this fortuitous opportunity slip away. Given the fertile soil in the rear garden, he refrained from instructing the servants to fertilize again, personally planting the potatoes with proper spacing. The current temperature in Rost was quite mild, ideal for potato cultivation. All done. He gazed contentedly at the freshly buried soil, eagerly anticipating the harvest of the first batch of potatoes, wondering just how much he would reap. In 3 to 5 months. I wonder if Rost will still exist then. He felt a headache coming on. Pondering such matters was futile. "My lord, we have gathered some information regarding the investigation you requested. Have you found something?" "Yes. Meet me in the study." Rezi waved his hand, signaling Adolf to proceed to the study. "Are you going to handle some matters, brother?" "Yes, you two stay here and play. I will be off for now." After washing his hands in the basin held by the maid, Leja abandoned his intention to bathe and hurried directly to the study. "What are these?" "All are documents regarding that organization. So many? Yes. The Empire has been dealing with this organization for nearly 200 years. The Judgers. Casually flipping through the first document, he noticed several words typed in crimson. The Judgers, a group of traitors to humanity. Harboring hatred and seeking to judge all mankind. Are they psychopathic? Well, the leader of the Judgers is Duke Laffel, who betrayed the Holy Empire. The second king of the Holy Empire felt that his power was a threat to the royal family and attempted to judge him under the charge of treason. But Laffel was too powerful, even when he fell into the king's ambush and was besieged in the royal palace of the Holy City. He managed to escape unscathed. A fifth-level holy warrior. Yes, at that time, the mages of the entire Holy City were unable to keep him within the city. With his strength, even if he fell out with the king, he need not take on the mantle of a judger. He could simply rise up and declare himself king. My lord, the administration of the Holy Empire is without issue. Nearly all the commoners support the second king. When Laffel truly acted against the Holy Empire, almost everyone considered him a traitor. Tisk, indeed, there are no grievances or hatred without cause, but what does this have to do with those fellows? Initially, the Judgers were targeted at the powerful ones abandoned by their kin or the Empire. However, over time, everything changed when the fourth prince of the Elven Empire, Rothkel, also became a member of the Judgers. More and more powerful individuals harboring intense resentment towards their races joined the Judgers. The 13 Judgers? These 13 are the pinnacle of strength on the continent of Hill. Yet their reputation is rather poor, rampaging across the continent like the sealed demon king of yore. Wow, there really is a demon king in this world. That is a tale from long ago. I'm not quite certain of its truth. But one thing is certain, just like the brave souls who sealed the demon king. A mighty warrior disapproving of the Judgers has emerged, though no one knows who this person is, only that he is a mage. He searches for the traces of the 13 Judgers, killing one whenever he discovers one. Soon, the Judgers realized they had offended a formidable adversary, and all went into hiding. A bully who fears the strong. However, a fifth-level holy warrior should be the strongest warrior. Does even Laffel evade this mage? Leja asked, somewhat perplexed, having previously inquired about the classification of strength with Kalma. Normally, warriors and knights possess 7 levels. Upon reaching the 7th level, one would be granted divine light by the church, advancing towards the holy tier. Yet, the maximum is 5th level, which is the limit for all humanity. Because this mage is rumored to be a magus. A magus. Does such a human truly exist? Mages differ from other professions. They are a group of individuals who have transcended natural limits, as evidenced by their mastery of elemental forces. From the moment a mage qualifies in magical aptitude, they undergo 7 stages. Apprentice mage, journeyman mage, mage, archmage, magister, grand magister, and finally, magus that in terms of strength, grand magister, 5th level holy knight, and 5th level holy warrior can be regarded as the strongest in their respective fields, whereas a magus is a semi-divine entity. When a grand magister attains divinity, they become a being that is half human and half god, thus typically not classified as a mage. However, they belong to the mage classification that in the absence of alternatives. A unique term was created to describe this being that lies between a grand magister and a deity, magus. Please continue. Adolf paused briefly before resuming. From the information presented, it appears this organization should have nearly retreated and been eradicated, and the Judgers only allow the strong to enter. Generally, others lack the qualifications to join. Isn't that contradictory to what you said? How can you suspect those individuals are Judgers? Due to their race. Elves traditionally do not engage significantly with non-elven races. They are a peculiar breed that recognizes only their own. Is it truly that exaggerated? Leja's lips twitched. It seemed that in Adolf's eyes, elves were like this. Yet, from his interactions with 3 elves, he had not felt that way. Rather, he found them to be far more cunning than they appeared. Indeed, this is the king's most candid assessment of elves. If Sophia were to ally with the goblins, she would undoubtedly be looked down upon or even ostracized by the other elves. The only reasonable explanation is that these 3 elves are all individuals abandoned by their kin. Basis. What evidence do you have for such suspicion? The Sacrificial Codex. What is that? A tome that records the names of elves sacrificed to the Tree of Life. Sacrifice? Swallowing hard, Leisha understood the term well enough. But could elves truly commit such spine-chilling acts? Surely, you must know there is a peculiar connection between the longevity of elves and the Tree of Life. I am aware. I have heard Sophia mention it. The area surrounding the Tree of Life experiences varying degrees of decay each year. To protect the Tree of Life, some elves selected by the sacrificial codex are sacrificed annually, and it is said that those chosen are considered by the elven queen to possess impure souls. Pitiful lives pushed into the fire under the guise of heroism. The fate of elves captured by humans upon their return is often such, and even their descendants cannot escape this destiny. Chapter 21. The Craftsman, Part 1. So, is this not a case of hypocrisy? This is merely the conjecture of outsiders. However, the queen remains the queen, still respected and cherished by the elves. This implies that Sophia and her two companions are likely abandoned kin of the elves. Yet you mentioned that the judges only consist of 13 individuals. Leisha looked at Adolf in confusion. Could it be that new judges had emerged? Indeed, only 13 are officially recognized by Laffel as judges. Those appearing now are likely attempting to restart a new judges under that name. Imposters? If what you say is true, it is not impossible. Even in the 21st century, many blame society and humanity for injustice that in the Holy Empire. There are surely even more, and to these individuals. The judges must have always been an idol. False judges. Are these individuals truly after the dragon eggs? Frowning, Leisha considered that Sophia, being an elf, should not have much yearning for immortality, especially since the witch's so-called alchemy is merely a conjecture. To offend a black dragon for a mere hypothesis might be understandable for an individual, but an organization should not be that foolish. Thus, they may have deeper motives, yet Leisha could not fathom what those might be. Closing the documents, he decided to abandon the thoughts he could not unravel. He was not one to overburden his mind. How did your selection of land go? I have chosen a location in the northern part of the city. But do you truly intend to establish an academy? Of course, not only will we establish it, but we will also ensure that all commoners are aware of it. Although serfs are necessary, Leisha requires skilled personnel even more. Education is the catalyst for human advancement. I will instruct Lorien as per your directives. By the way, you may need to start preparing for the banquet. Had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten. It will require another expenditure. Please arrange this matter, and the invitations should be sent out in 3 days. We must economize wherever possible. I do not wish to incur a loss from hosting a single banquet. Could it be that you wish to profit? This thought went unspoken by Adolf. The new count's mindset starkly contrasted with that of his predecessor. To put it bluntly, the new earl did not seem to possess the consciousness of a nobleman. If there is nothing else, you may leave. There is one more matter. The craftsmen you wish to meet have arrived at the manor today. Would you like to see them? Why did you not mention such an important matter sooner? You haven't neglected those individuals, have you? Leisha quickly rose, feeling somewhat anxious as he looked at Adolf. Shaking his head, Adolf assured him that he would treat the guests with the utmost respect, not daring to slight them. Take me to meet them. Upon Leisha's arrival, the craftsmen in the hall, who had been fidgeting with anticipation, immediately stood up. The invitation from the Lord Count sounded quite honorable, yet in reality, they were merely laborers of lowly status, a count. No matter how bored, would not engage with such individuals. This was class distinction, a reality they internally acknowledged. My lord, what is this? I am no savage beast. Please continue to sit and enjoy your tea. Leisha waved his hand, smiling at the older gentlemen who had knelt before him. These were indeed talented individuals. However, he found himself troubled by the scarcity of talent, as there were only 7 people in the hall. How could it be that only 7 craftsmen existed in the entirety of Rost? A master. What? Do my words not reach your ears? Sitting in his chair, Leisha spoke without emotion. And no, how could that be? Several individuals hastily rose to their feet and returned to their seats, cradling their still warm teacups in their hands, their eyes fixated on their palms, too intimidated to look away. Do not be afraid, for I am sure you have heard of me, Leisha, that I treat both commoners and nobles, as well as those of other races, with equal regard. The purpose of my summons today is to entrust you with an important matter. Please, my lord, do proceed. It concerns the existence of the Rost craftsmen. Fear not. I do not intend to expel you. Noticing the immediate change in expressions among the group, Leja quickly reassured them. I have always valued skill, and your presence here indicates that you are recognized craftsmen. My lord, those are mere rumors. Do not be modest. Those abilities are yours to claim. Please, introduce yourselves. You may begin. Leja casually gestured to a middle-aged man seated on his left. The man trembled, placing his teacup down before kneeling before Leja and stating, My lord, I am Canny, a carpenter from Rost City, specializing in the sale of wooden sticks, beds, chairs, and various other items. A carpenter, you say? How skilled is he? My lord, many of the chairs in this room were crafted by his father, a craftsman of several generations. Then, indeed, my grandfather was once a slave, but we regained our commoner status starting from my father. Canny quickly explained, as those of their standing often had ancestors who were slaves, which contributed to their lowly status. Even after becoming commoners, they faced scorn from various quarters. The legacy of their forebears was like a mark that did not simply vanish with a generation. Very well, here's a gold coin as a reward. Thank you. My lord. The sudden proclamation left Canty in bewilderment. Receiving a gold coin as a reward was utterly perplexing. Next, my lord, I am Robiel, a blacksmith in the city, and my family has been enslaved since my ancestors. I primarily forge armor for the knights and iron armor for their steeds. Are you still a slave? My lord, the status of blacksmiths is rather unique. Hence, Adolf interjected softly from the side. From this day forth, Robiel, I grant you the status of a commoner and present you with an additional gold coin. Thank you, my lord. With a loud thud, a burly man clad in black slammed his forehead onto the ground. Shedding the shackles of slavery was a dream long held by his lineage. And the abruptness of it all overwhelmed him. Seeing Leja not only offer no punishment, but also bestow rewards, the others began to introduce themselves as well. Among the 7, there were 3 carpenters, a blacksmith, 2 stonemasons, and a tailor. Naturally, this was not a complete representation of all craftsmen in Rost City, as there were butchers and others, but Leja had simply asked Adolf to invite a few notable artisans. If one were to assess the numbers, the count of blacksmiths was decidedly insufficient, which posed a challenge for the production and development of weaponry. Leja had numerous inventions in mind, and the current knight's armor and swords seemed rather unreliable. Moreover, the military composition was limited to mere cavalry and infantry, far too simplistic. Although it was understood that wizards had supplanted archers in status, not every battalion could accommodate a wizard. This world still required archers. Chapter 22, Craftsmen, Part 2. Have you calmed down? Sipping a bit of tea, which while lacking in flavor, was still drinkable, Leja made do. The reason I gathered you is that I wish to establish a craftsman department in Rost. The group looked at Leja in confusion. A craftsman department? They were not entirely grasping the concept. You must have heard of the Mage Guild. The craftsman department is akin to a smaller-scale version of that, albeit with less prestige. What I ask of you is not overly burdensome. From today onward, I hereby designate Robiel as a baron and appoint him as the head of the craftsman department. The group was left dumbfounded. To transition from slavery to baron in the span of a mere tea break was an extraordinary transformation. Robiel felt his vision blur. Had it not been for Leja's presence, he would have started to slap himself in disbelief. Candy, my kin, Harvey, Barrett, Osmond, Zachary, from this day forth, I bestow upon you the status of gentleman. Thank you. Thank you, my lord. The group knelt, their words stumbling as they crossed the threshold into nobility, a notion previously unimaginable to them. Their craftsman identities somehow managing to breach the ranks of aristocracy, a fact that would be met with disbelief by anyone who heard it. Robiel, these individuals are now your subordinates. You have full authority over their duties. Simply report back to me. Adolf, provide him with the documents I prepared. Robiel, still in a daze, accepted the paperwork, needing a moment to process the events unfolding before him. The documents contain the duties of the craftsmen I designed. Upon your return, collaborate with these individuals to establish a craftsman evaluation system. Those who pass the evaluation may be inducted into the craftsman department, and even slaves who join will be granted commoner status. And my lord, I do not quite understand. Robiel stammered, his lips quivering as he struggled to meet Leja's gaze. What is there to misunderstand? As long as a craftsman possesses the skills you recognize, they may join the department. Did I trust you to be just in this regard? Should I discover any favoritism or corruption, you know the consequences. My lord, Robiel would never dare. Enough, do not be overly fearful. Regarding the craftsmen, I hope you will also take on apprentices and impart your skills selflessly. Additionally, the document outlines your roles and salaries. Every individual who joins the craftsman department will receive 1 gold coin annually as a reward. The group was momentarily stunned. A commoner's annual wage barely amounted to a single gold coin. And after taxes, they would only take home 5 silver coins. The annual reward Leja offered was equivalent to what they would earn in 2 years of labor. The thought alone sent shivers of excitement through them, igniting an unprecedented sense of confidence within. It seemed a craftsman's life could indeed be vibrant and fulfilling. If there are no further matters, Adolf, please guide them to the location I have selected. That shall be the new craftsman department. Yes, my lord. Adolf nodded respectfully and gestured for the others to follow. Without a second thought, they trailed after him, marveling at the extraordinary fortune they had stumbled into simply by coming for a cup of tea. Step aboard. Is this appropriate? Robiel hesitated, glancing at Adolf. Being a former slave made him apprehensive about taking a seat in the carriage. Baron, you jest. Among these individuals, you hold the highest title that if you do not take a seat, who else would dare be Baron? Swallowing hard, Robiel was still struggling to comprehend the situation, and the other craftsmen felt similarly. Cautiously, they stepped onto the carriage, and as it lurched forward, Robiel nearly jumped in surprise, his gaze filled with a mix of confusion and eagerness as he watched the trees outside retreating. So this is the life of nobility. It was no wonder so many people sought to attain such status. Before long, the carriage arrived at the craftsman department, which was not a newly constructed estate, but rather a repurposed residence of a former noble, transformed into the current craftsman department through the efforts of the group. The sight of the Earl's carriage drew significant attention. Leja was the most acclaimed noble of the year, and nearly all commoners wished to catch a glimpse of him. Alas, it was not Leja who disembarked. However, the commoners quickly recognized Robiel, the well-known blacksmith of the city. It's Robiel. How did he end up on the Earl's carriage? What is happening? Look, isn't that Canny the plump fellow? And Harvey, Barrett, Osmond too. Upon hearing the murmurs, Canny shyly lowered his head, feeling quite overwhelmed by the fervent gazes directed at him, a carpenter who typically toiled in obscurity. Baron, we have awaited your arrival. A knight clad in armor emerged from the craftsman department, bowing respectfully before Robiel. Sir Knight, you are too kind. I am Colin, and I will be responsible for the security of the craftsman department from now on. Colin smiled, showing no disdain for the blacksmith before him. These arrangements were all part of Leja's design, and his presence here was no mere coincidence. Baron, Crexophon, am I dreaming? Your ears are fine. It appears the knight truly addressed Robiel as a baron. What in the world is happening? Robiel was just a mere blacksmith. How has he suddenly become a baron? I must still be asleep. Doubts abounded among the onlookers. Yet the reality was starkly different from their assumptions. Even now, Robiel's heart raced with disbelief. He had genuinely become a baron, that as he stepped into the craftsman department, the identities of the group were irrevocably transformed. When soldiers hung the notice board at the entrance, a crowd quickly gathered, as the profession of craftsman, long looked down upon, was poised to usher in a new wave of change in Rost. And on his way home, Robiel yearned to share this monumental news with his son. The boy who wielded a small hammer and had often caused him much worry, as Robiel had fretted over his son's blacksmithing talent. The identity of a blacksmith is far from desirable. He yearns to bestow happiness upon his son. Yet the shackles of slavery confine his aspirations. My dear, I have returned. Upon entering the familiar forge, a subtle smile graced Robiel's lips as he surveyed the once despised surroundings, now imbued with a newfound fondness. An adept blacksmith naturally finds joy in his craft. Yet what vexes Robiel is the realization that no matter his efforts, his family's circumstances remain bleak due to their station in life. One must invariably confront the harshness of reality. Robiel, your son has gone out again. That scoundrel. Dear, could you prepare something to eat? I am on the brink of starvation. Shortly, I shall share some delightful news. Chapter 23. Baron Rabiel, what news? The woman emerged from the kitchen, bearing two somewhat charred pieces of bread and a wooden bowl containing unrecognizable greens, which did little to whet the appetite. Without a second thought, Rabiel seized the familiar fare and began to eat. After all, he was merely a blacksmith slave with scant financial means, and ensuring his family's sustenance was a source of contentment. I fear you may not believe me. Gazing at the woman before him, though she was not particularly attractive, indeed, she bore a certain ugliness. She had never shunned him for his status as a slave and had steadfastly remained by his side, a union of commoner and slave. He was acutely aware of the sacrifices she had made for him. What could there be to doubt? You did not forge today. Be wary of those who may come to reprimand you. Rita, however, said nothing, focusing instead on mending the trousers in her hands. Let them come. My current status is not one they would dare challenge. What foolishness is this? They are commoners, and you are but a slave. Even if you were to appeal to the nobility, we would be the ones to suffer. That was in the past. Furrowing his brow, Rita inquired, what transpired at the Count's estate today? Ah, something you would never guess in a million years, Rabiel replied, a mysterious smile playing upon his lips, wary that his words might astonish her to the point of fainting. I surmise the Count bestowed upon you a sum of money for crafting something. The woman chuckled lightly. Indeed, he did provide me with coin, yet he did not require me to create anything. My dear, it is a gold coin. A gleaming gold piece was placed upon the battered wooden table, and Rita stood transfixed at the sight. What is the meaning of this? It was given by the Count. Each of the 7 craftsmen who visited today was rewarded with a gold coin. I am well aware it came from the Count. But why would he generously bestow gold upon such as us? The unspoken thought lingered. How could a Count deign to meet with such lowly craftsmen? It is my skill. The Count expressed great appreciation for craftsmanship, and as the sole renowned blacksmith slave in the city, he summoned me. Rabiel boasted, having endured countless jests regarding his trade. Look at you, so pleased, because the Count did not merely grant me this single gold coin. What do you mean? I shall reveal this matter when our son returns. In the meantime, please gather the important belongings. What do you mean? Rita regarded her beloved with confusion. We are moving. We are leaving the forge behind. Indeed, the Count shall assist me in establishing a new forge. Rabiel shook his head, though reluctant. He understood that certain things must be left behind. He was no longer merely a blacksmith slave. Though she longed to inquire further, witnessing Rabiel devour his meal, Rita refrained from pressing. She was but a woman, and whatever decisions her husband made, she would follow. Father has returned? You rascal, what mischief have you been up to? I went mining with Uncle Lang. Did I not expressly forbid you from bringing anything back from the mine? Rabiel frowned as he observed the unknown metallic material discarded on the floor. His head throbbing. His son, now 14, possessed a peculiar affinity for forging. This was merely a helping hand. I stumbled upon this item, though I am unsure if the furnace can melt it. The boy's dark visage was alight with joy. This piece of metal could bring delight to Vok for days. Let us postpone this endeavor for now. I wish to teach you about design. What? Vok asked, puzzled. The family crest. The family crest, symbolizing my house, the Kovalash family. I certainly understand what that is, but what need have we for such a thing, father? Do not forget our status. As Vok spoke, he fell silent, then flashed a grin, seemingly at ease with their circumstances. Vok, your father has been granted the title of Baron by the Count. Huh? I am now Baron Rabiel, a true noble of Rost City. Vok stared at his father in disbelief, failing to share in the joy of the revelation. Instead, he worriedly reached out to gauge the temperature of Rabiel's forehead, as blacksmithing was a laborious task, and overheating was not uncommon. What are you doing? Father, do not jest about such matters. Baron, I am no longer a child. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. You must realize I was invited to the Count's estate today, where he rewarded me with a gold coin and bestowed upon me the title of Baron, along with a house. No fiefdom? Vok's eyes widened. Vok, one must learn to be content. transforming from a slave to a baron. I find little else to pursue. Heavens, father, you truly are not jesting. Vok inhaled deeply, for Rabiel's words resonated with a gravity that startled him. His father was not one to indulge in frivolous humor, especially regarding nobility. All of this is true. Therefore you may ponder the design of the crest. How can our family be without one? Witnessing his son's joyous expression, Rabiel felt an unparalleled happiness in that moment. I understand. Have you informed mother of this news? Not yet. But given your ruckus, she must have overheard. Help your mother gather our belongings. Soon someone will arrive to escort us to our new home. Understood. By the way, we must not forget this. When Adolf arrived with a carriage at the forge, Vok realized that his father had indeed spoken the truth. Someone had come to take them away. My lord Baron, are you prepared? All is in order. The Count has prepared 4 slaves and a maid for you. They will be assigned to your service. Additionally, here are 30 gold coins for your annual expenses. Adolf produced a gray pouch and presented it to Rabiel. Given that Leja was known to be rather stingy, Adolf understood the significance of the Count's generosity towards these craftsmen. This, 30 coins? Rabiel trembled as he accepted the pouch. For his robust arms, the weight of 30 gold coins felt heavier than the largest hammer in the forge. Come forth. This man is your master. Baron Rabiel? My lord Baron. The group prostrated themselves before Rabiel. Chapter 24. Rolian, come in. How are matters progressing? All is well. Baron Rabiel is quite pleased. Adolf carefully approached Leja's side, unable to decipher the contents of the document before him. Though I know I should not inquire. Do you not think your treatment of the craftsmen is a bit excessive? Adolf, you were born in an era where such considerations are beyond your grasp. Why are there so few master craftsmen in the Holy Empire? Certainly, becoming a master craftsman requires both talent and diligence. You are correct, but there is another crucial factor. The environment that I in the Holy Empire, the status of craftsmen is far too low, dissuading many from aspiring to such a profession. Even if the accolades bestowed upon the top craftsmen are enviable, the path to such acclaim is fraught with peril. Those who cannot traverse the narrow bridge perish, and no one willingly places themselves in such dire straits. Are you suggesting that the Lord intends to entice the commoners to become craftsmen through fame and wealth? It is not so much an enticement. It is merely what they are owed. Moreover, I require not master craftsmen, but rather a multitude of craftsmen to stimulate the city's development. Let us set aside this topic. It seems unlikely we shall see results from the craftsmen's department in the near future. He waved his hand dismissively. It was akin to a mobile game where one awaited the recharge period to conclude before witnessing any success. Currently, the remaining budget stands at 40,000 gold coins. Do you have any means to procure additional funds? In that case, you might inquire with Rolian. She possesses far greater knowledge in this area than I. Rolian? Bring her to me. Certainly. Adolf nodded and exited the room. Before long, a knock echoed at the door, and Leja set down the makeshift wooden pen he had been crafting. Comine. Good afternoon, esteemed Count. Rolian, gazing curiously at the seemingly youthful woman before him. Her elegantly coiled golden tresses exuded a remarkable competence, while a subtle smile graced her face, radiating confidence. However, what struck him as peculiar was the audacity of Adolf and his father to entrust the management of the family's finances to such a young woman. Wait a moment. Could you possibly be Adolf's daughter? Does the Count not know? Indeed, I am surprised. Please take a seat. There are matters I wish to discuss with you. Regarding financial matters, you must be aware of the recent decrees I issued. After pondering for a moment, Reza fixed his gaze upon her striking blue eyes and remarked, Yes, it is rather foolish, yet the approach is commendable. Your tax reductions have effectively rendered the Wells family unprofitable, while they have yet to reach a state of loss. If this continues, the Wells family is bound to fall into decline. I am well aware of this. However, it is entirely reasonable for you to struggle to comprehend this future management strategy. The MY considerations do not stem from the Wells family, but rather from the Wells territory. The Wells territory. Lorian looked at the young Count in confusion. She had long desired to meet Reza, yet it appeared that he had little interest in their group of managers. Most matters were handled through Kalma and Adolf. From a familial perspective, it is indeed a loss. But from the standpoint of the economic development of the Wells territory, it is an entirely different story. With the current assets of the Wells family, enduring several years of loss is quite feasible. However, during these years, the quality of life for the commoners and their outlook on life will undoubtedly improve. That is indeed the case. But what does that have to do with you? If my territory flourishes, how could it possibly be unrelated to me? It seems the Count's thinking is rather naive. Does your territory truly belong to you in any significant sense? It does not need to belong to me in any profound way. It simply needs to belong to me now. I do not fully grasp your reasoning, she said, shaking her head. You need not understand. All I desire now is more wealth. Do you have any means to help me acquire more gold coins, provided it does not exploit the interests of the commoners? Are you, perchance, considering taxing the nobility? Lorian's eyes widened in astonishment. No, at least not at this moment. I am referring to methods that yield quick returns with minimal impact, or those that can be controlled. Rolling her eyes at Lorien, Reza thought to himself that he was not foolish enough to pursue taxing the nobility. How about knightly contributions? What? It is a tax similar in nature to the exemption and mill taxes. You could sell knightly titles. I believe those affluent commoners would find it quite enticing. Sell titles? She regarded Lorien with a peculiar expression. This was not dissimilar to the ancient practice of selling positions in Huaxia. Upon reflection, knights were a type of nobility, and even if commoners spend a significant portion of their savings, they would likely aspire to join the ranks of knights that as for legality. It was ultimately up to Reza to decide within his own territory. How is the price determined? There is no fixed price. You may choose a price for bidding. Additionally, if you were to grant territories, it may be even more appealing to those commoners. Territories, the Wells family has several abandoned lands that could be freely granted to them. If I were to directly grant 30 knights, would that have a significant impact? The impact would not be substantial. It would merely lead to the perception that titles have become cheap. Furthermore, your standing among the nobility would diminish, but the actual impact would be minimal. Lorien shook her head. Then let us proceed with the sale. You handle the arrangements. Select the territories that as for the price. Would 1,000 gold coins be considered excessive? 1,000 gold coins? That might be a bit much, but for those individuals, it would merely sting a little. Many noble offspring would likely find ways to acquire knightly titles and possess their own knightly territories. Then let us sell for 1,500 that it's better to reap a greater reward. Lorien looked at the Count with a mix of disbelief and exasperation. Such a method of generating wealth was indeed rare. It felt as if he were making a quick profit and then disappearing. And from the recent financial expenditures, it was evident that this Count's thoughts were truly inscrutable. How long will it take to sell everything? At least until the banquet concludes. Do you wish to make this a topic of conversation for everyone at the feast? He chuckled awkwardly. While he was not one to shy away from embarrassment, having it become the sole topic of discussion at the banquet would indeed be unseemly. You should begin preparations for this matter, striving to recover as much of that money as possible. Additionally, contact a horse merchant. Inquire about the cost of 300 war horses. Understood, Lorien said. I shall take my leave. Expanding the cavalry. Was Rost not preparing for war? That seemed unlikely, but she would certainly follow Rezi's orders. Chapter 25. The siege crossbow Rezi's treatment of the craftsmen swiftly incited a storm that engulfed the entire Wells territory. Upon learning of the existence of the craftsmen's department, nearly all artisans devised ways to flock to Rost City. Naturally, Reza kept a close eye on this phenomenon. Just yesterday, Rabiel had presented him with the criteria for evaluating craftsmen that had been compiled during this period. Reza was not particularly familiar with these matters, having skimmed through them casually before delegating the responsibility to Rabiel. Perhaps still unaccustomed to his newfound status, this newly minted baron retained a hint of self-doubt. The invitations have all been sent out. Well, let the banquet take place at my estate. We should save wherever possible. Yes. Adolf wiped the sweat from his brow. If the frugality were too extreme, it would invite ridicule upon Reza as a count. And he could not fathom the thoughts of the man before him. My lord, Kalma, do you have experience hunting magical beasts? What are you so surprised about? Have you never hunted magical beasts? No, That's not the case. Back when I was in the mercenary group, I earned my commissions by hunting magical beasts. But why the sudden interest in magical beasts? Kalma regarded Reza with curiosity. Hunting magical beasts was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. It was akin to putting one's life on the line. I have no particular interest in such matters. Isn't hunting magical beasts quite profitable? Looking at the Count with a perplexed expression, Kalma responded, hunting magical beasts is indeed profitable, but only for mercenaries. Earning 2 gold coins from slaying a second-tier magical beast is already considered fortunate. Do you truly find 2 gold coins appealing? My lord, do you know how many individuals are needed to kill a 3rd-tier magical beast? How many? At least 4 4th-tier knights, and they must be fearless 4th-tier knights to have a chance of slaying a 3rd-tier magical beast. Of course, assuming the beast does not flee. What if all the knights of the Wells family go hunting? A 3rd-tier magical beast should not be a concern, right? Well, that is unlikely. Then that settles it. Since these knights are idling at home, they will inevitably lose their fighting spirit and combat prowess. Arrange for half of them to remain in Rost, while the other half can hunt in the nearby Muir Forest. Understood? Of course, I would not foolishly diminish my own forces. Are you familiar with bows and arrows? My lord, I know about bows and arrows. You do? Reza was taken aback, having assumed this fellow was unaware. After all, the Holy Empire did not seem to possess archers. Indeed, the Silver Moon archers of the Elven Kingdom are renowned on the Hill Continent. However, the Holy Empire has mages, and in terms of range combat, those archers may not even be sufficient to fill the gaps left by the great mages. Kalma spoke proudly. So, are you suggesting that the Holy Empire lacks archers? My lord, the Holy Empire certainly lacks archers. Their combat capabilities are rather weak. I cannot fathom what purpose they serve. Weak? Reza looked at Kalma in confusion. Archers were a formidable class in games, so how could they be deemed weak? Well, in the early days of the Holy Empire, there was indeed an intention to train a batch of archers. However, human archers cannot compare to elven archers. Their arrows are magical and can easily penetrate a knight's armor. But human archers lack such capabilities, often struggling to pierce even a knight's skin, that if they were truly deployed on the battlefield, they would be little more than a form of battlefield massage for the opposing nations. Battlefield massage. Reza was momentarily stunned. This was not quite what he had envisioned. Yet recalling the combat prowess of a 4th-tier knight, he paused. Perhaps it was not that archers were weak, but rather that knights and warriors were simply too strong. The power of bows was limited. While they might inflict harm on ordinary individuals, they were little more than a massage to true powerhouses. You have likely never heard of crossbows. Crossbows? As I suspected. You have not. That is understandable. Without a history of bows, crossbows could not possibly exist. However, a common crossbow is only marginally superior to a bow. But a siege crossbow, suddenly, a vision of such a contraption flashed in his mind. Accompanied by the sound of whistling wind and the sight of arrow shafts akin to stone pillars, Reza swallowed hard. No matter how powerful these individuals were, they could not possibly withstand a siege crossbow. Adolf, go fetch Rabiel. Adolf nodded slightly before departing from the study, unwittingly transforming the space into a command center for Rezi. The council chamber had fallen into disuse. My lord, what is a crossbow? A weapon far superior to a bow. By the way, what minimum force would be required to injure you? Kalma truly found himself at a loss for an answer. Haven't you ever been injured? To be specific, I believe that only a particularly potent 4th-level magic could harm me. 4th-level magic? Such as? The fire burst spell. I once witnessed a fire mage cast it, effortlessly piercing through 2 buildings. The residual heat was enough to instill dread. Such magic should be capable of breaching my aura defenses and inflicting genuine damage upon me. Reflecting on that moment, Kalma answered with conviction. 2 buildings, at least 8 walls. Is that not a bit exaggerated? Although the current architectural designs lack steel and concrete, the notion that a single spell could penetrate 8 walls left one feeling quite helpless in the face of a mage's might. Well, let us endeavor to try it out, Rezi remarked, shaking his head, and began sketching on the blueprint. The knowledge he had acquired previously found unexpected relevance in this backward era. The construction of the siege crossbow was not overly complicated, It simply involved slight modifications to a scaled-up version of a standard crossbow. Naturally, the power of the siege crossbow hinged upon the materials used in its construction. Soon a succinct drawing emerged, drawing Kalma's curious gaze that it bore resemblance to a cart, complete with 3 wheels. "My lord, come in." "Robiel, can you ascertain whether this can be fabricated by all the craftsmen in the artisan guild?" "Let me take a look." Robiel did not respond immediately. Instead, he examined Ree's blueprint with great care before nodding affirmatively. "Can it be made?" "Yes. Structurally, it is not difficult, and given their skills, they can certainly construct it. However, could you enlighten me on its specific purpose?" Chapter 26. The Artisan Guild, Part 1. Certainly, the principle is quite simple. You are familiar with bows and arrows, I presume? Indeed. Robiel nodded, as many hunters still possess bows in their homes. The principle is akin to that of a bow. It utilizes a winch to draw back the bowstring, which is otherwise beyond human capability, and subsequently propels an arrow magnified countless times, thereby serving to inflict harm. Rees briefly elucidated the other components to Robiel, who quickly grasped the concept, though the bow's arms would impose stringent requirements on his blacksmithing skills. If you have any further questions, feel free to approach me at any time. There is no rush. As long as it can be made, that is sufficient. Understood, my lord. Robiel took the blueprint and exited the estate. The blacksmith shop tasked with his repairs had yet to be completed, so any work had to be conducted at the original shop. Time passed swiftly, from the moment invitations were dispatched to the arrival of various nobles. Merely 5 days elapsed. All viscounts and barons awaited Ree's invitation, and upon receiving their envelopes, they hastened to Rost. Naturally, there remained a considerable interval before the banquet commenced, for other earls and marquises from distant regions could not arrive within such a short span. Rees found it impolite to ignore these nobles. Nearly every day, someone arrived bearing gifts, sharing a cup of tea with him, and the sheer volume of tea consumed nearly left him intoxicated. Yet he could not refuse their company. "Today, I presume no nobles will visit, correct?" "Well, perhaps," Adolphe replied awkwardly. Rees had already met 5 barons. Had those barons not been so self-aware, he would have been obliged to remain in the estate all day. "Damn it, can't these people grant me a moment's respite?" "That seems unlikely to be. By the way, I just received word that Count Rosval might arrive in Rost today. The deal you wish to personally greet him outside the city. Is the news reliable?" "Not entirely. I am unsure whether the Count will stop at any towns along the way." "What is his relationship with the Wells family?" "Quite average. There is hardly any interaction, and territorial disputes occasionally arise. To be frank, his visit may merely be out of respect for the Marquis." Adolphe candidly stated the reality. Then why should I bother meeting him? Let us forego that." Rees stretched, lacking any inclination to engage in idle conversation with such individuals. "If there are no pressing matters, I shall not receive visitors today." "My lord, is that truly advisable?" Adolphe looked somewhat discomfited. "What does it matter? I am their superior. I am fatigued today." "Enough said. Prepare the carriage for the Artisan Guild. I wish to see how those individuals are progressing." "Yes," Adolphe acquiesced, having come to understand Ree's character well enough. He would rarely engage in matters devoid of personal gain, and his actions were primarily guided by his own preferences. Were it not for the prospect of receiving double gifts from the nobles, he would have had no desire to meet any of them. "Eileen, Ife, do you wish to accompany your brother outside?" Upon reaching the courtyard, he found the 2 girls engaged in a game of house with wooden dolls, which Rees had specially commissioned from the carpenters. Although the craftsmanship was somewhat lacking, the dolls, adorned with custom-made dresses by a seamstress, resembled simplified Barbie dolls, and the 2 girls had become utterly engrossed in them over the past few days. In terms of toys, Rees had an abundance of ideas. He possessed countless board games, and creating a toy store in the future was not out of the question. However, given Rost's purchasing power, a toy store would hardly prove lucrative and thus remained absent from Rees' current plans. "Do you wish to go out?" Eileen's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Rees. It had been quite some time since their last outing, and the little girl had longed for another adventure. "Brother, can we go out?" Ife inquired hesitantly after a moment's thought, being more contemplative than Eileen. "Certainly. Change your clothes, and we shall be off that I have a delightful destination in mind. Yay! We finally get to go out? When he helped me change? Of course, my lady. The maid promptly followed the exuberant Eileen. Ife cast a curious glance at Rezi, but said nothing further, following suit. Brother, I want to eat that. Peering through the curtain at the steaming pastries outside, Eileen could not contain her excitement. Kalma, purchase some of that roadside food. Yes, my lord. Kalma exchanged a glance, and a servant promptly dismounted to begin the purchases. My lord, those vendors refused to accept payment, stating they wish for the count to sample their wares. Refusing payment? Let them be. Just procure a small quantity, as Eileen and Ife cannot consume much. Rezi paused, fully aware of the townsfolk's sentiments. He had no intention of rejecting their gratitude. Being beloved by the people was a fortunate circumstance, and distancing himself from them would be unwise. Soon, an array of delectable foods was delivered, and as the paper bags were opened, delightful aromas wafted forth. These were meticulously selected items from the shopkeepers, and the generous portions warmed Rezi's heart. We have arrived at the Artisan Guild. Robiel greets the esteemed Count. Rise. How is the progress on the project? As Rezi disembarked from the carriage, he carefully lifted each girl down, both clutching bags of food, with Ife maintaining an air of dignity befitting a young lady. Eileen, however, paid little mind to decorum, preoccupied with her snacks. The model has been completed, and we are currently fabricating the components. You mentioned selecting the most suitable materials, thus we have been testing their resilience. Taking your time is acceptable. The power must be substantial. Lead me to see the progress. Yes. Upon entering the courtyard, Rezi beheld workers diligently engaged in their tasks. News of the Artisan Guild had spread throughout Rost, attracting numerous craftsmen eager to undergo assessment, though only a select few managed to pass. The certification issued by the guild was highly coveted among workers, as it entitled them to receive a gold coin annually, a considerable bonus. My lord, continue your work. Do not mind me. This was not Rezi's first visit, and while the workers appeared somewhat apprehensive, they did not abandon their tools. This must be the crossbow cart, but why does it have 4 wheels? My lord, while 3 wheels would suffice, we opted for 4 to enhance stability. Additionally, we incorporated a rear axle for easier directional control. Very well done. Whose idea was this? Rezi inquired with a smile, noting the collective creativity that had flourished among the workers. Chapter 27. The Artisan Guild, Part 2. Well, what is it? Is there something you cannot disclose? Rezi regarded Robiel with curiosity. He bore no anger. My lord, this method was conceived by my son. Your son? Is he a blacksmith as well? No, he is not. He has yet to pass the blacksmithing examination. Robiel shook his head, his gaze cautious as he regarded Rezi. He feared that the involvement of someone who was not a blacksmith in this project might lead to inquiries, and the potential consequences of such scrutiny were unfathomable. His current position left him feeling insecure, and he dreaded Rezi's wrath. Is that so? Even a non-blacksmith can have such ideas that is he currently in the Artisan Guild. A smile crept onto Rezi's lips. In the newly constructed blacksmith's workshop. Bring him over to see me. Yes. Yes, Robiel stammered slightly. Rest assured, I am not here to cause trouble for your son. I am merely curious about the mind that conceives such an idea. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing Leja's words, Robiel immediately breathed a sigh of relief and hurried off towards the workshop. The Craftsmen's Guild had many extensions, with various workshops under construction. The guild did not engage in the production of everyday tools. Those artisans who entered were primarily dedicated to the development of new technologies. Passing the guild's examination merely granted one a certificate of qualification. Entry into the guild required Leja's approval. Soon, a young man with dark skin and a robust physique was brought into the courtyard by Robiel. My lord, this is my son Vok. How old is he? 14. So young. Leja was taken aback. Vok did indeed appear somewhat older. Spending long hours assisting Robiel in the forge had rendered Vok's physique quite sturdy, hardly resembling that of a typical 14-year-old. Was the idea of the 4-wheel design yours? Yes, my lord, that I designed the 4-wheeled crossbow cart based on the concept of a wagon. However, considering the need for agility on the battlefield and effective shooting, I made appropriate modifications to the front wheels. Unlike a wagon, It can change direction freely, controlled by a rear lever that governs the cart's trajectory. A commendable idea. I shall reward you with 3 gold coins. Robier, make a note of this. My lord, there is no need for that. It is our duty to devise innovative methods. How could we accept your lordship's reward? This is not your invention, since it was your son's idea. You need not refuse on his behalf. These 3 gold coins are for your son, Vok, and do not entertain thoughts of exploiting him for the reward. My lord, I do not desire the 3 gold coins. Might I request some other form of reward? How audacious, Vok! How dare you make demands in the presence of the esteemed lord? Robier was flabbergasted. This impudent boy's demeanor was indeed too wild. While Leja appeared amiable, he was nonetheless a noble earl, and the whims of aristocrats were often perplexing. Robier feared for his son's well-being. 3 gold coins, though not a fortune, should suffice to procure what you wish. I am curious. What do you desire? Metal, a type of black metal from the earl's mine. Metal? Leja regarded the lad in confusion that he indeed possessed a private mine, though its yield was not particularly high. Each year, the accumulated minerals remained unsold. Maintaining and protecting one's territory often necessitated the use of force, and the value of metal was not easily gauged. Well, my lord, I sneaked into the mine a few days ago. You rascal! What nonsense are you spouting? Robier was stunned. Trespassing in a mine was illegal, and this foolish boy had spoken without restraint. Yet, to Robier's astonishment, Leja did not seem angered. Rather, he listened with keen interest. I discovered a peculiar metal in the mine. Distinct from iron ore, this metal is challenging to melt, yet possesses greater toughness than steel. You once told my father to choose fine materials for crafting the crossbow cart, to enhance the arrow's power. The materials used for the bow arms are crucial, hence I thought of this highly resilient metal. What are the results? How effective is it? Leja's eyes widened. This lad truly was remarkable. I have yet to test its efficacy. The quantity of metal I have is too limited. So, Vok sheepishly scratched his bald head. Can you bring that metal for me to examine? Certainly. Leja crouched down to inspect a lump of the black substance on the ground, hard and unyielding, with no prior knowledge of this metal in his mind. Kalma, immediately take a team to the storage and bring all of this black metal here. All of it? Yes. I am eager to see whether this material enhances the crossbow cart's performance. Kalma nodded and promptly departed the Craftsmen's Guild. Upon witnessing Leja's command, Vok could barely contain his exhilaration. He had been troubled by how to acquire this black metal, and now Leja was delivering it to him. Why has this lad not become a craftsman? Does he lack interest in blacksmithing? Leja queried Robier with curiosity. Both his grandfather and father were blacksmiths. As a grandson, he had no reason not to inherit this skill. No, my lord. This lad's strength is insufficient to pass the blacksmith's examination. Crafting suitable ironware demands considerable physical strength. Is that so? We shall have to improve this fellow's diet. Additionally, grant him a blacksmith certificate directly. My lord. Really? Thank you, my lord. Vok could hardly restrain himself, nearly rushing forward to embrace Leja, but paused, mindful of the proprieties. This comical gesture prompted a chuckle from Leja. Robier, have you prepared the items I requested? Yes, they are ready, though the weapons will take some additional time. Hasten, for time is of the essence. I wish to surprise that girl. Yes. My lord, when Kalma brings the metal, you may commence your research that I shall take my leave. With that, Leja made his way to the front entrance. Aileen was still eating, unaware that Ethel had also begun to sneak bites of food. Brother, I want to go out and play. Very well. I shall take you to a delightful place now. Come along, Adolf. The trio boarded the carriage, and with the protection of knights, a grand procession marched down the road. Upon seeing the Earl's emblem, many people immediately stepped aside, offering a reverent salute. Chapter 28. The Minotaur, Part 1. Construction had not ceased. Even from a distance, Leja could hear the worker shouts that he had summoned nearly all the slaves. What is this place? Aileen asked, gazing curiously at the construction site ahead. A school, the place where you will study in the future. Aileen, do you wish to learn? Learn, acquire knowledge. Aileen does not like learning etiquette. The little girl quickly shook her head. she engaged in daily lessons with Ethel, as was the duty of a young noblewoman. "You stubborn child," Leja sighed, though he did not dwell on it too long. This school was meant to cultivate talent in various fields. Knowledge was the ladder to human progress. This was one of the few maxims Leja held in his mind. At this rate, constructing the school within 2 months seems quite challenging. "Are there no more slaves nearby, Adolf?" "My lord, the scale of the academy you wish to establish is immense. Besides the teaching buildings, dining hall, and dormitories, facilities like meeting rooms, basketball courts, and soccer fields cannot be completed in such a short time. Have I perhaps overestimated things? Yet a school without these amenities hardly resembles a school." "My lord, you may refer to the Imperial Academy. The facilities you mentioned are virtually non-existent, that a school requires only 2 essentials: students and teachers." A glance at Adolf confirmed Leja's understanding. He merely wished to incorporate some novel elements. In a different world, perspectives naturally diverged. Leja believed there was no need to slowly develop the school's history. Schools in the 21st century had undergone improvements over thousands of years worldwide and were unlikely to falter significantly. Setting aside economics, nurturing the moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor capabilities of the common folk in his territory was indeed vital. Of course, this could foster a well-rounded worldview among the commoners and slaves, somewhat detrimental to feudal rule. Yet for Leja, a modern individual, did it truly matter? Not in the slightest. He harbored no ambition for everyone to bow before him. "My lord, trouble is afoot. There is something you must address." Even from afar, Leja recognized the distinct, magnetic voice of August. The sound of hooves drew nearer as the knight leaped before Leja, his movements as flamboyant as a stunt performer. "Is it truly necessary to be in such a rush? Is it the dwarves attacking, or perhaps the king?" Neither." August looked at Leja in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the situation. "Speak, what is it?" "My lord, the nearby Kansmung Minotaur tribe has brought all its Minotaurs to Rost, and they are now blocking the city gates, wishing to enter." August wiped the sweat from his brow. The sight he had encountered earlier nearly compelled him to draw his sword. However, recalling the recent decree issued by Leja, August could only find ways to maintain order. "Minotaurs, those creatures with the heads of bulls? Interesting. Adolf, take the young ladies for a stroll in the streets. August, lead me to the city gates." "Yes." Before Adolf could process the command, Leja mounted his horse and galloped toward the city gates. Leja's former master had mastered horsemanship at the age of 14, as the path of a noble knight was generally laid out by family arrangements. Although Toll had no time for management, Rez had learned a little of what he needed to know. A few knights cautiously guarded Rez on either side, skillfully controlling their steeds. "It's the Count! The Count has arrived." The city guards, who had seen Rez many times before, naturally recognized him as he approached. "Why is the city gate been closed?" "My lord, those Minotaurs are uncertain allies. Allowing them entry without caution could incite chaos." "Are they numerous?" "Not particularly. There are only about 70 adult Minotaurs. But their combat prowess should not be underestimated if a conflict were to arise." "Are there any children or female Minotaurs?" "Yes. Open the gate." But August hesitated, yet the look on Rez's face compelled him to issue the order to the soldiers. Creak! The heavy city gate was swiftly pulled open, and the observing civilians immediately ducked behind buildings. However, curiosity about the Minotaurs lingered, and they peered through the cracks in the walls towards the gate. Clad in tattered animal hides that enveloped their glossy black skin, only their robust legs and defined abdomens were visible. Their physique was indeed twice the size of an average adult human, shattering Rez's preconceived notions of Minotaurs. "I am Labadel, chief of the Kansimon Minotaur tribe. Where is your lord?" The breath from his nostrils hissed out, and his coarse voice sent shivers down the spine. Clearly, this tribal leader was not well versed in human language. "Esteemed Minotaur chief, I am Count Rezi, the very individual you seek to meet." The shorter Minotaur beside him immediately leaned in to whisper to the imposing chief, whose bulging eyes scrutinized Rezi with bewilderment. In terms of physique, even the soldiers nearby surpassed Rezi in stature. Labadel struggled to comprehend how such a frail figure could ascend to leadership. "Is it truly you?" "Bah!" A light sound echoed as an iron rod struck the Minotaur's horn, causing Rise to wince in sympathy. Elder! Labadel glared at the old Minotaur behind him in displeasure. You, young one, we have come to ally with humans. Such an attitude is unacceptable. Elder. Labadel plaintively rubbed his horn. Turning to face Rise, his expression softened. My lord, we have heard that you do not reject other races and even permit them to reside in Rost. Is this true? Indeed, it is true, provided you adhere to the laws of Rost. Rise smiled at the elder Minotaur, whose piercing gaze was rather intimidating. My lord, the Kansimon Minotaur tribe is willing to follow your command from this day forth. The elder bowed his head reverently, and the Minotaurs behind him followed suit. Labadel, after a moment of internal conflict, eventually lowered his gaze as well. May I inquire why your tribe seeks to ally with humans? This is not a decision made lightly. Chapter 29, The Minotaurs, Part 2, Since you are willing to accept us. There is no need for concealment. Elder, silence. The elder Minotaur shot a glare at Labadel. Standing nearby, Rise could discern that the elder held greater authority than the tribal chief. This group of Minotaurs resided in a relatively large, distant tribe, avoiding human settlements. Even Rise had not considered developing that area. However, with winter approaching and this year's poor harvest, the tribe had deliberated and concluded that their only option was to seek refuge with Rise. News of Rise laws had spread throughout Kumnaz County. Although some details were exaggerated, the tale of the elven beauty salon had sparked interest among various non-human races in visiting Rost, with the Kansimon Minotaur tribe being the first to act upon it. Very well, you may temporarily settle in Rost. However, there are currently no suitable accommodations for your size. My lord, we are aware of this. We do not require entry into Rost, merely a place to camp outside the city. Indeed, that is the most prudent course of action. Though I issued the decree, the immediate acceptance of you by humans may pose some challenges. For now, you may stay outside. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know, and I will provide it. You are truly a generous lord. During this time, you may freely enter and exit Rost. But for safety reasons, your weapons may be temporarily confiscated upon entry. Of course, we will comply with your wishes. August, lead your knights to assist these friends. Should they need anything, they may come to my estate or seek Lorien. Yes. My lord. August nodded, still harboring some suspicion, but he would not defy Rise's orders. Labadel cast a deep glance at Rise and took a few steps forward, prompting the surrounding knights to draw their swords. Stand down. Bah! He unfastened his battle axe and cast it aside. Labadel knelt before Rise, his heavy breaths palpable, carrying an unpleasant odor. Oral hygiene was not a common practice among humans, let alone these more primitive orc tribes. Labadel thanks you for your selfless grace. May Alba forever bless you. Rise could not comprehend the words spoken. Yet the Minotaur's humble demeanor conveyed gratitude. With Rise's approval, the Minotaurs soon chose a spacious area near Rost to establish their home. The surrounding forest provided ample timber, and while they initially intended to build traditional dwellings, Rise sent several carpenters to assist with planning that it would not do for the Minotaurs to construct mere tents, as that would appear rather shabby. You have again undertaken an incomprehensible course of action. It seems that Adolf intends for you to assist with managing the Wells family affairs. Rise glanced up at Lorien. Ever since he had expressed a desire to meet with the financial manager, Adolf had been conspicuously arranging for Lorien to appear before him. Rise was well aware of the old steward's intentions. You have yet to address my inquiries. Have you encountered those Minotaurs? I just met their chief. What is your impression of them? Rise paused, tapping his pen against his knee. His eyes narrowed with a smile as he regarded the future steward of the Wells family. Shall I speak candidly? Yes. Foolish, coarse, lacking in manners. Are those all negative descriptors? I perceive no virtues in these beings. Rise glanced at Lorien, rapping his knuckles on the wooden table before speaking. My impression of them is utterly different from yours. Naive, simple-hearted, forthright. These Minotaurs can actually be quite valuable laborers, provided they are obedient. Their sheer physicality speaks volumes. And in terms of cunning, they appear refreshingly straightforward, devoid of the deceitful tendencies often seen in humans. You suggest they are superior to humans? Not at all. I merely wish to convey that they are not inferior. You cannot judge the nature of a race based on first impressions. Have you forgotten the elves? Lorien frowned. I certainly have not forgotten. But when I encountered those Minotaurs, I felt an inexplicable sense of kinship, as I had once served in a tribe. Rezi gazed nostalgically at the wooden table, yearning for a time that could never return. What? There is no need for you to understand. Provide them with the utmost assistance in their areas of need, and arrange farmland and seeds for them. Lorien struggles to grasp your intentions. Should the king learn of this, certain council members will surely speak ill of you. Colluding with other races? Do not overestimate my significance. I recall that the only hostile nation to the Holy Empire is that group of dwarves. Handle these matters as you see fit. Just keep a ledger of how many gold coins are spent. And do not bring every little issue to me. Also, if your father returns, have him come to see me. Understood? What? The Minotaurs have entered Rost? What a joke. This dialogue had become the daily chatter among the common folk in Rost, as one could even spot the burly Minotaurs clad in cloth garments while walking the streets. Minotaurs, those with horns atop their heads. This jest was not amusing, though it was difficult to accept. The presence of the Minotaur tribe in Rost had become common knowledge among the townspeople. Has that scoundrel not yet arrived? My lord, it would be prudent not to refer to him in such a manner before Count Rosval. I will overlook the fact that he stood me up yesterday, but if he fails to show today, inform Colmar to prevent that scoundrel from entering Rost. Rather than waiting, it felt more like an act of gratitude towards the Count. The previous day, Rezi had nearly cancelled all noble meetings in order to host Count Rosval, yet he still accepted gifts from the nobility. Although some expressed dissatisfaction, they ultimately had to swallow their grievances. As hosting a count was on an entirely different level than their affairs, Adio not even mention how jubilant Lesia was yesterday. He managed to divert the scorn onto Rosvar. Did Lobadil attend his studies today? Indeed, under the arrangement of Elder Nurhat, nearly all the Tauren have gone to learn human script. Elder Nurhat mentioned that he wishes to find a moment to express his gratitude to you. That old fellow is always talking about gratitude. Yet there are no tangible actions to show for it. What is the commotion outside? It seems Count Rosvar has arrived. Listening to the thunderous sound of iron hooves outside, Adolf could only manage a bitter smile. Uncertain of what would transpire next. Chapter 30. The Conflict, Part 1. Dressed in resplendent silver armor, the knight leisurely cleared the way ahead, while a carriage gradually rolled onto the street from behind. The spectacle was more extravagant than that of Count Rost's usual outings. The flamboyant attire of the two spirited steeds at the front of the carriage was enough to render onlookers hesitant to gaze directly. Many recognized the numerous insignias on the knight's breastplate, identifying him as one of Count Rosvar's knights from a neighboring dominion. Is he here to provoke the count? Kalma observed the scene from a distance. Due to Lesia's insistence, the knights of Rost had no intention of welcoming the count. Goodness, he wouldn't dare block the city gates, would he? Having followed Lesia for quite some time, Kalma inadvertently mimicked his speech. His concerns were soon validated as ranks of knights formed directly in front of the shops, with the carriage halting in between. The knights fixated on the front, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding chatter. Commander, what shall we do now? What else can we do? You remain here, and I shall return to inform the count. With that, Kalma urged his steed swiftly towards the manor. My lord, do not fret. Have a seat and enjoy a cup of tea first. This. Kalma momentarily hesitated, seeing the leisurely demeanor of Lesia. The words he initially intended to voice were swallowed back. Has that fellow Rosvar arrived? Indeed, Count Rosvar has blocked the gates, and it appears he wishes for you to personally greet him. Carefully observing Lesia's reaction while holding a teacup, Kalma continued. Me, greet him? Humph. That scoundrel might have had a chance before he stood me up, but not now, that he either comes or he can leave. With a disdainful snort, Lesia made it clear that he would not seek discomfort that account himself, and on his own territory, Rosvar's audacity was either a sign of madness or an attempt to bully this newly appointed count, underestimating his fortitude simply due to youth. Perhaps he had never heard the saying that the fearless newborn calf knows no fear of the tiger. My lord Kalma, you need not persuade the count. It would be best to go out and manage the situation. Adolf whispered softly to Kalma. a wry smile on his face. But Kalma's expression stiffened. He felt ill-equipped to handle the matter, as the other party was a count that he could not possibly engage in conflict with one that Walasia was one to handle. A mere knight's involvement could lead to a most awkward situation. Kalma, act boldly. If that rogue dares to cause trouble, have them all arrested. Understood. Kalma left the study, genuinely worried that Rosvar might act irrationally, which would lead to an even more awkward situation. My lord, do you truly intend to confront Count Rosvar? There is nothing to confront or not confront. However, if he insists on throwing himself into the line of fire, that is beyond my control, that I am actually hoping for a situation that could elevate my reputation. Leisure replied with a calm smile that a disturbance. That was precisely what he awaited. This freshly minted count sought to establish his authority, making the nobles of the Wells territory recognize who the true lord was. The carriage lingered at the city gates for nearly an hour. Perhaps sensing the growing dissatisfaction, the curtains of the carriage were gradually drawn back, revealing a middle-aged man clad in lavish attire, his expression stern as he descended with the help of his servants. It seems this young count lacks refinement. My lord, if the Count Lesia hears this. So what if he hears? After traveling from my dominion to here, does this fellow not even come out to greet me? With a disdainful snort, Rosvar's dissatisfaction became evident. The surrounding servants could only offer wry smiles, unsure of how to respond. My lord, if Count Lesia does not come, shall we wait indefinitely? Rosvar fell silent for a moment, realizing that Lesia might indeed choose not to appear. Staying here would only serve to embarrass himself. His gaze naturally drifted to the side, where he spotted a monstrous creature with the head of a bull. Tauren, is it possible that the rumors of Rost harboring an alien race are true? His mouth opened, and a smirk crept onto his lips. Mar, bring that alien to me. The silver-armored knight, stationed nearby, heard the command and promptly dismounted, striding towards the Tauren. This action naturally drew the attention of other knights from Rost. Montasha observed the approaching knight with mild curiosity, and upon seeing his gesture, she did not resist that in Rost. Obeying orders was mandated by both the chief and the elders, and she had no intention of opposing the armored humans. Although Mar found it odd that she complied so readily, this was neither the time nor place to ponder such matters, as he turned and led the Tauren towards Rosvar. My lord, I have brought them. Humph. An alien. How audacious. How dare you tread upon human lands? Mar, slay it. Rosvar scoffed coldly. As you command, my lord. Without further ado, Mar drew his knight's sword, startling Montasha. However, recalling her lord's words, she did not attempt to flee. How dare you? To act with such insolence in Rost. A booming roar echoed before the knight even arrived, as a long sword suddenly struck, sending Mar's weapon flying from his grasp and creating a small crater upon impact. Kalma, it has been a while. Since when did you grow so bold as to act against the Count in his presence? Flexing his wrist, Mar noted that the previous attack had caused no harm. Sneering at the approaching Kalma. Count? The Count is in the manor. Someone quickly escort this friend away. I dare anyone to try. Mar retorted with a cold scoff, leaving the approaching soldiers momentarily frozen, unsure of how to proceed as they looked to Kalma for guidance. What? Mar, do you intend to cause a ruckus in Rost? Kalma, open your eyes and see who this is. I care not who you are. Once you enter Rost, you must abide by the law. If you dare to cause a disturbance, it is my duty to expel you. You! Mar was taken aback. Is this the will of Count Lesia? Rosvar's face darkened. How dare a mere knight come to face him like this? It was clear that this was Lesia's stance. My lord has said nothing, but your actions are in violation of Rost laws. You may either behave yourself or leave. Mar, go to Count Lesia's manor. Let us see who dares to stop you. Patting Mar's shoulder, Rosvar leisurely climbed onto his carriage. The surrounding gazes made his face burn with embarrassment, and he feared that he might lose his composure if he lingered any longer. Chapter 31. The Conflict, Part 2, without a second thought. Mar mounted his steed, and the soldiers and knights flanking him automatically formed a protective circle around the carriage, bracing themselves for any potential confrontation. Kalma felt a surge of frustration. Alas! With a resigned sigh. He had hoped for a peaceful patrol through the city, But it seemed that even before the banquet had commenced, trouble had already emerged. What else could he do? Chill. The surge of energy erupted, a piercing sound wave rippling through the air, resonating throughout Rost. Before anyone could react, the ground began to tremble violently as a multitude of shield-bearers surged forth from all directions, so many that Mar felt a chill run down his spine. They had only brought 40 knights, yet the number of soldiers encircling them had already exceeded several hundred and continued to swell. Hooray! The synchronized and powerful shouts echoed throughout Rost as the infantry raised their shields, effectively encircling Rosvar's knights. Observing the rising tension, Mar's expression darkened significantly. It was clear that this was no jest. Should they charge forward, he knew Kalma would undoubtedly take action, as evidenced by the formidable display before them. Sweat dripped from his forehead. Although he was a 5th-level knight, he was uncertain if he could match Kalma in a direct confrontation, especially with other 4th-level knights from Rost present. My lord, damn it! Has this man lost his mind? Does he truly believe that Rosvar is a soft target? Anger etched across his face. Rosvar swore at that moment he longed to return home and summon all his knights to charge into Wells' territory. But was that realistic? Certainly not. The king would not consent, and their true lord of Cumnaz County would not allow it either. What now? Let us retreat. My lord, since Leja shows such blatant disrespect, I shall not let him escape unscathed. Upon my return, I will ensure that he understands the consequences of such foolish behavior for the Wells family. With a disdainful snort, it was not that he wished to retreat, but the knights surrounding him had stripped away his sense of security. That as the confrontation approached, it was certain that Rizel's subordinates would not kill him, but they would undoubtedly teach him a lesson. As a count, he could not afford to lose face, especially given that it was Roswald who had acted unreasonably from the outset. Mar awkwardly scratched his head, glancing at Colmar and the other knights nearby, before shrugging that he certainly did not wish to engage in a fight, yet leaving in such a manner would cause him some embarrassment, not to mention that Count Roswald would suffer even greater humiliation. Colmar, since Count Rizel is unwilling to come out and greet us, my lord shall not linger here any longer. However, your hospitality has been quite unexpected. We shall leave the gifts behind, no need to see us off. Who on earth would want to see you off? Just hurry along. Colmar felt an urge to voice this sentiment, but his heart finally eased. Avoiding a conflict was indeed a blessing. Though somewhat impolite, Rizel would manage the aftermath, and he naturally would not care. He raised his hand to signal the infantry to withdraw, and soon a path opened up. Mar exchanged a meaningful glance with Colmar, grasped the reins, and turned towards the city gates, followed closely by the knights and carts. Moments later, the shield-bearers dispersed, leaving only a few large chests on the street. Take everything to the Count's manor. Colmar waved his hand, and soldiers promptly stepped forward to lift the chests, thus bringing an end to the farce on the street. Have they truly departed? With a look of skepticism, he regarded Colmar. To be fair, Rizel had indeed intended to use this incident to eliminate Count Roswald. Trespassing on a lord's territory and making a ruckus could very well justify a killing. Rizel certainly lacked the audacity to lead a troop of knights to provoke another lord's domain. Such an act would not be a demonstration, but sheer folly. They have left. Is that cowardice I see? Could one blame him for being cautious? Colmar felt a flush of embarrassment. He had nearly crumbled under the pressure of that scene. Leading troops to intimidate a count was perhaps the most reckless thing he had ever done in his life. My lord, is it truly wise to offend a count in such a manner? It hardly counts as an offense. Merely a disruption of trade relations. Rizel should lack the courage to raise an army at this point. Though I have embarrassed him, the Wells family is undoubtedly more powerful than he, and engaging in battle would be tantamount to courting death. A count should not be so foolish. Adolf was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Rizel had considered so many factors. His primary concern was that Roswald might retaliate militarily. Although the Holy Empire had achieved unification, incidents that caused loss of face were typically overlooked by the Empire. Matters between territories were inherently delicate. As long as they did not interfere with the interests of higher lords, no one would meddle in such troublesome affairs. My lord, halting trade with the nearby territories may significantly impact the Wells family's income. That is to be expected. The effects are mutual. If we cease trade with Roswald, we can still conduct business with Alfred. Even if that fails, isn't there still a lord in Muskin? The Wells territory is not solely dependent on that fellow. Rizel shook his head, having never worried about trade relations thus far. Such trivial concerns were far less pressing than the successful cultivation of potatoes, especially as the weather grew colder. Whether they could still be successfully planted remained uncertain. Despite his servants attempting to create a greenhouse as best they could, the gap between that and modern technology was simply too vast. By the way, my lord, Count Roswald has left behind the gifts he intended to present. That fellow likely had no intention of offering anything of value. Let us go take a look. The group made their way to the hall. And indeed, in terms of volume, this count was not stingy at all. 4 massive wooden chests were neatly arranged in the courtyard. Although Aaron and Eiffel were curious, they had no intention of approaching to open the chests. Open the chests. Everyone else stand back. Be mindful of what may be inside. Rizel was wary of any potential tricks from Roswald. Colmar felt a pang of anxiety at Rizel's words, watching as the servants distanced themselves. His heart racing. Damn it. With knights on alert, if anything were to go awry, they could retreat at a moment's notice. The boxes were soon opened, and no explosions or strange items emerged. Instead, they contained exceedingly peculiar objects, the purpose of which remained unclear. My lord, there are blueprints here. It appears these 4 items require assembly. Then let us piece them together. Perhaps they are toys that I asked this fellow mocking my youth. The idea is quite unique, sending such a large toy over. This was not the first time Rizel had received toys as gifts. Chapter 32. The eve of the banquet, my lord. There is also a letter here. Bring it forth. Upon opening the envelope, it became evident that the most splendid item was this letter in hand, the wax seal adorned with a red gemstone, exuding an air of opulence. What a pretentious nouveau riche. Despite his disdain, Rizel nonetheless pried the gemstone off with determination. It might fetch a handsome price. Upon reading the content of the letter, Rizel's expression stiffened, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The letter's message was quite simple. The puppet theater toy was unwanted by his son, and due to its hard-earned nature, it was gifted to Rizel. The intent to humiliate was painfully clear. However, Rizel would not allow such trivial matters to anger him, though he found it unfortunate that, based on the letter, the item held little monetary value. With the servants' efforts, the items were quickly assembled, and 6 puppets were placed on a stage. Indeed, they were quite exquisite, capturing the interest of Aaron and Eiffel. What are you all doing? My lord, we need to add a suitable amount of water and then burn coal to make the puppets move. A servant stepped forward to explain. Water coal? Though puzzled, Rizel did not delve further, gesturing for the servant to continue. Wow! It's moving! How impressive! Aaron nearly jumped forward in excitement as the 6 puppets began their performance. Though it was a silent play, the fact that it relied on no human effort to operate was astonishing. Almost akin to magic. Water coal power? Wait, why does this seem so familiar? With astonishment etched on his face, Rizel dashed towards the puppet stage, observing the servant stoking the fire to raise the temperature. Steam, power, flame. A steam engine? No way. Rizel felt a flush of embarrassment, yet he already had an answer in mind. This unique mode of operation could only be attributed to a steam engine, facilitating mechanical movement through steam. Adolphe, get Rabiel here at once. Yes, and bring his son along. Under Adolphe's guidance, Rabiel and Vok cautiously entered the manor. Even though it was not their first visit, Rabiel felt a twinge of nervousness. However, Vok was different, knowing Rizel's temperament. He wore a broad smile as he surveyed the manor's interior. My lord, the people have arrived. Count. No need for titles. Do you recognize this? Rizel pointed to the separate steam engine that had been dismantled on the floor. Staring at the scrap metal, Rabiel paused, crouching down to examine it closely. After a long moment, Rabiel stood up and shook his head at Rizel. My lord, I have never seen such a thing, and the craftsmanship of its creator surpasses my own. You don't recognize it? Count. I know where this item comes from. Nonsense, Vok, don't speak recklessly in front of the count. Rabiel shot a glare at his son. Speak. Where does this come from? My lord, this mark is exclusive to goblins. This piece must be of goblin craftsmanship. Goblins. Rizel glanced at the location indicated by Vok, indeed spotting a unique mark resembling a plant. Goblins are highly skilled in crafting specialized items. Have you ever seen a goblin? No, I haven't, but I heard about them from Uncle Otmo. Vok scratched his head. Otmo? Yes. Uncle Otmo once worked as a minor slave for another lord. He encountered a goblin tribe in the mountains and had dealings with them. Where is he now? My lord, Uncle Otmo died in a mining accident a month ago. At the mention of this, Vok's eyes dimmed. Is that so? What a pity. Rizel did not wish to dwell on this topic. The presence of elves, gnolls, and now goblins was quite normal. The colorful diversity of species was one of the hallmarks of the Hill Continent. Take this back to the artisan department for now. If you're interested, you and Vok can conduct some research. Yes, my lord. Discovering the steam engine was indeed a significant breakthrough, as such an invention could propel the era forward. However, it was regrettable that they lacked artisans who understood the principles behind this item. Although Rizel had studied physics, he only grasped the general concept of steam engines and believed he did not possess the capability to create a steam engine or machinery centered around it. As the time for the banquet drew closer, the nearby Rost was evidently bustling with activity, with the bustling presence of Minotaurs creating a unique spectacle. After some time had passed, the common folk had begun to accept the existence of Minotaurs, as their amiable nature made them quite endearing. Despite their somewhat fearsome appearance, that in the 2 days leading up to the grand banquet, one of the protagonists awaited by Leja, Count Alfred, arrived in Rost. Following the recent ousting of Rosval, all the nobles became rather subdued, and Count Alfred was no exception. That it was presumed that Leja would not come forth to greet him. However, upon seeing the cavalry arrayed at the city gates, Alfred could not help but smile, even from a distance. What was this? It was a matter of reputation. Leja had not accorded deference to another count, but had instead honored him, which brought Alfred great comfort and joy. As the carriage drew near, Alfred alighted without hesitation. Is that the esteemed Count Leja? He inquired, glancing at the young man surrounded by knights. With a beaming smile, Alfred took his lovely wife by the arm and approached Leja. Dear Count Leja, it is a pleasure to meet you, the first person I encounter upon my arrival in Rost. Ha ha, the pleasure is mine, Count Alfred. Leja replied with a gentle smile. Alfred appeared to be under 50 years of age. Unlike Leja, Alfred was not an hereditary count, but rather one appointed by the current king, representing a faction of considerable strength, and he was the most influential count in the county of Kumnas. I trust that you and your lady must be weary after such a long journey. I have prepared a feast featuring the culinary delights of Rost for you both at the Wells Manor. Shall we proceed? Indeed, Alfred responded with a slight smile, although there was a significant age difference between him and Leja. Alfred held no condescending thoughts toward him. From his tax reductions to his acceptance of foreign tribes, Leja's reputation had long preceded him. Both actions were deemed reckless, and opinions on Leja's conduct were polarized, foolishly reckless or profoundly strategic, regardless. Both perspectives served to elevate Leja's status. Chapter 33. A midnight plea for help. Stand ready. Nights are approaching. In the dark of night, Lork could see a herd of galloping horses from a distance. A rarity in Rost that it was late, and the watchful soldiers immediately roused their companions. The night was cold, and the soldiers had to muster their spirits to grasp their weapons. Captain, they are still drawing near. Warning! Command them to halt immediately. Lork raised a hand, as only vague silhouettes were discernible in the darkness. The approaching knights were few in number, and there was no immediate need to raise an alarm. Several soldiers, obeying orders, hastily retrieved seldom-used bows and lit a few flaming arrows, preparing to launch them toward the knight's direction. Whoosh, whoosh, a series of flaming arrows arced through the air, landing in the barren land. Should Leja witness this scene, he would undoubtedly emerge to reprimand them, as the area was overrun with wild grasses and trees, and the dry weather could easily lead to a catastrophic fire. Captain, they have yet to stop. Prepare to meet them. Lork frowned, unable to ascertain the intentions of the approaching party, especially since civilians were prohibited from entering Rost at night. I am a knight in service to Marquis Gabriel. I have urgent matters to discuss with Count Leja. The voice nearly drowned out the surrounding chirps of insects. Lork squinted and raised his hand, causing the knights to lower their raised spears. What proof do you have? This is the insignia of the Black Thunder Knights. The Marquis was ambushed by ogres en route. I implore Count Rezi to send reinforcements immediately. Lord caught the metal badge that soared through the air. The dark shield emblazoned with the Ahen family crest was genuine, while it could be forged. Such matters were beyond his purview. Immediately send word to inform the Count. The city gates remained closed, and the approaching black-armored knights did not recklessly advance toward the gates. What is the matter? Why such urgency? Adolf, awakened from slumber, gazed quizzically at Kalma, who was clad in armor. It was indeed unusual to visit the Count's manor at such an hour. Quickly, we must see the Count. The Marquis has been attacked en route. The Marquis attacked. Is this confirmed? Adolf shivered, the remnants of sleep vanishing instantly. It has not yet been confirmed, but the messenger is a knight of the Black Thunder Knights. It should not be false. Kalma shook his head, equally bewildered by the late-night disturbance and the current situation. Follow me. We shall see the Count at once. Awakened in the dead of night, Rezi was plunged into contemplation. Kalma and Adolf stood silently by, awaiting orders. An attack on the Marquis was no trivial matter. Was it an attack within the Wells territory? We do not yet know, my lord. Should we dispatch troops for reinforcement? Kalma hesitated before speaking. Yes. We must send them. After all, it was during their journey to attend my banquet that they were assaulted. However, I cannot undertake this alone. Adolf, notify all the nobles in the city immediately. Yes, I shall inform the noble lords at once. Adolf nodded and swiftly exited the room, having ceased upon Rezi's command, as he was well aware that deliberation would yield no clarity. Let us go meet the knights of the Black Thunder Knights. Rising, Rezi donned a heavy coat and cautiously departed the manor in a carriage. My lord, the soldiers stationed by the city wall stood at attention upon seeing Rezi's arrival. Lord, open the side gate. Yes, knight captain. Lower the drawbridge. Creak. The thunderous sound was particularly jarring in the still of night, drawing Rezi's attention to the nearby Minotaur tribe that had gathered around. Lopedal, Rezi called out. Startled, Lopedal jumped up and waved his large axe at Rezi. Count, I am Karoya, a knight in service to Marquis Gabriel. The Marquis was attacked by a tribe of ogres on the road, due to their overwhelming strength. He could only retreat with the other knights to the town of Nicaro. Nicaro? Kalma, do you know where that is? My lord, Nicaro is a remote town to the south of Rost, part of the territory of Viscount McClure. McClure? Is he the one who sent a few female slaves a few days ago? Indeed, my lord. Kalma scratched his head. The beautiful female slaves had all been gifted to him and several other knights by Rezi, leaving Kalma emotionally stirred for several nights. Count, Karoya's face grew tense, unnerved by Rezi's calm demeanor. Do not worry, Kalma. Immediately send 6 knights to notify Augustus and Halson to gather their respective knight orders at the city gates. Understood. Adolf acted swiftly. After Rezi lingered at the gates for a short while, a multitude of nobles arrived with their knights. That a glance at the gathering knights revealed a colorful array of armor illuminated by the flickering flames, creating a unique tableau. Rezi. Rezi turned, curious about the source of the voice, as over 20 burly figures rushed toward him. Lopedal, are we preparing for battle? Rezi, as a member of your domain, do not forget the Kantsman tribe. Lopedal grinned, his robust muscles rippling. You rascal. Rezi chuckled softly, shifting his gaze as the knights quickly surrounded the city gates. Regardless of their intentions, the nobles had brought forth all their knights. Since we are in the territory of Count Rezi, my knights shall now heed his command. So shall mine. My Muckler family's knights shall do likewise. Alfred's declaration ignited a fervor among the crowd, as the nobles loyal to Rezi were ready to showcase their martial prowess. Knights bearing torches swiftly formed a perimeter, with a total of 246 knights joining the rescue effort, including 1 5th-level knight and 6 4th-level knights, thus matching the top-tier knights of Rost in terms of combat capability. Of course, the primary fighting force still stemmed from Rost's 2 knight regiments, totaling 200 soldiers. With the additional noble knights and Minotaurs, the total rose to 500 soldiers, constituting a formidable 50% of Rezi's military strength. It was evident that this rescue did not necessitate such an immense fighting force, indicating that Leja had ulterior motives. Chapter 34. Onward to rescue with the soldiers assembled, Leja had no intention of lingering in Rost any longer. Initially, he did not wish to personally intervene, but after considering various factors, he mounted his warhorse and armed himself with a short sword, prepared to oversee the actual combat. This noble young man possessed little combat prowess. "My lord, during the battle, I shall station guards by your side to ensure your safety. Please refrain from charging into the fray." Kalma, typically unfazed by normal battles, felt differently when it concerned Leja's safety. The ogre tribe was notorious within the county of Kumnaz, known for their formidable physical strength and exceptional magical abilities. Truly a race born for combat, relying primarily on flesh for sustenance, following a notorious incident involving cannibalism. This tribe had become adversarial to humanity. However, since the unification of the Holy Empire, both the ogre tribes and other races had seen their numbers dwindle. This was partly to evade humans and partly due to being eradicated during purges. "Rest assured, I will find a suitable hiding place shortly." Colmar, have you ever had direct contact with ogres? Not at this point. Your combat experience seems rather lacking. With a resigned gesture, he scratched his head. Ever since Tord ascended to the title of Count, Rost has largely lived in a state of peace. The Holy Empire has flourished increasingly, and aside from hunting magical beasts within the mercenary group, he possesses little experience in large-scale conflicts with humanity. A vast throng of individuals galloped swiftly through the night, as Nicaro lay within the territory of the Wells family, the distance not being as far as one might imagine. After nearly 3 hours of riding, they were close to their destination. "My lord, are you unwell?" Colmar inquired with concern as he observed Rezer struggle to dismount from his horse. For such a prolonged ride is no trivial matter for one unaccustomed to physical exertion. "I won't die." His legs felt almost alien to him. This was no automobile ride, and the constant jolting from the horse left Rezer feeling as if his very thighs were on the verge of collapse. Yet he could not voice his fatigue along the way, so he gritted his teeth and persevered. Just ahead lies Nicaro. Stay back during the ensuing battle. I shall lead the knights to assist the Marquis. The distance was considerable, with over 500 formidable knights concealed within the woods. Upon receiving Rezer's command, they would promptly launch an assault on Nicaro. According to the description given by the Black Thunder Knights, the actual combat strength of the ogres amounted to no more than 30, that among them, the most troublesome was an ogre mage, but in the presence of such numbers, the ogres appeared rather insignificant. "Very well, let us proceed, but remember to safeguard yourselves." Colmar was momentarily taken aback, but then warmth filled his heart. Without further ado, he mounted his steed and led the other knights charging toward Nicaro. After nearly 5 minutes of their gallant advance, Rezer heard a thunderous cacophony. The battle cries of the knights reverberated through the earth. With Lorca's assistance, Rezer ascended a rather tall tree, from which he could see the orderly arrangement of flames, a scene he had never witnessed in the real world before. The howling sound stirred Rezer's blood, as everything unfolded before him, though he was not the true commander of the battle. Witnessing his knights surge forth filled him with exhilaration. Boom! A deep blue, lightning bolt struck from the darkened sky, crashing down upon the center of the knights' formation that a number of knights were instantly felled. "Lord, was that lightning magic?" "Indeed, my lord, it must have been cast by the ogre mage. Impressive, that I wonder when such mages will emerge in my territory." The flickering flames mirrored in his eyes, and soon Rezer could only see the faint glow of embers and the sporadic flashes of various auras. "My lord, what are you planning to do?" Lork was taken aback, but by the time he realized it, Rezer had already mounted his horse and charged out of the forest. Without hesitation, the knights behind him swiftly followed suit. As this impetuous count commenced another of his capricious actions. "My lord, those are reinforcements from Count Rezer. I can see that. Those damned ogres." Gabriel gritted his teeth, weariness engulfing him from the prolonged journey and evasion. Upon hearing the knight's charge, he realized salvation was at hand. Before arriving here, he would never have imagined encountering an ogre tribe with a mage. The likelihood was even lower than encountering a dragon. Were it not for the 2 6th-level knights' desperate support, Gabriel would have perished beneath their foes' magic long ago. The birth of ogre mages was rather peculiar. Upon their emergence, they possessed the strength of human mages. The one encountered today was nearly 6 times the size of an adult, with power nearing that of a grand mage. Were it not for their limited magical repertoire, even the 2 6th-level knights would have been reduced to mere ashes by now. Whoosh! A colorless dagger, having absorbed blood, materialized instantaneously. Gabriel lowered his head in disbelief as he gazed at the dagger protruding from his chest. The pain arrived with a slight delay, while the sensation of fatigue was almost immediate. "My lord!" Swish! Several magical arrows pierced through a few individuals in an instant, black magic swiftly igniting them into flames that in the blink of an eye, the guards beside Gabrielle transformed into fireballs. I said I loathe working with this woman. Murder is an art form. Yet she always makes it so grotesque. Enough with the trivialities. The portal won't hold for long. Remove the heart, and we can proceed. What are you so flustered about? With a swift motion, the dagger carved a circle over the heart's location, and with a quick thrust, a hand appeared from thin air, extracting the entire heart. Perfectly executed. Quick, seal it away. With a lingering gaze at the object of fascination in his hand, the figure clad in black skin-tight attire smiled faintly, producing a metallic ice box to contain the still-beating heart. Gabriel could no longer utter a word. In that fleeting moment, he beheld his own heart, seemingly bidding him a final farewell. "Let us depart." Unbeknownst to the knights, resisting the ogres outside, their lord lay sprawled in a pool of blood. The beam of light fused rapidly upon the entrance of the 2 figures, vanishing without a trace. "Is it over, my lord?" Lord could only manage a bitter smile, but he had been exceedingly cautious along this stretch of road, and the strongest among those left to protect Rezi was merely he. A 3rd-level knight, that in the face of genuine peril, self-preservation would prove arduous. Chapter 35. Doubt. Without further ado, Rezi urged his horse directly toward the scene, where the flames had already extinguished. The battle had lasted no more than 20 minutes. As he rode through, the landscape was dotted with charred corpses. Witnessing the devastation of his territory, McClure felt as though he might vomit blood. When had his domain become plagued by such a formidable ogre tribe? The thought alone was terrifying. "My lord, what is the situation? How fares the Marquis?" "My lord, take me to him." Observing Colmar's pallid expression, Rezi surmised some troubling news. This world exceeded his comprehension, yet conformed to it in equal measure. Indeed, ogres bore striking similarities to the magical beasts. They were massive in stature, their skin color distinctly different from that of humans. Nicaro had suffered immensely. Nearly half of its populace perished during this assault. Had he not covered his nose, the overwhelming stench of blood would have surely induced immediate retching. "Your Excellency," the Marquis, a knight clad in black armor, his visage smeared with blood and hair disheveled, approached Rezi, weariness etched upon his features. "This is Sir McCaven, the chief of the Marquis's personal guards and also the deputy commander of the Black Thunder Knights," Colmar introduced quietly from the side. "Esteemed knight, I express my deepest regrets regarding the Marquis's plight." Rezi spoke somberly. "My lord, there are peculiarities surrounding this matter. The Marquis did not perish at the hands of the ogres. The entire exit of Nicaro is under the control of our Black Thunder Knights, and those accompanying the Marquis fell victim to black arrows." Black arrows? A malevolent magic of the elven race. Could this incident be connected to the elves? Rezi gasped in astonishment. "Is there something you know?" "My lord." "Indeed, yet I am currently unable to draw a connection between the 2 events. May I have a glance at the Marquis?" "Follow me." McCaven led the way. The black-armored knight, kneeling nearby, stepped back as McCaven advanced. There lay 2 corpses. One was a black-armored knight, limbs wrapped in black cloth, while the other was a resplendently attired middle-aged man. "This is the Marquis's body, that it remains relatively intact, save for the heart, which has been extracted. When we discovered the Marquis, he had yet to fully succumb. The individual who took his life wielded exceptional skill with a blade." The white cloth was drawn aside. Gabriel's chest indeed bore a smooth void where his heart had been, the cruelty of the act sending chills down Rezi's spine. One could simply kill. Why go through the effort of removing the heart? Is it for a heart transplant? That seems implausible. He shook his head, involuntarily recalling the films he had seen. The notion of heart transplants felt absurd, setting aside the complexities of blood-type compatibility. The Marquis' status alone rendered such an act nearly impossible. My lord, we shall preserve the Marquis' body for return to the territory, and this matter will be reported to the Holy City. You may receive a summons from the king. Indeed. Rezi nodded. This incident transpired within his territory. While he bore no responsibility, the emergence of such formidable ogres could provoke scrutiny in a realm that prides itself on accommodating diverse races. If someone were to bring this matter to light, he would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. After bidding farewell to the Black Thunder Knights, Rezi prepared to return to Rost at a splendid banquet, which need not be explicitly stated, was destined to conclude, as the most prominent Lord of Kumnaz had encountered a calamity. To host a banquet at this juncture would undoubtedly invite criticism. What are the casualties? My lord, aside from the knights struck by magic, the others are mostly unscathed. The ogres had already been drained of their combat strength before our arrival. Let us return to Rost. The Marquis' situation is bound to escalate, and I cannot shake the feeling that there is something familiar about this scent. Upon returning to Rost, the news of the failed rescue elicited profound sorrow among many, whether genuine or feigned. This incident momentarily marked a conclusion, coinciding with the end of Leja's banquet, which in itself was of little consequence, as the event merely served to announce Leja's presence to the other nobles. Alfred chose not to linger longer in Rost, as the Count of Kumnaz County. It was imperative for him to return to his domain in light of such a significant event concerning Gabriel. When a lord encounters misfortune, it is customary for the other nobles to make a pilgrimage to the holy city. My lord, the nobles have all returned to their residences. Indeed, Adolf, do you think the king might target me directly this time and revoke the lands of the Wells family? My lord, why do you suddenly suggest such a thing? Adolf was momentarily taken aback. Intuition. Since my father ascended the throne, the Wells family has been on a path to decline, and in recent years, their lands have suffered neglect. Were it not for my grandfather, I fear the king would have stripped us of our hereditary title long ago. This opportunity is rather fortuitous. It seems the entire Northern Empire may undergo a significant upheaval. The Marquis' power has evidently surpassed what is deemed appropriate for his rank. The king's reluctance to elevate him to duke all these years likely indicates a desire to eliminate him. Frankly, if it weren't for some peculiarities, I would suspect the king himself is behind this. My lord, you mustn't speak of such matters lightly. Adolf's expression turned grave. When had Leja become so embroiled in the empire's politics? Adolf, having been with my father for so long, did he not impart any words of wisdom to you before his departure? Well, Adolf's countenance grew tense as he hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Speak plainly, I have never exhibited exceptional talent, and why father undoubtedly harbored concerns for the Wells family upon his departure, and given my current growth. Certain truths need not be concealed. Indeed, the master was always worried about your future and the fate of the Wells family. However, you are his only son, and regardless of circumstances, the vast estate of the Wells family will ultimately be entrusted to you. Shortly before the master passed, both Sir Colmar and I pledged our unwavering loyalty to you before him. Is that why Colmar stepped forth to support me that day? This revelation simplified Colmar's intentions. In truth, the master wished only for you to lead the family well throughout your lifetime. However, at this juncture, the old servant cannot remain silent any longer. Since the establishment of the Holy Empire, the Upper Council has convened within the royal palace, comprised primarily of notable lords such as Duke Lancaster, Duke Sanchez, Duke Pertler, Duke Tulip, and Marquis Gabriel. Shortly after the new king, Elvis, ascended the throne, he excluded Duke Sanchez and Marquis Gabriel from the Upper Council. Why would he do such a thing? Wouldn't that offend these two powerful lords? Adolf shook his head. One does not attain the throne without a measure of skill beyond mere luck. Such actions would naturally provoke dissatisfaction among the two lords. Yet at that time, all council members consented to the king's decision. Why would the others agree? Are they not concerned about the king's potential retribution? You may not be fully aware of the empire's dynamics. Marquis Gabriel and Duke Lancaster, each dominate the northern and eastern territories of the empire, respectively. These two regions are the Dwarven Empire and the Feeling Empire. Atios safeguard these lands. The first king of the Holy Empire imposed no restrictions on the territories of these two lords, resulting in their military strength vastly overshadowing that of other nobles. The king understands that the only way to balance the power of the other two lords is to negotiate with the remaining lords, thus reshaping the upper council and establishing a new assembly. Exiting the upper council signifies a loss of influence over imperial decisions, effectively withdrawing from the political sphere. The king's intentions are clear. He seeks to diminish the power and influence of the two lords through this maneuver. Is their overwhelming strength a source of the king's trepidation? Do they not fear potential rebellion from the two lords upon their expulsion from the council? My lord, you may be overthinking this rebellion notion. The empire possesses a powerful archmage, although he does not meddle in imperial affairs. Should anyone attempt insurrection, this archmage would undoubtedly intervene. Even with trepidation regarding the empire's strength, these two lords have no reason to await their demise. Your conjecture is indeed accurate. There have been speculations regarding Marquis Gabriel's plotting of a coup. This undoubtedly implicates Duke Lancaster, and since my father anticipated this, the king will naturally take heed. Consequently, all nobles in the Northern Empire are now suspect, even if Marquis Gabriel has not broached this topic with others. Your thoughts mirror those of the master, who harbored concerns regarding this very matter. Being entangled in Gabriel's schemes offers you some chance of survival. What is truly frightening is the lack of acknowledgement from Marquis Gabriel, leading to your potential eradication. Eliminating a count poses little challenge for him. Phew, that was close. Marquis Gabriel likely harbors such intentions for this banquet. My youth makes me a prime target for intimidation and coercion, potentially binding me to his plans, thus rendering me a mere pawn. The king's hesitation in taking action likely stems from the uniqueness of these two territories. However, with Gabriel's sudden demise occurring on his own lands, the king could easily summon the nobles of Cumnaz County under the pretext of this incident. The objective is all too apparent. A shiver coursed through him. If the king truly summoned him, should he comply or resist? To attend would be a death sentence, yet refusal would contravene the king's command. Equally fatal. How had he unwittingly walked into this trap? He had done nothing, yet calamity had descended from the heavens. My lord, there is no need for excessive concern at this moment. The upper council remains wary of the two lords' potential treason, making it unlikely for them to act decisively. Gradually undermining the internal stability of Cumnaz County is the king's strategy. You truly squandered your talents by not entering the palace. Adolf, you speak wisely, yet the uncertainty is unsettling. This is the king's opportunity to weaken Cumnaz County, and with Gabriel's death on my territory, the blame could easily be shifted to me, leading to my downfall and the appointment of a new count to gradually erode the Wells family's power. I considered declaring my loyalty to the king. But would he trust me? After all, I am a direct descendant of Gabriel, and even if I relinquished military command to remain in the Holy City, the king would likely seek to eliminate me. Adolf was momentarily speechless, contemplating Leja's words, realizing their validity. Regardless of circumstances, Gabriel's death presented the king with a prime opportunity, and the upper council would not overlook it. It seems rebellion is the only recourse. Adolf was left dumbfounded, unable to fathom how Leja had arrived at such a conclusion. Yet, it appeared that survival hinged solely upon this method. While Gabriel may not have displayed overt intentions, the council would not be swayed. As the Count of Cumnaz County, the entire Wells family had been branded with the label of potential traitors, a mark that could not be erased in the king's eyes. Go rest for now. It is still too early to discuss this matter. The king's orders will take time to reach us. Given that Rost lacks a teleportation array, in the meantime, the Osborne family should formulate a response. What to do is beyond the influence of a mere count. Leja yawned, signaling Adolf to take his leave before retreating to his chamber. Beneath the flickering candlelight, Ellen and Eiffel had somehow fallen asleep on the bed. It was somewhat amusing, given the commotion in the city. It was only natural for the two girls to be roused. Much had transpired during the night, yet sleep remained a necessity. The following day, Rost had taken on a notably subdued atmosphere. What should have been a day of celebration was marred by a notice posted prohibiting noise. In the hall, dozens of individuals stood calmly awaiting Leja's arrival. Ahem, my apologies, I was delayed in addressing matters yesterday, and consequently slept longer than intended. You all must have heard of yesterday's events. I bear unfortunate news. Marquis Gabriel has tragically passed away. Indeed, given the circumstances, such a conclusion was to be expected. My lord, your primary concern should not be this issue. The king may issue a decree at any moment. What are your plans? McClure spoke with evident worry. As they were all affiliated with the Wells family, and Leja's predicament placed their fates in jeopardy. What else can be done but wait? I had initially intended to host a banquet for everyone, but given the circumstances, that opportunity has vanished. With such turmoil, it is prudent for you to return to your own territories. Should anything arise, I will send word. This, my lord, will you not deliberate on a course of action moving forward? What is there to discuss? Why should we have a strategy? The assassination of a marquis is a grave matter. My summons is entirely reasonable. What are you all contemplating? This, do you truly not comprehend? McClure hesitated for a moment, casting a puzzled glance at Adolphe beside Leja. Upon noticing Adolphe's subtle gesture, he quickly understood. My lord, it appears I have been overly inquisitive. This matter transpired within my domain, and I fear I too shall be summoned. If there are no further matters at hand, I shall return to my territory to attend to pressing issues. You may go, came the reply. With McClure setting the precedent, others began to rise as well. While they were aware of the situation, they understood it was not their place to voice it. Insurrection was a topic best left unmentioned. Chapter 37. The terrifying ballista. The servants within the manor had anticipated a festive occasion adorned with lights and decorations. Yet within a mere day, the estate reverted to its former state. Whispers among the common folk suggested that the nobility had encountered grave troubles, for the disturbances of that fateful night had been anything but inconspicuous. Lord Kalma is truly remarkable, Vok exclaimed in admiration. Having once been relegated to merely observing Kalma, the mightiest knight of Rost from the shadows. Now he found himself conversing face to face. The events of the past fortnight had irrevocably altered the trajectory of his life. How is the winch's tension? My lord, the force exerted here is beyond that of an ordinary person. It would require at least the strength of a third-tier knight to operate this winch. For Kalma, the process of securing the string was not particularly arduous, especially with the rebound-preventing winch making the entire task quite effortless. Let us not dwell on the details. Prepare the bolts and test their might. Leja tried to pull the string, but even with all his strength, it barely budged. This mechanism was evidently unlike any conventional crossbow. The enhancement was clearly attributable to the peculiar black metal, heightening Leja's anticipation for the ballista even further. Robier and another craftsman hoisted a 1-meter-long arrow, 3 centimeters in diameter, onto the track. Given its purpose of breaching walls, the arrow appeared somewhat exaggerated. Adjust the aim, prepare to fire. As Leja's command echoed, the arrow soared forth with a whoosh, causing the ballista to tremble slightly. Bang! Before anyone could trace the arrow's flight path through the air, the target was already indented, the deafening sound prompting many to cover their ears. How is this possible? Kalma gasped, swallowing hard. He had just suggested using his body as a substitute for iron plates, yet now he couldn't help but touch his abdomen. Should an arrow strike, even with all his energy unleashed, he feared it would pierce right through. Such power. Although the iron plate remained intact, Leja noticed cracks forming on the wall behind it, as the tremendous force had penetrated through, capable of shattering whatever lay behind the arrow's path. Inspect the condition of the ballista. Seeing Leja's astonishment, Vok appeared quite pleased. The expression on Leja's face conveyed much. My lord, there are no significant issues with the ballista. The winch, arrow track, and bowstring are all functioning normally, reported Robier after a meticulous examination. Excellent work, Vok. You and your father have done splendidly. All craftsmen involved in the ballista's creation will be rewarded with 5 gold coins. Thank you, my lord. My lord, while the ballista is formidable, its flexibility in use poses certain challenges. It requires at least a third-tier knight to assist with the winch each time. Moreover, the supply of black metal allows for the construction of only 2 more. Though Robier was reluctant to dampen their spirits, the reality was stark. They had also attempted to fabricate the bow arms from ordinary steel. But the power was vastly inferior and could not be compared to, you say? Kalma, how do you assess this lethality? My lord, it is quite terrifying, although its power does not match that of a magic tower. The ballista's mobility is a significant advantage that if the target does not evade, even a 6th-tier knight could be felled by a single bolt. Of course, in actual combat, the bolts might not even reach a skilled 3rd-tier knight. As for hunting magical beasts, with bait or by immobilizing the beast, it should be quite feasible. Then let us proceed. Robier, construct as many as you can. If the black metal is insufficient, seek out Kalma. Understood. Bring forth the items I requested. Robier nodded and, with the assistance of several robust men, retrieved a pile of iron rods. Soon, these rods were affixed one by one to the top of the lever. Initially puzzled by the necessity of shaping the lever's end into a triangular form, Robier soon comprehended that a specially made iron rod fit seamlessly into place. And after confirming its stability, Robier attached another rod behind it that in no time. A 3-meter iron rod was assembled atop the ballista. The 5 burly men waiting nearby placed their hands upon the iron rod. It's not enough. We need 1 more person. It was only when the number reached 7 that Leja grasped the extent of Kalma's astounding strength. They had fully utilized the leverage principle. With the combined effort of 7 strong men, the winch began to move slowly. It was hard to fathom how Kalma could operate the winch single-handedly, unfazed. Are you left speechless in astonishment? Is this method one you devised? My lord! Indeed, having a 3rd-tier knight tethered to the ballista seemed rather wasteful, so I thought of this method to lighten the process of loading. You are truly clever. It is merely a simple principle. The true prowess lies with the craftsmen who constructed the ballista. Leja scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful at the praise. Robier, you shall handle the remaining matters. Transport the ballista outside the city for long-range calibration, and ensure the aiming scales are set to maximize its potential. Yes, my lord. My lord, we are approaching Rost. Shall we rest there? Hubert glanced at the seemingly bottomless chasm beside him. The mountain road was treacherous, and with nightfall upon them, it was impossible to spend the night here. Continuing onward would bring its own inconveniences, not to mention their supplies required replenishment. Rost was the last bastion they would encounter. Issue the command. Set forth to Rost. After much contemplation, Hubert issued the order. Listen up, lads, perk up, Lorik bellowed, instantly rousing the drowsy soldiers. Nighttime napping had become customary for those on watch, and since Leja ascended to the title of Count, he had not once inspected the posts. Yet, what puzzled them was how their commander Lorik had transformed after accompanying the Count on an outing. He had become more severe, rendering dozing off utterly impossible. My lord, there are flames in the distance. Surely not. How soon has it been for another call for aid? Lorik muttered, as prolonged tranquility often attracted storms. Fire arrow warning. Dozens of fire arrows soared into the night sky, and in the darkness, Lorik discerned a nightly contingent approaching. Judging by their numbers, he surmised their scale. They have halted. They should not be enemies. Send someone to notify the knight commander. Yes, Captain. Chapter 38. The Midnight Visitor. The paladin, under Kalma's watchful gaze, a knight on horseback swiftly approached the walls of Rost. Gold-trimmed silver armor, the emblem of the temple. This is a paladin from the Temple Knight Order. As the figure drew nearer, Kalma stood stunned. I am Hubert, a paladin of the Temple Knight Order. Bring forth the Earl of Rost to meet me. My lord, please hold. I shall summon the Earl at once. Kalma replied with utmost respect, yet he did not command the gates to be opened. Once again awakened in the dead of night, Leja bore no feelings of discontent. Instead, a sense of unease crept into his mind. The nocturnal summons to confront him, the Earl, could only signify an insurmountable dilemma had arisen. With matters piling up, and with Leja's own processing capabilities, it was only a matter of time before he would face collapse. Were it not for his naturally optimistic disposition, he might have already absconded with his servants from Rost. What transpires outside? My lord, it appears a paladin from the Temple Knight Order has come to Rost. I have already dispatched someone to inform the church. A paladin? What is that? Leja inquired, looking curiously at Adolf. A special order of knights within the Holy Church, comprised of those blessed by the holy light, embodying sanctity, justice, courage, and fearlessness. What is their standing within the church? They hold a unique position. The knights of the Temple Knight Order serve only the Pope. The royal guard, then? What? Nothing. It seems they are akin to the king's personal attendants. What business do they have here? Could it be that the king has sent them via the church to apprehend me? A flicker of doubt arose within him. My lord, you may be overthinking this. The king is unlikely to utilize the church's power to control you, Adolf replied, visibly sweating. My lord, is it really necessary to be so flustered upon encountering a paladin? Leja regarded Kalma with a hint of exasperation. Is it that apparent, my lord? Kalma awkwardly kept pace with Leja. The knights of the Temple Knight Order were all at the saintly level, which meant he had just met a true paladin, an exceedingly rare powerhouse within the Holy Empire. Now arriving at Rost, it is clear you did not neglect that knight. Sir, how could I possibly dare? Tisk, your lack of confidence is evident that it's merely someone a tad stronger than you. Look at you. Stronger? It's a grand aspiration for me to become a top-tier knight in this lifetime. What are you saying? Nothing. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Leja signaled Korma to open the city gate. Your Excellency, I am Bishop Kamaya of the Rost Church. Greetings, Bishop. Upon seeing a middle-aged man clad in a white coat and sporting a warm smile, Leja quickly performed a noble's bow that he had encountered this man long ago, but never expected him to personally come out at such an hour. Leja's understanding of the status of the Templar Knights within the church became even clearer. After a brief exchange, as the city gate swung open, a magnificent steed adorned with rubies trotted in. The middle-aged man atop the horse dismounted and approached the two. Bishop, Your Excellency, I am Sir Hubert of the Templar Knights. What brings the paladin to Rost? I have certain matters to attend to here. May I stay at the church for a while? Of course. You may stay as long as you wish. Since you've come to Rost, you are our esteemed guest. Should you have any concerns, feel free to visit me at Wells Manor. Leja generously offered. Thank you for your kindness. I will summon others shortly. Hubert smiled. Turning to raise his right hand, a dazzling orb of light slowly ascended into the sky, a conspicuous sight in the darkness of night. The knights waiting outside Rost immediately rushed towards this brilliance. Beneath the radiance, Leja also noticed the nearby Minotaurs, armed and waiting, evidently beginning to integrate into the life of Rost. Whenever there was a stir outside the city, it was these sturdy fellows who armed themselves first. The knightly squad swiftly approached Rost, encountering no obstacles as they followed the bishop under Hubert's command towards the church. May I inquire who was in the carriage? It's my family. No need to concern yourself. My lord, tonight I hope the paladin can rest well. Yes, thank you, Your Excellency. Watching the knights depart, Leja let out a sigh of relief. The intentions of these individuals remained somewhat ambiguous. If their purpose was not for the king, then it could only be due to the church. The loss of the dragon scale blade was known to the church, and Chris's assault on Priest Nifin was also acknowledged. This paladin likely came for this matter. To protect Rost. Shaking his head, he dismissed that notion. The power of the black dragon was beyond what a single paladin could withstand. My lord, what are you pondering? Nothing of consequence, Korma. You should return to rest. Tomorrow may be busy. A paladin would not arrive in Rost without reason, especially on the border of the Holy Empire. Their purpose is quite clear. My lord, do you suggest they are here for you? Shoo. It's quite cold. Let's return and warm ourselves. Shivering, Leja climbed into the carriage, leaving Korma standing in contemplation. From the banquet to the Marquis's death, recent events unfolded in a rapid succession that was almost suffocating. With a sigh, he could only strive to fulfill his duties as a knight. Miss Lilith, how is your health? Hubert inquired softly as he approached the carriage, concern etched on his face. I am fine. How long must we stay here? Hearing the voices outside the carriage made Lilith feel nauseous. She could not fathom how such a despicable person could be revered as a paladin by everyone in the Holy Empire. We shall remain until your health is restored. The journey ahead will be arduous, and I must ensure your safe arrival at the sealing site. I understand. Beneath the black cloak, her striking silver hair was conspicuous. Her delicate visage bore an air of indifference, despite the cold weather. The girl was clad only in a sheer, white gown reminiscent of silk. Were it not for the black cloak, her attire would be all too apparent. Why not reside in the Count's manor? I assumed you had no particular preferences regarding your accommodations. Hubert replied with a smile. I detest being in such a hypocritical place. With a disdainful huff, Lilith begrudgingly followed Hubert into the church. Chapter 39. The Flight of Lilith. You need not seek out the paladin. Your status is, in fact, of higher nobility. Is that so? Indeed, do not concern yourself. It is still early. The paladin should come to visit you. I am not worried about his visit. It has been 4 days since the Marquis's demise, and the journey from Rost to Rat is no more than 6 days. The Marquis's incident is significant. Surely, someone would arrive in Rat overnight. Given the circumstances, that time should be shortened. At most, it could be less than 3 days. My lord, Rat has a portal leading to the Holy City. The news has likely reached the king. Assuming a council meeting takes a day, the summons should have already reached Kumnaz. The day after tomorrow, no, I may receive the king's summons tomorrow. What do you intend? This paladin might very well be sent by the king to keep me in check. Lesia was not one prone to conspiracy theories. Yet Hubert's arrival felt exceedingly peculiar. This was the Empire's border, not a tourist destination. The vast Wells territory boasted only one bishopric. Would a paladin come without purpose? The opportunity to flee was lost. Should he obediently go to the Holy City for judgment? My lord, Sir Hubert has arrived. Arrived? Adolphe, let's go out to greet him. Before Lesia could approach, Hubert, spotting him, hurriedly stepped forward, his expression filled with urgency, which set Lesia's heart racing. My lord, paladin, why do you appear so flustered? My lord, there are matters that may require your assistance. In truth, I have come with a secret mission, to protect an important individual. Is it someone from the carriage? Are they not your kin? Lesia questioned, a sense of relief washing over him. As long as they were not here for him, that was acceptable. To avoid unnecessary complications, I feigned that statement. This morning, I do not know how, but she escaped from the St. Karma bishopric. This person is of utmost importance. If she manages to escape here, you may also bear some responsibility. Lesia was taken aback. Hubert's serious demeanor indicated he was not jesting. There is no need for alarm. Many events have transpired in Rost recently, and the timing of the gate's opening has changed at this hour. It should not have opened yet. Adolphe, immediately order everyone to refrain from entering or exiting, and have Korma come to see me. Yes, my lord. The search commenced swiftly, yet as time passed, Hubert's expression grew increasingly grim. Despite the church dispatching priests and servants to assist, no one was found. Any news? None. There has been no sign of her thus far. This is not a viable approach. Hubert, can you describe her appearance? Blindly searching will not yield results. Silver hair, ice blue eyes, a striking beauty, age 16, slightly shorter than you, my lord. She was dressed in a silver-white gown and a black cloak when she left. And her health is rather fragile. Had you said so earlier, we could have resolved this sooner. Korma, write down these features and post them on the notice board. Inform all the citizens of Rost. Whoever finds her will be generously rewarded. Understood. Initially, Lesia thought they would quickly locate her. However, as the morning wore on, no one had come to report that Hubert's complexion was alarmingly poor, entirely lacking the demeanor expected of a paladin. Lesia was at a loss for how to console this knight, but he was deeply curious about the significance of the individual they sought the BY process of elimination. Given she was fleeing, she must be a fugitive worthy of a paladin's escort? Her background was likely substantial. Sir, there is no need for excessive worry. As long as she remains in the city, we will find her. She cannot possibly hide without food or water, can she? Hubert glanced at Lesia, but said nothing. His impatience had stripped him of reason. He was determined to find her, even if it meant uprooting all of Rost. During this period, I hope you will not allow anyone to enter or exit. This person's significance may surpass your understanding. That may prove difficult. Controlling entry and exit is manageable in the short term, but if we cannot find her, does that mean the gates of Rost will remain shut indefinitely? Leja frowned. This would surely incite public discontent. This is not my concern. The gates of Rost must not open. Hubert's voice was cold, his formidable presence pressing down upon Leja. Taken aback, Leja's heart raced. He regarded Hubert intently, knowing he lacked the authority to refuse. Reluctantly, he nodded in acquiescence. The subsequent matters rest upon your shoulders, my lord. If you wish to avoid turning Rost into ruins, I implore you to diligently search for her whereabouts. After Hubert finished speaking, he left the meeting room, leaving Leja alone in a daze. Damn it, this fellow. After all, I am a count. Regaining his composure, Leja gritted his teeth, feeling stifled yet helpless. For how could he challenge someone of such formidable strength and noble status? My lord, what shall we do now? What else can we do but close the city gates and search for the missing individuals? From his tone, it seems that if we fail to find them, I might also be dragged into this predicament. Leja muttered in resignation, bemoaning the unexpected trouble that had befallen him. After a day of searching, it appeared that only by venturing into the sewers of Rost would Hubert relent. Yet the girl's silhouette had yet to be uncovered by anyone. Let those who guard the gates continue their duty, while the rest may take their rest, he ordered. My lord, this might displease Hubert, came the hesitant response. Let him be, that if he wishes to search, the church will undoubtedly assist. My soldiers are not without their own contributions, and they deserve their rest. Noticing that Kalma seemed poised to speak further, Leja waved his hand and said, You too should rest. I find myself weary that if there is nothing urgent, do not disturb me. As you wish. My lord, Kalma acquiesced, departing the study with a sense of resignation. Why are those two girls so unusually quiet today? Closing the documents, Leja stretched, having spent an extensive time poring over management texts, which underscored the inadequacy of his foundational skills. Yet, at his age, such weighty responsibilities were hardly appropriate. Exiting the study into the courtyard, he expected to find the two figures playing as they usually did. Yet after wandering for some time, he found neither Eileen nor Eiffel. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spotted a servant engaged in pruning branches. Given financial constraints, Leja had instructed Adolf to rent out or sell many of the servants. Master, have you seen the young ladies today? Yes. I recall seeing them heading towards the northern courtyard. You may continue your work. Chapter 40. Spicy Lobster, those two little girls. Arriving at the northern courtyard yielded no results. And if it were feasible, Leja would gladly sell this estate. So grand in its construction, yet home to so few, it lacked any semblance of warmth. The Wells family had not flourished since his grandfather's time. It had been a lineage of singular devotion, with only his father having had a second woman in his life, leaving the third generation of the Wells family notably sparse. Currently, Leja's only nominal relatives were three: Eileen, Eiffel, and Eiffel's mother, Katie. With no sign of the girls, Leja had no choice but to head to the parlor. Mealtime was approaching, and as he had been the one cooking lately, the girls would invariably appear on time. Leja was quite adept in the kitchen, yet constrained by the available ingredients. He could only prepare simple and common fare. My lord, continue with your tasks. Have the young ladies come to the kitchen? Ebel showed no surprise at Leja's arrival, as he had been a frequent presence in the kitchen of late, lacking any airs of superiority, often even forgetting himself to seek Leja's advice on culinary matters. Eiffel was here not long ago. She took some food with her. Eiffel, is she feeling hungry? Prepare the side dishes. Today we shall concoct some new recipes for the girls to sample. Understood. Ebel's interest was piqued at Leja's words, for when Leja prepared special dishes, Ebel would often watch closely, eager to learn. Although Ebel's culinary skills surpassed Leja's, the latter had honed his craft through extensive refinement of traditional Chinese cuisine, which differed markedly from the Western dishes Ebel was familiar with. Before long, a fragrant pot of spicy lobster was ready to be served. The tantalizing aroma of spices was intoxicating. Finding such lobsters was no easy feat, as Rost was not a city known for its seafood. And even livestock farming was hardly developed. The Wells estate primarily relied on mining and agriculture for its income. Let us feast on this today. Serve it on the table. Yes, of course, this dish was not the only offering. Ebel had also prepared some snacks and fruits. Upon witnessing the lobster's presentation, Ebel couldn't help but swallow hard, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming feast. Since Leja had become a count, the intricacies of noble etiquette had been significantly simplified. The formalities of dining were nearly discarded. Save for Adolf's insistence that I end the Wells estate, it was customary for the head chef to dine alongside the master. Initially hesitant, Ebel's courage grew as he understood Leja's temperament, eager to learn more delectable recipes. Brother, wow! It smells amazing. What is this, brother? Spicy lobster. Be careful with your nose when you eat. Each time Leja beheld Eileen, the weight of his worries seemed to dissipate. This porcelain doll-like, mischievous girl always brought him a fleeting warmth. Eiffel stood by, awaiting her family's patriarch to take his seat at the long table. Eiffel's mother had yet to emerge, and Leja understood that the woman felt shy to face him. Still grappling with her grief, following her husband's recent death. Eiffel, are you hungry this afternoon? At Leja's inquiry, Eiffel instinctively raised her head, only to shyly avert her gaze. Leja felt a twinge of confusion, while such behavior was typical in the past. Eiffel had become noticeably attached to him as of late, often joining him in bed at night. Adolf, it's time to eat. Yes, my lord. Adolf smiled slightly and found a seat alongside his daughter, Lorien. This arrangement had persisted for some time, yet they still felt somewhat unaccustomed to dining with their master. Watch closely, I'll show you how to eat this. First, remove the lobster's head, and then peel off the shell like this. The tail had been scored, making the peeling process remarkably simple. Wow, this is delightful. If only I had a bottle of chilled soda to go with it. The spicy flavor ignited a fervor in their taste buds, lacking suitable ingredients. Leja had resorted to using Rost's spiciest seasonings. Just a hint had resulted in a surprisingly potent flavor, yet it was this very taste that rendered one utterly captivated. Why aren't you eating? Brother, is it really okay to eat this? Eileen hesitated, gazing at the lobster, its vivid red broth exuding a pungent spiciness. Fetch a bowl of water. Yes, my lord, responded a nearby servant, who quickly placed a bowl of clean water on the table. If you find it too spicy, just let it soak in here. Now, open your mouth. Seizing the moment before Eileen could react, Leja promptly placed a morsel of lobster into her mouth. Eileen instinctively attempted to spit it out. Yet the deliciousness compelled her to resist, and she bit down. The tender lobster meat was soon pulverized in her mouth, the spicy sweet flavor lingering on her palate. With a gulp, she swallowed it down. Delicious, isn't it? After all this time, do you not trust your brother's cooking? Come now, Eiffel, have a bite. Casting a hesitant glance at Leja, Eiffel slightly parted her lips and slowly consumed the lobster morsel. Unlike Eileen, who appeared utterly enchanted, Eiffel's subsequent actions soon revealed her complete surrender to the dish. I suppose you no longer require my assistance in feeding you. No, we can manage on our own, the siblings quickly insisted, shaking their heads. Yet witnessing the joy on their faces, the adults couldn't help but join in, and soon the large bowl of lobster was entirely devoured. Licking his lips in satisfaction, Leja longed for beer. Cigarettes or betel nuts, anything at all. Brother, tonight I shall sleep with Sister Eiffel. Not with your brother? No, brother has been so busy lately. Eileen doesn't wish to disturb him. When did you become so well-behaved? Little girl, it's perfectly fine. You haven't disturbed me at all. Leja shook his head, intending to pat Eileen's little head, but his hands were greasy. Brother, Eileen and Sister Eiffel have so much to talk about. TSK. Eileen is growing up, starting to reject her brother. Not at all. All right. I'm just teasing you. My lord, the people have surrounded the private court. They wish to know when the city gates will be opened. Moreover, Chief Lobital requires additional provisions, which we currently cannot deliver. Hubert is being rather excessive. We must find a way to send food to those Minotaurs, while we need to manage the common folk. The urgency of the church's people suggests that the missing individuals are of significant importance. My lord, a messenger from the Holy City, is on his way. He is currently en route to Rost. He has arrived. Springing from his chair, Leja took a deep breath. The inevitable had finally come. Chapter 41. The messenger seeing the monks lingering by the city gates, Leja frowned. Hubert had truly stirred unrest in Rost, making the mere loss of an individual feel as if they were besieged by enemies. "My lord, open the city gates." "Yes." Lorca nodded and signaled the soldiers to proceed, but before they could approach the gates, the monks obstructed their advance. "What are you doing?" "My lord, the bishop has decreed that the gates of Rost must remain closed. No one is permitted entry." "Not even me?" "Certainly not you." The monk replied with a smile. "How bold, to be so disrespectful before the count." "Lurk, step aside. The master of Rost is not your holy see, but I, Wells Regier. Immediately summon your bishop. I do not wish to engage in hostilities with the church." Regier whispered. The church's influence is pervasive. There are over 20 ecclesiastical nobles in the Rost bishopric alone. The existence of these kings, who serve to indoctrinate and constrain the nobility, is always repugnant. Yet Regier has no courage to offend the church. The monk glanced at Regier, uttering no words, and whispered something in the ear of a young acolyte, who promptly departed. Returning to the carriage, Regier prepared to open the city gates to welcome the incoming envoy. As reports indicated their arrival was imminent, he was determined to leave a favorable impression and avoid appearing disrespectful to the king. The sound of hooves soon reached his ears, and pulling back the curtain, Regier beheld Hubert and the white-robed bishop approaching. The two appeared somewhat deranged after 2 days. "My lord count." "Bishop, Sir Hubert, what brings you here? Is it that I, as a count, am no longer permitted to leave Rost?" Regier alighted from the carriage, his tone icy. "My lord count, given the current situation, it would be prudent not to open the gates." "Hubert, you must understand where you are. Do not be hasty. The Pope's orders will be issued shortly. For the time being, I cannot permit anyone to leave Rost. Should you wish to test this, I cannot guarantee your safety." Regier's lips twitched at Hubert's expressionless demeanor. He realized that this paladin was not jesting. If a 5th-level knight like Kalma could already challenge a squad of knights, the combat prowess of a paladin was beyond Regier's imagination. Clenching his teeth, he felt an urge to command an attack against Hubert. "My lord, it seems the envoy's party is arriving," Lurk interjected, raising his voice deliberately. "Do not open the gates. This knight does not permit it," Regier retorted with a derisive snort. "The envoy. An envoy has come to Rost?" Hubert furrowed his brow, glancing at the bishop beside him. Kalma shook his head, equally perplexed by the situation. After a piercing gaze at Regier, Hubert turned and ascended the city wall. Upon spotting the distant party, he stood transfixed. Indeed, they bore the banner of the solar flag, the standard of the holy city's royal family, indicating the arrival of special royal orders. "Count Regier, you are to open the gates immediately to I am Duke, the royal envoy, and the king has commands to convey to you and your vassal, McClure." "Open the gates." Hubert could only issue the command. Afraid to confront the king's envoy. "Are we?" Flurk, open the gates." Regier mocked, but knew he could not afford to continue his defiance. The king's envoy deserved due respect. "Wells Regier." "Indeed. My lord count, the king has certain orders for you." "Very well. Let us proceed to my estate. Discussing matters here is rather inconvenient." Regier smiled and nodded, his demeanor exceedingly humble. Although this envoy held a lesser position, he was nonetheless a companion of the king. Initially uncomfortable being outside the city gates, Regier felt a flicker of ease upon seeing the white-robed bishop, as such visits from the church were uncommon. "This is Sir Hubert." The paladin. "Paladin?" Duke paused, visibly startled by the presence of a paladin. Hubert merely nodded before signaling for the gates to be shut once more. "What is this?" "Recent events in the city have necessitated certain precautions," Regier shrugged, expressing his helplessness. "Oh, I should relay the king's command to you. He is quite eager to see you." "Let us go then." Regier nodded. It seemed the king was more intent on hastening his arrival in the holy city for the impending reckoning. With time pressing, the king clearly wished to eliminate any opportunity for Regier and others to communicate, regardless of his involvement in the rebellion. Removing Regier altogether would eliminate a potential adversary in the north. Upon arriving at the estate, Duke clarified his purpose and relayed the king's orders. The directive was straightforward. Regier was to gather his belongings and proceed to the holy city for an investigation. The blame for Gabriel's demise had fallen upon him, the local lord, for which Regier had little defense. Time was of the essence. The king granted only one evening for preparation, requiring his return to the holy city by the following morning. Pack up everything necessary. Upon returning to the holy city, it is unlikely I shall have the opportunity to return here. My lord, perhaps, there is no perhaps. I do not wish to die for treason. Currently, there is no obvious sign of rebellion in the north. If the king desires stability, he will not act against me directly, des for the charges. It is likely I will be blamed for the death of Marquis Gabriel. The worst-case scenario is likely exile. The king of Rost will certainly not grant me another chance to return. Regier forced a bitter smile. Coming here offered him the prospect of reclaiming his lands, but harboring dissatisfaction and rising in rebellion would surely plunge the entire north into chaos. The king would undoubtedly not allow such a scenario to unfold. Sell off as much of the estate as possible. Take all valuables and provisions with you when we leave. Understood. Adolf nodded. Soon, the entire Wells estate was bustling with activity. Duke observed silently. Refraining from intervening, he had been informed by the king that as long as Regier arrived in the holy city, he could engage in whatever antics he pleased. Aileen, Ethel, gather your cherished belongings. Hey, why is the door locked? Aileen, are you inside? Regier pushed against the door, which would not budge. Brother, I am changing. Why are you suddenly so shy? Wasn't it you who barged into my bath last time? You little imp? Chapter 42, Departing Rost, Part 1. The door swung open, and Regier stepped inside, slightly bewildered. Both girls were present, and observing Ethel's evasive demeanor only deepened his confusion. Yet this was not the moment to uncover their secrets. Pack up the things we are taking. We depart for the holy city tomorrow. To the holy city? Are we going for a visit? Aileen exclaimed joyfully, her first venture beyond the familiar horizon, filling her with uncontainable excitement. Brother, has something happened? Nothing of the sort. We merely have matters to attend to in the holy city. Regier shook his head at Ethel, unwilling to divulge the situation to the young girls. Brother, Ethel is no longer a child. You have been frequently awakened by strange visitors these past few days, and now you are taking us to the holy city. Ethel, some matters are for me to handle. Your task is simply to grow up well. When the time comes for me to tell you, I will surely do so. Brother, enough, pack your things. I have other matters to address. Regier interrupted Ethel's impending protest and exited the room. Here is the inventory of items prepared. Why are there so many gold coins? Regier was taken aback upon seeing the 12,000 gold pieces listed. My lord, we canceled the school and other facility construction plans and liquidated a substantial amount of estate property, resulting in this sum. There are still many items unsold. Find a way to sell them. Also, summon all the craftsmen. Yes, my lord. After Adolf departed, Kalma entered, having summoned nearly all of the Wells family's core knights during the previous interval. Regier realized he could not take all of these forces to the holy city and would have to make a choice. These capable knights had followed the Wells family for many years and were unlikely to abandon their lord during such a time. My lord, rise that I summoned you for a matter of importance. Regier surveyed the 60 knight leaders kneeling before him, the core strength of the Wells family. The Marquis has perished within the Wells territory, and the king may seize this opportunity to eliminate me. However, by eliminate, I do not mean execution. I may be confined in the holy city or exiled to another territory. It is likely I will not return after departing Rost. You are welcome to accompany me. If you prefer to remain here and await the new count, that is also acceptable. Your knightly titles will remain intact, merely under a different lord. Regier spoke plainly. My lord, Kalma has long been a member of the Wells family. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Ogiskar as well. Herson also wishes to accompany you. One by one, the 60 knights knelt, and Regier looked at them, unsure whether to label them foolish or commend them. Perhaps this was what they called knightly spirit. Thank you, truly, thank you all. Taking 60 knight leaders will surely displease the king. I must now withdraw your knightly titles. 60 individuals, a total of 12 knight leaders. Even should my rank be diminished, it will not affect the knights under my command. Understood, my lord. Prepare your belongings. Bring your families and essential items to AS for losses. The Wells family will compensate you in the future. After everything was settled, the knights took their leave from the conference hall, having long been prepared for the events that transpired. Casting a glance at Colmar, it was evident that the assistance of this valiant captain played a significant role, and Rezi was deeply grateful for the unwavering loyalty of this knight. "Aren't you going back to prepare?" he inquired. "My lord, there is little for Colmar to prepare, just my iron armor and a steed." "Are you not married?" "I have 2 wives and 2 children." "Then let them prepare. They are certainly more adept than you." "A rough night. Off you go. Your assistance is not required at present." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Rezi indicated that Colmar should take his leave from the conference room. Shortly thereafter, the craftsmen arrived alongside Adolf, and Rezi had little to say to them, merely instructing that they should be packed and taken along. For even in a new territory, these individuals were crucial to development. "I am heading to the holy city. Prepare yourselves to accompany me, and ensure you have all your belongings, for we may not return to Rost after this." Naturally, the craftsman dared not refuse Rezi's command. "Robil, remove the bow arms from the crossbow cart. I will send someone to retrieve them shortly." "Yes, my lord," Robil nodded. "Very well. You may return to your preparations." A continuous stream of people entered and exited the estate, and throughout the night, the candlelight of Wells Manor never dimmed. "Hurry, don't forget this." "Brother, I haven't brought my little pet. What about these animals? Be careful not to bump them." Various sounds filled the air early in the morning. After a night of nearly incessant activity, Rezi naturally rose later than usual. Duke did not come to urge him. For as long as they departed Rost today, his task would be complete. "My lord, please dine." "Adolf, have you found Hubert's men?" While munching on bread and meat, Rezi glanced at the busy servants outside. "Not yet. Let him be. Even if he dismantles Rost, it matters little to me." Adolf offered an awkward smile. "Your luggage is ready, I trust?" "All is prepared. Whenever you say we shall depart." "We shall. Let us leave after we finish eating. There is no need to linger here. The distance to Rad is considerable, and the mountainous routes are not favorable for travel at night. By the way, my lord, how shall we handle the pets that the couple kept?" "Pets? I initially considered profiting from them, but they must be discarded. The journey is too long to accommodate such creatures." "Understood. I shall take care of it immediately." "What is the Count doing? Is the Count planning to leave Rost? What is happening?" "My lord, Lord Rezi." The common folk were oblivious to the unfolding events, yet such a large procession from Wells was no trivial matter, astonishing nearly everyone in Rost. "What is happening ahead?" "My lord, Lord Hubert insists that all items must undergo inspection, or the city gates shall not open." "This fellow, does he truly believe I am a soft target?" "Tell him to step aside. He lacks the authority to inspect my belongings that if he persists, I, Rezi, do not mind confronting him before the herald." Chapter 43, Departure from Rost, Part 2. Rezi's command was swiftly relayed through Colmar, who, despite feeling somewhat intimidated by the Holy Knight, maintained a strong stance. Hubert's behavior was indeed an affront. "Holy Knight, I implore you to step aside. Your scrutiny of the Count's possessions is somewhat excessive." "Humph. Excessive? I assure you, unless I am permitted to inspect your belongings today, you shall not leave." Hubert scoffed, displaying no intention of showing Rezi any respect. The importance of Lilith was sufficient for him to risk offending or even eliminating a Count. "Do you not trust me?" "Lord Hubert, are you questioning an imperial Count? Is this a command from the Church? Since when has the Church been allowed to directly interfere with imperial nobility?" Rezi's voice rose sharply. The corner of his eye twitched. His tone was loud enough for all to hear. Hubert could disregard others, but Duke was nearby, a man close to the king, and their exchange would undoubtedly reach the king's ears. The Church disloyal to the king. Such words should never escape the lips of a holy knight. If this reached the ears of the Pope and the king, Hubert would not have enough lives to pay for his transgressions. "Why would I question the Count? However, many of the belongings in your entourage belong to commoners and craftsmen. I can trust you. But I cannot extend that trust to them." Hubert replied softly, already making concessions that if Rezi insisted on departing, he would have to risk his own life. The days spent searching without success had nearly driven him to the brink of collapse. "Are you truly adamant about this?" "This matter is of utmost importance." Hubert will not yield. Silence fell. And Colmar swallowed hard, utterly perplexed by the situation. Should a conflict arise, they would surely be no match for a holy knight, yet there was a chance that things could escalate. Colmar, cooperate with him during the inspection. Yes. My lord, Colmar nodded. Upon hearing Ree's instruction, Hubert signaled to the knights and clerics prepared for the task, and they promptly commenced their inspection of the luggage with remarkable speed, in no time. The larger items were thoroughly examined, followed by the family carriages. Once all the curtains were drawn back and the occupants verified, Hubert's heart sank. Lilith's desire to leave was merely a timely opportunity, and he could not fathom how she might escape after this chance was lost. Sir Knight, the inspection is complete. What now? Has the Holy Knight discovered the individual he has been seeking? Would you like to inspect the carriage? After all, the Church's power is such that even the king must tread carefully. Rees quipped mockingly. The Count is jesting. Open the gates. And may the holy light bless your journey. Hubert replied with a faint smile, unwilling to engage with Rees' taunt. The gates swung open, and all transported goods were slowly moved under the watchful eyes of the clerics and Hubert until the gates were shut, leaving Rees still tense from the ordeal. With a frown, he glared at the two girls before him, who kept their heads bowed, that he could scarcely believe that the individual Hubert had been searching for was concealed within his own carriage. In the previous situation, it would have been utterly impossible for Hubert to inspect the carriage, especially after that last sarcastic remark. Had Hubert insisted on lifting the curtain, Rees would have found it impossible to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. When did you arrange for her to be hidden in the carriage? Yesterday. Aileen hesitated before responding. Do you believe you have acted wrongly? No. Aileen, I once thought you to be an obedient child, but now I must reconsider my opinion of you. And you, Ethel, this scheme should have been yours to conceive. Ethel merely lowered her head, afraid to meet Rees' gaze, terrified of encountering his anger. Rees could not fathom that the two girls had managed to conceal someone beneath the seat of the carriage, when Lilith suddenly emerged. He was left speechless, forced to endure Hubert's scrutiny as they passed through the gates of Rost. Do not blame them. The fault lies with me. Be silent, as long as you understand your fault. That is sufficient, that I do not know what means you employ to deceive these two children. But once we reach Rat, you must part ways with us. You do not wish to go to the Holy City, do you? Rees glared coldly at the woman before him. She nearly led the Wells family to the brink of ruin. Should Hubert discover this, he would certainly not let it slide easily. And a charge of colluding with heretics would delight the king immensely. I have no intention of following you. Thank you for not delivering me to those hypocritical clerics. Lilith fell silent, her blue eyes dimming with uncertainty about whether her actions were indeed wrong. Having resolved to flee the church, she had set a course for her life, yet hiding for these past few days had only deepened her doubts. Abandoned by her family and met with the malice of the world, she was unsure how long she could evade her fate. Humph. Aileen, I am truly disappointed in you this time. Why, I thought you were a good person. Will you not even acknowledge your mistake? Brother, we only wanted to save Sister Lilith. Even you, Ethel, have failed to recognize your error. Ree's voice rose involuntarily. With a sudden crash, Aileen could no longer contain her tears. The little girl longed to grasp Ree's hand, but he did not reach out to her. Brother, do you not like Aileen anymore? How can you still not comprehend what I am angry about? Brother, do you trust Aileen in me? Meeting Ethel's determined gaze, Rees paused, and as he observed Eileen's tear-streaked face, he could not help but pull the little girl into his embrace, his anger causing him to momentarily lose his rationale. Rather than being upset with Aileen and Ethel, he was more upset with himself, for the similar deception reminded him of Sophie, who had tricked him. Aileen and Lilith are quite distinct. Their ages are merely a number. And it is entirely understandable that they could be deceived, that if there is blame to be assigned, it can only rest upon one's own failure to safeguard them. Do not weep. It is all the brother's fault. The brother should not have lost his temper. Has dear Aileen truly harbored anger towards her brother? Child, please elucidate for her, said Leja as he gently patted Eileen's small head, the girl still visibly recovering from her distress. Brother, mother left the tear of honesty with Aileen when she departed. That object was a gift from father to mother. It is a necklace used by the women of the Treffel family to discern the sincerity of men. Only those of Treffel blood can hear the thoughts of others through this necklace. While the two young girls were playing in the manor as usual, they stumbled upon Lilith. Eileen, however, for the first time, heard the thoughts of another. Lilith's heart was filled solely with a plea for rescue, and that pure, desperate longing for salvation profoundly shook Eileen's soul. In Chapter 44, The Ice Crystal Eyes. When Eiffel spoke of mother, she was naturally referring to Leja's biological mother, a title she was obliged to use due to familial circumstances. Leja had never delved into the heritage of his mother's family, as there had been no interactions, and his father, Tolt, had never mentioned it. Why did the church imprison you? Well, upon hearing Leja's inquiry, Lilith was taken aback, biting her lip as the question proved difficult to articulate. Do not attempt to evade this question. Hubert could not possibly have taken such an interest in you for no reason. It is because of my eyes. Your eyes. The girl lifted her head, gently brushing aside her white hair, revealing a pair of ice-blue eyes that gazed intently at Leja. The coldness radiated from her gaze, sending chills through his body, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. He quickly recoiled, realizing something was amiss with those eyes. What is happening? The ice crystal eyes. It is a trait that one female in the Fisterland lineage must possess. What do you mean? Have you heard of the portal of the undead army? Shaking his head, Leja was oblivious to the legends and rumors circulating across the hill continent. 6,000 years ago, a horde of undead emerged that threatened the entire continent, bringing devastation to all living beings. The prophet soon sacrificed himself to seal the portal connecting the undead realm to the hill continent. The sacrifice for the seal was the mightiest holy warrior of that time. Run, his body. Being divine could not be wholly sacrificed. It was divided into 6 parts, each protected by one of the 6 families of that era, for it was only by reuniting these 6 parts with the dragon scale blade that the portal could be reopened. You lie. Leja glared fiercely at Lilith. I speak no falsehood. The dragon scale blade was forged only after the emergence of the Holy Empire. How could it possibly exist 6,000 years ago? Do not claim it is merely a matter of nomenclature. Brother, she does not lie. Are you certain? Looking down at Eileen, cradled in his arms. Leja furrowed his brow. In this world of magic, there indeed existed many strange phenomena he could not comprehend, including the tear of honesty around Eileen's neck. I can hear what Sister Eileen's heart is saying. Even the story is fabricated? His thoughts drifted to Sophia. That elf. Strange, Eileen. Did you not detect Sophia's deceit back then? Leja gazed at Eileen curiously, for if one could hear the thoughts of others, Sophia's ulterior motives should have been laid bare. Eileen does not know. How did you hear what she was thinking? At that moment, Eileen saw something in Sister Lilith's eyes that she had never seen before, and then the necklace began to glow, allowing me to hear another voice within Sister Alice's heart. Eileen shook her head, her small mind unable to fathom the occurrence. Please continue. The 6 parts are the eyes, skull, torso, arms, legs, and heart. Heart, dragon scale blade? Could it be impossible? Leja was stunned, a horrific thought taking root in his mind. What is impossible? Is the church controlling you because of your eyes? Yes. My eyes are one of those 6 items. The ice crystal eyes passed down through the Fisterland family for generations that I do not know why, but the church suddenly approached my family and arranged with my father to imprison me in the dragon graveyard. That is entirely plausible. It seems the king and the church lack confidence in safeguarding these items. The dragon scale blade was lost to me not long ago, and as for the heart, it has likely fallen into their hands as well. Does someone wish to acquire these items? Lilith was momentarily taken aback. Yes. If I am not mistaken, I initially could not comprehend the connection of these matters. The church must have sought you not long ago, correct? Yes, they found my father and brought me directly to Cumnas. Your misfortune bears some of my responsibility, I suspect, after losing the dragon scale blade. The king took this matter seriously and sought to secure all parts of the body at once, for only in this way could they ensure the judge could not truly reopen the portal. Are you not surprised? Lilith looked at Leja in disbelief, having thought that by revealing these matters, he would send her back to the church. However, seeing Leja's expression of realization, it was clear he had no such intention. Why should I be surprised? This matter concerns the fate of the Empire. As a count of the Empire, would you? Do not dwell on it. The fate of the Empire does not concern me. I find it curious how you dare to confide this in me. As you said, I am a Count of the Empire. Do you not fear that I might send you back? Upon hearing Lasia's words, Lilith lowered her head in silence. Had it been not long ago, she would have deceived Lasia to escape, but now she found herself unwilling to evade the truth. She was uncertain of her next steps. Hubert's exaggerated actions had terrified her. Lockdowns, bounties, all merely to capture her. How could she, residing in the Holy Empire, possibly evade capture? Rest assured, I shall not send you back. To do so now would embroil me in trouble as well. Brother, cannot you assist Sister Lilith? I can. Truly, is that so? Eileen's eyes widened, unable to believe what she had just heard. She had anticipated Lasia's refusal. When have I ever deceived you? Wiping away Eileen's tears, Lasia chuckled softly. Why do you wish to help me? I am a kind-hearted individual. When I see others in distress, I naturally extend a helping hand. You need only consider my reputation in Rost. Thank you. No need for thanks. Lasia shook his head, his plans gradually taking shape in his mind that if he were to return to the Holy City and the king sought to eliminate him, he would unhesitatingly use Lilith as leverage. Although he was uncertain of the current status of the judge, it was evident that taking action against the Marquis indicated a departure from discretion, suggesting the judge's progress was accelerating. Lilith's eyes could very well be the final piece. And no one knew of her presence in his possession. Threatening the king with Lilith might be his last resort. He was not yet ready to meet his demise. The journey to Lat was arduous, due to the size of the party. Even Duke could not expedite their pace. Lasia brought nearly all his savings with him, and even the horses used for travel were not ordinary. They were a breed known as wide horses, which were more robust than regular horses, possessing greater endurance and speed, albeit at a significantly higher cost than in Chapter 45. Arrival at the Holy City. Halt. Kalma's voice resonated in the ears of every knight. Sitting in the carriage, Lasia felt perplexed but refrained from parting the curtains, mindful of not exposing Lilith's presence. What is the matter? My lord, it is Lobadil and his kin. Lobadil, what brings them here? I am not certain. Go and ascertain the situation. Kalma turned and galloped toward Lobadil's direction. Lobadil, what is the meaning of this? Kalma, the count is departing. Why was I not informed? Lobadil's bovine eyes glared with dissatisfaction at Kalma. There was no need for that. Wait, Lobadil, what are you planning? Kalma felt a headache coming on as he gazed at the throngs of Minotaurs behind Lobadil, already foreseeing what Lobadil would say next. Naturally, we are here to accompany the esteemed count. As expected, Kalma smiled wryly. What are you talking about? Nothing. I shall go and inform the esteemed count. Be sure to clarify that we, the consignment, shall remain by the count's side. I understand, but I cannot guarantee whether the count will consent. Waving his hand, Kalma realized that this was not a mere outing, bringing Minotaurs to the Holy City. He could only imagine the ridicule Lasia would face. Do you wish to accompany me? Indeed, Lobadil has stated as such, and he has led all his kin to pursue. How can those creatures, with their 2 feet, keep up? Are they truly gifted? Well, their speed may be relatively swift. Shall I refuse them? No need. Let them follow. Is that truly wise? They are indeed from a different race. Bringing them to the Holy City will undoubtedly attract attention and stir public opinion. Kalma, do you believe I still care about such matters in my current predicament? Kalma fell silent, realizing that for Reg, no amount of accusations or slander mattered anymore. I shall notify Lobadil and the others. Go ahead. Reg held a particular fondness for the Minotaurs. Their simplicity, immense strength, and commendable combat prowess, especially Lobadil, who was only slightly weaker than Kalma, made them invaluable. Their natural strength and resilience rendered them far superior to humans in battle. This group of Minotaurs represented a significant asset, whether for tilling the land or serving as soldiers, and Reg had no reason to refuse their companionship. After all, the king's punishment would not be altered due to this minor issue, as there were simply too many other races integrated into human society. The vast territories of the Holy Empire remained largely undeveloped and abandoned. The journey proceeded without unexpected incidents. The large number of people slowed their pace considerably, turning what should have been a 3-day trek into nearly half a month. Duke said nothing about this, as the king merely required Rege to be taken out of Rost to be why following the group, he effectively fulfilled his obligation to monitor Rege. Is that Lat? Even from a distance, Rege could see the towering city walls, a massive fortress that stood apart from the surrounding forest. This was Lat, the domain of Marquis Labadel. When we exit, conceal your face and hair. For now, you shall play the role of a maidservant to these two girls. Understood. Lilith nodded. Brother, are we heading to the holy city? Aaron asked curiously, gazing at Rege. Lat has a magical portal to the holy city. Once we pass through it, we shall arrive there. This is Aaron's first time leaving Rost, and it is for Sister Aif as well. Aaron was clearly excited about the forthcoming journey to the holy city, while Aif was less composed, aware that something significant had transpired with Rege. Then we must make the most of our time in the holy city. Indeed, brother. When will we return? Why are you already thinking of returning before we've even reached the holy city? Perhaps we won't be returning at all. The appearance of such a large entourage naturally drew the attention of the soldiers. When a throng of knights surrounded them, Duke presented his credentials, and upon recognizing the Wells family insignia, the knights dared not obstruct their passage. Currently, Lat lacked a definitive leader. Most political commands were issued by the bishops of the diocese, and the Osborne family, due to Gabriel's demise, was unable to exert control over the city. Furthermore, the king's intention to intervene rendered the papacy's interference an expected occurrence. So, this is Lat. As he pulled back the curtain, Rege was taken aback by the vibrant and bustling marketplace outside. The spectacle within the city was astonishingly extravagant. It was no wonder this was the wealthiest region of Kumnaz County. Gabriel had demonstrated some degree of administrative ability. My lord, the messenger has instructed you to proceed directly to the holy city without lingering in Lat. Let it be, Rege replied nonchalantly. After all, this was Gabriel's territory, and the king would not allow him to tarry here. Duke was surprised by Rege's cooperation, but saw it as a positive sign, and led the way toward the city's center. Upon seeing the portal, Rege couldn't help but be awestruck. The enormous black stone frame was inscribed with golden runes, its size exceeding even that of Lat's city gates. The swirling dark vortex in the center seemed to beckon him to step inside. Through the curtain, Rege estimated the portal's height to be 60 meters. With a width nearly longer than a street in Rost, it was evident that this portal was not merely intended for transporting individuals, but for the movement of armies. With this, soldiers of the Holy Empire could traverse its lands with ease. Proceed directly. Do not fear as you pass through the portal. On the other side lies Antla. The knight's voice reached his ears. And as Duke and his group vanished into the portal, Rege's forces followed suit at a measured pace. Brother, we are about to enter the portal. Erin's little face was tense. Through the chain, she could see people continuously disappearing into the dark vortex, a mix of wonder and trepidation in her eyes. Fear not. We are merely crossing through a doorway. Rege patted her little head. You may experience some ear-ringing. It is a normal effect of the magic. Will you go through the portal? Lilith hesitated before responding. I suppose so. We're almost there. Rege felt a surge of nervousness, having lived in a world dominated by technology. Such magical phenomena always quickened his pulse. Buzz. A series of sounds sent chills down Rege's spine. The corridor was dim, shrouded in darkness, with only the light ahead guiding them out. Buzz. The holy city. They had arrived. Chapter 46. Antla, your excellency, the count. We have reached Antla. That I will arrange for someone to escort you to your temporary residence. And during your wait, you may be summoned by the king at any moment. Isn't this the holy city? Ah. Your excellency, Antla is part of the holy city. The holy city is vast. This is merely one of its regions, named Antla. Oh. If there is nothing else, I shall proceed to the palace to meet the king. Yes. Thank you. Minotaurs. Minotaurs have appeared in the holy city. Slaves? Is that the mark of a count? Are they the slaves of some count? Labadel was already accustomed to such gazes. His tribe had been living in Rost for some time, and he could even understand what those around him were discussing. The messenger to Rost has returned. Wells Rege has arrived in the holy city. Gazing at the map spread across the table, Alva lightly traced a circle over it with his finger. Oh, how do you intend to deal with him? I initially thought he wouldn't dare come, but according to Duke, the lad brought his entire family along. Are you surprised? Indeed, somewhat that I have met his father told on several occasions. He is quite the talent, but alas, Alva sighed. Teacher, do you think it necessary for me to handle him as we discussed last time? After all, the Wells family is a benefactor of the Empire. Your Highness, haven't you already formed an opinion on this matter? Teacher, Count Rezi is a clever individual. I have heard he is merely 16 this year, for years your junior, yet his manner of conducting affairs is truly remarkable. He must have some formidable allies. A faint smile appeared on Alva's lips. Have you made a decision? Yes. By daring to bring his family to the Holy City, his intentions are quite clear. He is astute enough to know I will take action against Kumnaz, and shedding his identity is indeed the wisest course for him. However, he is quite bold. Does he not fear for his life? He likely wishes to express his loyalty. Loyalty. Merely a display of audacity. If I were in his position, I would be reaching out to all the nobles of Kumnaz to unite with Sanchez and prepare for rebellion. The elderly man nearby merely smiled blandly, ignoring the somewhat childish remarks of the king before him, well aware of the resentment and dissatisfaction Alva had accumulated over the years. He is probably tired today, and my eagerness to meet him may frighten the lad. Geoffrey cast a glance at his student. From his understanding of Alva, it was evident that the king had developed an interest in Rezi, different statuses, yet the same fate. Both encountered crises at a young age while inheriting their family legacies. That it would be strange if Alva were not intrigued by Rezi. For now, let us remain here. Kalma, go inform Labadel that unless necessary, he should not wander about. This is the holy city, and I am not the one setting the laws, should any trouble arise. I cannot shield you. Brother, understood. I will take you out to explore shortly. Adolf has ordered everyone to remain here unless necessary. Yes, my lord. The residence was modest, yet ample. Rezi had not anticipated that the king would arrange such a fine place for him, especially within the holy city. Although it was a considerable distance from the palace, the king's gesture somewhat eased Rezi's anxious heart. That it was already afternoon, and Rezi was reluctant to venture out at this hour, should the king wish to see him and he be absent. It would spell trouble to avert such a scenario. Rezi spent the entire afternoon quietly within the small estate. The heavy atmosphere rendered all the servants and knights somewhat taciturn, yet without Rezi's orders. They dared not step outside. Brother, hurry! Aaron, have you fallen asleep? Yes. Aaron cheerfully nodded her little head. She had been eager to go out and play, for this was the holy city, the realm of kings. Princes and princesses, glancing at the sky, which was gradually darkening, he had initially thought he would be summoned by the king that afternoon. Shaking his head, he concluded that at this hour, the king was unlikely to meet with him. A mere count. Let us go, Adolf. Kalma, you should join us as well. This is likely your first visit to the holy city. Oh, off we go. You little girl, once we step outside, you must stick close to your brother and not wander off. What about Afe? Sister said she wouldn't go out because... Aaron turned her small eyes to glance at Adolf and Kalma beside her. Leja quickly reacted and spoke. Let her rest well. My lord, it may not be appropriate to go out at this time, right? It's fine. The king surely wouldn't want to meet me at this late hour, would he? Anyway, it makes little difference for the next event, so there is no need to overthink it. Leja smiled at Adolf. Adolf was taken aback, then chuckled. He felt that he was struggling to keep pace with this young master, who had already grown up, given the proximity of their residence to the city center. Leja had no intention of using a carriage. As the saying goes in Huaxia, one must act discreetly under the emperor's feet, even though the count's status was already quite high. Yet, one could never know when they might encounter the children of the council members on the streets. And Leja certainly wished to avoid any scandalous situations. Antla, being the northernmost district of the holy city, was impressively vast. Leja was astonished by the prosperity of Antla shortly after stepping out. Aside from the absence of street lights and advertisements, the houses in Antla stood in neat rows, meticulously planned. My lord, this is the liveliest market in Antla, where you can exchange gold coins for whatever you desire. What are those floating islands above? My lord, that is the Royal Knight Academy. Griffins? I didn't expect those to exist. If you are interested, my lord, you may observe the aerial islands during the day. The knights will come out to carry out their tasks. Is this the only floating island? No. Every region has its own aerial island, all of equal size, and they are elevated at least 2,000 meters high to avoid blocking sunlight. Such ingenuity. This is not merely for amusement. These floating islands are inscribed with magical barrier runes painstakingly carved by mages. And special magical materials were necessary to suspend the islands to elevate the limits of those runes. The cost of levitating such vast land would surely weigh heavily even on a king. Yet it must be done to protect the holy city, which cannot afford any issues as it serves as the core hub of the entire sacred empire. And you are? Leja inquired, looking curiously at a golden-haired young man approaching from the side, whose face was adorned with a broad smile. Leja was tempted to ask, "Is it really that joyful to educate others?" Chapter 47. Audience with the King, Part 1. Leonard, it is a pleasure to see you this evening. My Lord Count. You know me? Leja squinted, gazing curiously at the young man before him. My lord, he should belong to the tulip family. Noticing the embroidered red tulip on the stranger's chest, Adolphe whispered softly in Leja's ear. Upon hearing this, Leja glanced at the robust servants following the man and understood. While I did not recognize you earlier, I suppose we are acquainted now. Leonard smiled slightly. Even Leja found it somewhat perplexing what this fellow meant. But it was evident he had ulterior motives for approaching him. The tulip family, a lineage of leaders who had all been dukes for generations. In terms of status, Leja could hardly compare himself to a duke, despite the disparity in rank. Nevertheless, Leja maintained a calm demeanor, feeling no need to diminish his own standing in front of these noble youths. Thank you for your explanation, but we wish to continue exploring the splendor of the holy city. I can guide you. Thank you, but that is unnecessary. Leja stated plainly, declining the offer. I believe it is quite necessary. Leja hesitated, observing Leonard's ever-present smile, and fell silent. Brother, I want to eat something. Aaron, who held Leja's hand, was unable to break free. The little girl could hardly contain her impatience while listening to Leja converse with others. Suit yourself. What do you wish to eat? Aaron, that one. Interesting. Leonard smiled slightly, giving a brief command to his servants before walking alongside Leja, which left Adolphe feeling quite awkward. However, he dared not voice his discomfort. The tulip family's status in the holy city was irreplaceable. The empire had already seen 2 princesses marry into the tulip family, a well-known fact throughout the sacred empire, making the tulip family a living legend that to encounter a member of the tulip nobility today. Adolphe found it challenging to remain composed. Recently, the council seems to have been rather unfriendly towards you. Is this delicious? The taste is good, but it doesn't compare to what my brother makes. Picking up a piece of bread, Leja began to eat, completely ignoring Leonard beside him. According to the judgment, you may be stripped of your title by the king and ultimately perish in the holy city. Hearing this, Leja, despite his calm demeanor, couldn't help but pause. Though he had mentally prepared himself beforehand, he remained uncertain of the king's intentions, that if the king truly wished for his demise, your intentions are indeed not as friendly as they appear. No. I am here to assist you. Thank you for your kindness, but I must decline. I do not believe you would offer help without reason. The tulip family has no need to court a mere count like myself. Calma. After saying this, Leja took Aaron's hand and strode forward. Please stop. Calma coldly interjected, positioning himself before Leonard. Do you wish for your master to fall in the holy city? Leonard narrowed his eyes. Boring fellow, go back. He gestured for his companions not to make a move, casting a deep look at Leja before turning away in another direction. My lord, the tulip family may indeed have some means. Adolphe, do not mistake every glimmer of hope for a lifeline in times of peril. Not everything floating on the river is a savior. Don't you think he resembles more of a water snake? Let us wander around happily. If we have the chance to return, wouldn't it be wise for you to learn the management methods here? Adolphe, it was unclear what the king was anxious about. As dawn broke, a messenger arrived at Leja's temporary residence. Having enjoyed himself the previous night, it was Leja's first time in such a fantastical metropolis. Unlike Rost, where mages were few, here they were abundant. He had even visited the Mage Tower the day before. Compared to the Holy City, Rost hardly qualified as a fourth-tier small city. Rest assured, while I cannot predict what will unfold, I will certainly return alive. Leja chuckled lightly at the worried expressions of Kalma and Adolf. His gaze drifted to the corner where Eiffel was hiding. Noticing the evident dark circles under the girl's eyes, his heart ached for her. She must have had a restless night due to worried at a tea this moment. Leja said little, stepping outside to board the carriage. The royal style of conduct was exceedingly lavish. The carriage that came to greet him was a golden chariot drawn by 6 snow dragons. Had he not known what the king intended to do next, Leja might have doubted whether he was a royal guest. Is this far from the palace? My lord, with the speed of the snow dragons, we shall arrive shortly. Duke responded with a smile. What is happening? Feeling the carriage begin to tilt, Leja instinctively grasped the handle atop the carriage. My lord, the snow dragon is a flying magical beast. Duke seemed unfazed by the occurrence. After regaining his balance, the carriage jolted slightly before stabilizing. Gurgle, is it common for carriages drawn by snow dragons to be seen in the Holy City? No, you are among the few being welcomed by the king using royal mounts. Antla is quite distant from the city center. And ordinary magical beasts face many inconveniences on the journey, hence the use of snow dragon carriages for your reception. It seems the king is eager to meet you. Haha. With a resigned smile, Leja thought it was not eagerness to receive him, but rather a clear intention to deal with him swiftly. After half an hour, the scenery outside the curtain occasionally presented a reference point, only to vanish in an instant. The speed of the carriage was somewhat exaggerated. Hold on tight. We are about to descend. Hearing Duke's voice, Leja instinctively clutched the handle above his head. The sudden loss of balance felt akin to a roller coaster, and he truly questioned whether the king could endure this. The carriage steadied, and Leja disembarked. Upon seeing the 2 creatures before him, he was startled enough to take 2 steps back. A dragon? Is this a dragon? Staring at the immense creature, Leja felt somewhat bewildered. You are not mistaken, my lord. This is an English dragon, and behind it is the king's specialized dragon carriage for travel. Looking around, indeed, behind the 2 prostrate white giants lay a grand palace, resembling a royal private aircraft. An inexplicable thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps sensing their presence, the massive dragon's eyes briefly opened to scan Leja and Duke before closing again, clearly disinterested in the diminutive humans before it. You have arrived. This is Count Leja. You shall take him to meet the king. Yes. My lord Count. This person will escort you to the main hall. I shall take my leave. Nodding, Leja somewhat numbly boarded the carriage. The judgment had ultimately arrived. Chapter 48. Changes in territory before him lay stairs so numerous that Leja could not count them, with silver-armored knights standing sword in hand at intervals of several steps. Today, Leja dressed with remarkable elegance, donning garments befitting an earl. However, he felt a chill in his heart at the indifferent demeanor of those around him. Not a single soul approached to greet him. The esteemed earl. Although he was a stranger here, he was still of noble rank. The odds of emerging from this ordeal alive or perishing within its confines seemed precariously balanced. He understood that when one is subject to punishment, one must stand at attention, suppressing any expression of discontent. A notion firmly entrenched in Leja's mind that as he ascended the staircase, a tingling numbness began to creep into his calves. Casting a sidelong glance at a middle-aged gentleman beside him, who appeared utterly unfazed, Leja felt a twinge of respect. Upon looking back down, he noted that the entire court was suspended in the air, surrounded by towering stone columns. The vast platform was sparsely populated. Prior to this, Adolf had briefed him on the protocols for meeting the king. So without a moment's hesitation, Leja sought out a similarly attired nobleman, stepping confidently to stand beside him. Yet whether it was his own overthinking or a genuine reaction, the nobleman subtly distanced himself as Leja approached. Gradually, more individuals joined the gathering, and Leja felt increasingly isolated, akin to a student summoned to the front of the class for a misstep. The stone columns loomed ominously around him, and without a railing nearby, the thought of standing too close to the edge was daunting. A careless misstep could lead to dire consequences. Was this design intended for the perilous sport of high-altitude throwing? Or was it a method for outright execution? Suddenly, a resounding horn echoed, prompting Leja to stand erect. Awaiting the king's arrival, did I end the skies above? Two snow dragons descended gracefully onto the platform, drawing the attention of the crowd to a resplendent carriage adorned with opulent embellishments, reminiscent of the one that had earlier brought Leja here. The sound of footsteps echoed crisply upon the jade floor, as nearly 200 onlookers maintained an eerie silence, clad in golden armor. Leja recalled hearing tales of the current king being a warrior. Thus, his armor in such a setting was understandable. That as the imposing figure strode past, Leja dared not lift his gaze, instead observing through his peripheral vision. "Long live His Majesty the King," Leja called out, bowing in unison with the crowd. His noble status, placing him near the front of the assembly, allowing him to keenly feel the pressure descending from above. Alvis settled into the throne, his gaze sweeping over the assembled ministers. Upon recognizing Leja, a faint, barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Rise," commanded the king. "Thank you, Your Majesty. It has been several days since the passing of Marquis McClure, a fact that fills me with profound sorrow. It is a tragedy that a marquis has met his demise within the borders of the Holy Empire." A jolt of dread surged through Leja as he dared not raise his head. For the words he most feared to hear had been uttered first. Listening to the king's gravely tone, Leja understood that his fate today would likely be far from favorable. "Your Majesty, the council has conducted an investigation, revealing that Marquis McClure perished on the territory of the Wells family in Cumnaz, slain by a band of formidable ogres." Ogres? Are they not creatures that dwell within the Dwarven Empire? How could they possibly appear within the Holy Empire? This underling is unaware. Perhaps Your Majesty could inquire with Earl Leja. Leja felt a shiver run down his spine at this theatrical exchange. It was evident that the conversation was designed to shift the blame onto him. Days had passed since McClure's death, and it was clear that the trial aimed to place full responsibility at Leja's feet. Having resolved to remain silent, he knew there were no lawyers present to defend him. Acceptance of the trial was his only option. "Earl Leja, did you not notice the presence of ogres within your domain? Furthermore, why did you delay the banquet until that day?" This underling is unaware. Unaware? Absurd! Ogres are indeed enemies of humanity. I have heard whispers that you have welcomed foreign tribes. Could it be that these ogres are in league with you? Leja fell silent, at a loss for how to respond to such accusations, fully aware that the king was privy to his connections with the Minotaur tribe. Choosing silence, do you admit to your guilt? "Your Majesty." Leja lifted his head, intending to speak, but found himself momentarily stunned, staring at the familiar visage before him. "Leonard, speak. What connection do you have to this matter?" His throat felt parched, and Leja had not anticipated that the man he had conversed with the previous day was. In fact, the king.it was ironic that this individual had claimed to possess a means of aiding him, and now Leja regretted not accepting that help. "Your Majesty, I have no involvement in this affair. I swear by my grandfather's name that I had no motive to assassinate a marquis who was a guest at my banquet." "Humph! While there is no evidence to suggest that McClure met his end by your hand, he undeniably perished within your territory. This incident is my responsibility. My failure to manage my land constitutes my culpability, and I shall not deny it." "Humph! That is understood that in light of this event, the council has determined your punishment. From this day forth, your territory shall be surrendered to the Empire. Your title shall remain unchanged, and you shall relocate to the county of Turku in the Southern Empire. You are to depart for Turku within 2 days and must not linger in the Holy City." Will Wells Leja accept this punishment? Though he yearned to refuse, Leja found himself with no choice. The punishment was clearly excessive. While not well versed in the Empire's laws, he understood that a marquis's death on his land would typically warrant only a charge of mismanagement, not a complete reallocation of territory. The southern region was the most impoverished part of the Holy Empire, with the eastern side of the Marat River mostly barren. There was hardly any wildlife, let alone human inhabitants. Leja could hardly envision any outcome beyond a life of mere subsistence. Yet could he voice a refusal? He could not. Straining to keep his voice steady, Leja responded, "This underling is willing to accept the punishment." Your Majesty, this is inconsistent with the Council's decision. Ferdinand, the verdict has been rendered. There is no need for further discussion. Moreover, you are forbidden from handling this matter in secret. All affairs are to be overseen by Robin. Yes, Your Majesty. Once the council adjourned, Leja finally exhaled in relief that he had feared he would meet his end within the assembly, but the outcome was as he had anticipated, a mere change of territory. The king clearly lacked the courage to enact a harsher punishment. By transferring Wells lands to others, he achieved his goal of distancing Leja from Cumnas. The replacement of an earl represented a significant blow to the northern factions of the empire. Chapter 49. Journey to Turku. As he departed, Leja was once again escorted by the snow dragon carriage. Though the gesture felt somewhat insincere, he dared not voice any complaints upon returning to his temporary residence. He was met by a throng of familiar faces waiting at the door. Eiffel, Aline, Kalma, Lorien, and Adolf. Nearly everyone had gathered to welcome him back, warming his heart. I have returned, brother. All is well. He embraced the rushing Eiffel, who clearly harbored concerns for his safety. Aline approached as well, though she remained unaware of the events that had transpired, content to accompany the others in waiting. My lord, let us discuss matters later. Gather your belongings. We depart tomorrow. The sooner they could leave, the safer Leja would feel. Should the council reconsider, he would already be en route to his new territory. The king sought the Wells family's influence in Cumnas and would not concern himself with their current whereabouts. The night passed with a sense of tranquility. The king's herald did not return, and Leja realized that his demeanor had allowed him to evade a dire fate. His title remained intact. And in truth, he had even gained territory. The former lands of Wells totaled merely over 4,600 square kilometers, whereas Turku, a southern county, boasted an impressive area of 9,700 square kilometers. From now on, it would entirely belong to Leja as his private domain. Fortune for misfortune, that seemed unlikely. Turku was impoverished, with much of its land desolate and sparsely populated. The arid climate rendered agriculture nearly impossible. And with current technology, neither forestry nor farming could thrive. The prospects for livestock were even bleaker, as ordinary citizens struggled to obtain food, rendering it impossible to sustain animals. In short, it was a barren land devoid of wealth. Upon arriving in Rivadicilia via the teleportation portal, the journey truly began. There was no direct portal from the holy city to Turku. Access to Turku necessitated two routes: traveling from Labust via a massive ship to Marantiria, then making a detour to Turku, or taking an airship directly from Rivadicilia to Turku. Comparatively, the latter seemed far more convenient. However, convenience came at a cost. Upon learning the rental price of an airship from Adolf, Leja was taken aback. 5,000 gold coins. Why not just rob a bank? My lord, our cargo is quite substantial. To reach Turku, we must charter an entire airship. But that is exorbitantly expensive. My lord, there is another option. If we wait several days, there will be airships departing for Kasaban that are free of charge, though we would need to traverse the Trentilla Desert on foot. The desert. Could we not share the rental of an airship? That has not been mentioned. Imperial airships must depart on schedule. If you wish to reach Turku swiftly, you can only use a private airship. 4,500 gold coins. If he is unwilling, then so be it. Gritting his teeth, Leja reluctantly uttered a figure that pained him considerably. Upon hearing the amount, the airship captain immediately acquiesced, and Leja inwardly lamented a grievous loss. However, the deal had been struck, and he had no grounds to dispute it, unless he chose not to travel to Turku by airship. The airship, named Matlu, was evidently a size smaller than the official vessels used by the Empire. Yet structurally, it bore no significant differences. Its design was remarkably similar, and indeed, the airships of this world bore a striking resemblance to those of Earth in the 21st century. Be careful, watching as Eileen eagerly ascended the stairs. Leja feared the little girl might tumble down, for the airship was still a fair distance from the ground, necessitating the climb of a stone tower to board for the goods and the cart. They could only be hoisted aboard using the machinery attached to the airship. The entire day was consumed merely in loading cargo, and once everything was aboard, the Matlu airship was officially ready for takeoff. A resounding blast of the horn echoed as the airship began to tremble gently, the tethering chains snapping free in an instant, and the propellers at the rear spun furiously. The sound of the engines echoed continuously. When the airship finally stabilized, Leja felt a wave of relief wash over him. This experience was far removed from that of flying in a plane, where one is cocooned within a cabin. Here, he was entirely exposed to the air, and he could feel the faint currents swirling around him. The weather here is rather warm. Have you never been to Turku? How could I possibly have been? Thank you. No need for thanks. Turku is far more remote than Kumnaz, and it's unlikely anyone would come looking for you. Besides, no one knows I took you. Leja chuckled. Why are you so cheerful about being assigned to such a place? Lilith looked at him in confusion. What is there to be unhappy about? I am far removed from the center of chaos. What do you mean? You wouldn't understand. The north is rife with turmoil. The Osborne family has long established itself there, due to the Matla River. The king cannot effectively govern the north, that if the Osborne family were to rebel and destroy the portal, do you know what that would signify? Shaking her head, Lilith found herself somewhat baffled by the implications. The north would become entirely independent. Even if the king wished to manage it, he would be unable to mobilize troops northward. Given time, it wouldn't be long before the Osbornes could seize complete control of the north and establish a new kingdom. That can't be possible. Nothing is impossible. The Osborne family is merely biding its time. How do we even get onto this topic? It's pointless to discuss it. You would never comprehend. Leja took a sip of water, finding these speculations overly simplistic. Even without knowledge of the three kingdoms, he could surmise the current situation from the geographical distribution alone. The territory of the Holy Empire was far too vast. It was evidently unrealistic for a king to govern such an immense nation solely through his own soldiers, especially in the absence of a portal. Now that the king had found an opportunity, the north was bound to descend into chaos. Seizing the tumultuous period following Gabriel's death, the king sought to infuse new imperial power as much as possible. Controlling the Wells territory was merely a glimpse of this strategy. Not all factions in the north were disloyal to the empire, should the king allow the Osborne family to continue its growth. The loyal factions would gradually be eroded, making northern independence an eventuality that, of course, Leja had distanced himself from such matters. Detachment from right and wrong was undoubtedly a wise choice, but he had reviewed Turku's geographical position. It lay on the outskirts of the empire, adjacent to the Trunlat Sea, and was a bay area. Due to its poor geographical conditions, it had long been devoid of any governing authority. Chapter 50. Arrival at Turku with a sharp clatter. The teacup slid off the table, and Leja, losing his balance, sprawled across the surface. My lord, are you unwell? I'm fine. What is happening outside? It seems we've encountered a sandstorm. The airship 1T crash. Will it? Rest assured, my lord, the airship's magical shield is already activated. Such a storm poses no risk of disaster. Kalma chuckled, unperturbed by the mild turbulence, and no sooner had he spoken than the airship steadied itself, allowing Leja to relax his tense frame. Is anyone feeling unwell? No, everything is normal on the Lobital front as well. My lord, we are now above the Dieta River. We shall reach Turku once we cross it. So soon? The airship had departed in the afternoon, and if time was calculated correctly, it was now merely around midnight. Yes, if you take a nap, we should arrive in Shanjin town shortly. How could I possibly sleep? Kalma, with your abilities, remaining in Rost would yield better opportunities. There is no need for you to accompany me to such a remote location. My lord, Kalma will remain loyal to the Wells family, even unto death. Casting a glance at Kalma, Leja chose not to respond. These knights had demonstrated their loyalty from the moment they left Rost with him, and he merely felt a sense of guilt as the sunlight streamed through the window the following morning. Leja opened his eyes, only to find Eileen nestled against him. He had no idea when the little girl had crept over. Not wishing to wake her, he quietly slipped out of the room. You didn't sleep? No, my lord. A night without sleep is of no consequence to a knight. Upon seeing Leja emerge, Kalma, who had been in a meditative state with his eyes closed, promptly replied, Suit yourself. Where are we now? Still above the Dieta River. Still. Is this a bridge or a sea? We haven't flown across in an entire night. Hearing this, Leja was taken aback and hurried to the railing of the airship. Peering down, he saw nothing but water. At such a height, the land was nowhere in sight. Swallowing hard, he pondered the peculiar definitions of river and sea in the context of hill continent. Initially suspecting a significant miscalculation in the map scale, Leja soon realized there was no such error. Deploying troops from the Holy City to the Empire's north was evidently unfeasible, given that the Matla River was wider than the Cardia River on the map. We should spot land in about an hour. Why would you venture to such a remote place as Turku? I am the captain, Korea. It's a pleasure to meet you, my lord. A middle-aged man with dark skin, wearing a captain's hat and bearing a scar on his face, had seemingly appeared beside Leja without his notice. How did you ascertain my identity? My lord, I can discern insignias. There are quite a few nobles who rent my airship in Riva. This line of work must be quite lucrative. Ha! My lord jests. He refrained from elaborating on the extent of his earnings. Gazing down at the water below, feeling the wind brush against his cheek, Leja inquired, "Are you familiar with Turku?" 50 gold coins. Turning his head to glance at Korea, he noted the man's expression was clearly not a jest. Knowing my identity, you still dare to ask for such a price. You possess considerable audacity. I have no choice. Information holds value. And as long as there is demand, there will be worth. You may choose not to pay, and in that case, I have no obligation to divulge anything about Turku. Korea smiled, undeterred by Leja's shifting demeanor. Leja regarded him coolly and stated, "Kalma, give him 50 gold coins." My lord, just do it that I have yet to gain a concrete understanding of Turku. If this fellow fails to provide a satisfactory answer, I can always take action later. Haha, my lord can rest assured. I will not disappoint you. Korea laughed heartily, finding it a profitable deal to earn 50 gold coins merely through conversation. 2 years ago, I encountered a traveler bound for Turku. To be frank, why would someone of your standing travel to such a place? The security there is quite poor. Is the security really that bad? Extremely poor. If it weren't for the fact that one cannot leave Turku, I doubt humanity would still exist there. What do you mean? You are utterly unfamiliar with Turku, aren't you? If I were knowledgeable, I wouldn't be spending 50 gold coins to inquire of you. Turku lies at the southernmost edge of the Holy Empire. To the south is the Trunlat Sea. To the north and west lies the Trentia Desert, and to the east is the Dieta River beneath our feet. You should grasp the implications of this. A county completely sealed off. Correct answer. And that is not the worst part. The Trentia Desert is home to lizard men and centaur bandits, while fishmen tribes inhabit the coastal areas. The geographical conditions are abysmal, and it is unsuitable for wheat cultivation. It is entirely normal for that place to suffer from perennial food shortages. That sounds utterly exaggerated. I assure you, I am not exaggerating in the slightest. You will find out upon your arrival. Turku is my territory. This, pardon my impertinence, have you offended the king? Korea's forehead broke into a cold sweat. You could say that. My lord, I have provided all the information you sought. Now about the gold. Take it. Kalma, seeing Leja nod, handed over a pouch. Upon receiving the coins, Korea burst into hearty laughter. Is it difficult to establish a city in Turku? My lord, are you jesting? That is utterly impossible. The common folk of Turku have grown accustomed to their freedom. To put it simply, even if you possess noble status there, the commoners will not heed your commands. A lawless zone? Indeed, the government has never exercised control over Turku. Hence very few venture there to ask for your aspirations to establish a city. The manpower you have brought may scarcely suffice for the local populace. Rize's lips twitched. He had not anticipated the king to be so ruthless. Initially, he held some hope, but in such a desolate place, it was no wonder that information about Turku was scarce. With travel restricted on 3 sides, the currency of Turku likely held little value. How shall I contact you regarding the rental of an airship? Well, generally, I would not come to Turku, but if you truly require it, I will make arrangements. Every month, an airship flies from Riva to Tuscan, passing over Turku to AT that time. Simply make a significant commotion in Turku, and upon receiving the message, I will endeavor to visit Shanjin town within approximately a month. You may convey any requests then. Moreover, Do not entertain the thought of crossing the Dietya River, that I have traversed many places in the Holy Empire, yet I have never heard of a vessel capable of such a crossing. Look, my lord, we are nearing the riverbank. Shanjin town is almost upon you. As he spoke, Korya's eyes brightened. Following his gaze, Rise indeed saw the silhouette of the riverbank come into view. Turku had arrived. Chapter 51. The curious Shanjin town. The airship swiftly soared past the riverbank, revealing the scenery below to Rise. The mountains completely obstructed the riverbank, and upon witnessing this, Rise felt a chill run down his spine. Developing a fishery near the riverbank might be a viable option, yet this geographical structure weighed heavily on his heart. The cross-national mountain range appeared as a desolate expanse, stretching endlessly without a glimpse of forest. The airship traveled swiftly, almost slicing through the sky. Shanjin town lay to the north of Turku, distant from the bay, and this was the only relatively well-developed town Rise had managed to uncover. "We have arrived. Prepare for descent," Korya bellowed, and the shipmaster's horn sounded. Suddenly, the entire airship tilted downward, beginning its descent at a leisurely pace that was quite high. Rise curiously glanced around, but could not discern the outline of Shanjin town. Casting doubt on whether they had truly reached their destination, the airship had chosen to land above a vast grassland, with sparse trees reminiscent of the African savanna. Land, with a resounding blast of the horn. The airship jolted abruptly, and Rise nearly lost his balance. He began to understand why airships rarely descended. Such impacts could easily damage some part of the vessel, and the occasional private contract might not even cover the repair costs. "My lord, from this position, if you head straight north, you shall reach Shanjin town, approximately 6 kilometers away. You will see it shortly." Korya approached Rise and stated, "Thank you, Captain." No need for thanks. I am merely doing my job. Without you, I would earn no gold and could not support these lads. Now, stop dawdling and help the Lord unload everything." Korya shouted, displaying courtesy towards Rise but none towards his own crew. Before long, everything was accounted for, and after confirming that nothing was lost, Korya discussed contact methods with Rise before taking his leave. Once the airship ascended into the sky, the knights bid farewell to the crew. Prepare, we are heading to Shanjin town," Kalma relayed Rise's orders. The weather in Turku was indeed notorious. Compared to Kumnaz, it felt like a furnace next to a refrigerator. This stark contrast even made the formidable knights feel somewhat uncomfortable. The 6-kilometer journey was not far. Changing locations did not alter the speed of the white horses, which were indeed superior to beasts of burden. "My lord, it seems we are approaching Shanjin town." The appearance of such a large entourage naturally attracted the attention of the townsfolk, and soon a multitude of villagers emerged from their wooden shanties to observe that it really this small. "Surely, you jest." Rise was taken aback. The town purported to be the largest in Turku was smaller than a tenth of Rost. The sparsely arranged wooden huts appeared dilapidated, and the gaunt, famished villagers looked upon the procession with longing, their throats visibly swallowing in anticipation. Perhaps the knight's imposing presence deterred the strangely gazing villagers from rushing forward. Brother Eileen, frightened, nestled into Rise's embrace. "Kalma, inquire as to the whereabouts of their mayor." "Understood, you halt." Kalma casually pointed at a frail man by the roadside. "The Shanjin town?" No response came. The man's dead fish-like eyes made Kalma furrow his brow. "Answer. This is indeed Shanjin." His voice was weak and low, sending chills down the spine. "Your new Lord Count Rise has arrived in Turku. Summon your mayor." "Mayor? Shanjin has no mayor. You have food." Seeking death. Upon witnessing the man's fierce gaze, Kalma's sword flew from his hand, the hilt's force sending the frail man sprawling several meters across the ground before he came to a halt. The indifferent stares from the onlookers made Kalma feel a deep discomfort. Even as he acted, the villager seemed oblivious to his actions. "My lord, something is amiss here, that I can see that without your input. These people must have been starving for far too long. Adolf, bring forth some food." Jumping down from the wagon, Rise surveyed the nearby wooden huts, which were exceedingly simple in structure. Turku's poverty offered him a new perspective. A considerable amount of bread was produced. A terrifying desire surfaced in the eyes of the surrounding villagers, raw and unrestrained. Some even began to inch forward uncontrollably. Sensing the situation was spiraling out of control, Kalma drew his knight's sword. witnessing their captain's actions. The other knights followed suit. The synchronized sound of swords being drawn restored a semblance of rationality to the villagers, who had been overtaken by desire. Do you still know fear? We have food here. Answer me one question. And you shall receive a loaf of bread. Supplies are limited. First come, first served. No sooner had Rezi spoken than the seemingly frail villagers surged toward him, and had it not been for the knights brandishing their swords in front, he would have been completely surrounded. You come here. He pointed at a scrawny boy. The boy approached Rezi, clad in tattered rags, his body caked in dust and dirt, his face obscured. What is your name? I have no name. Only food. Frowning, Rezi found this answer unsatisfactory. Answer my question, and I shall give you this. Brazen, calma. Stand down. The boy snatched the bread from Rezi's hand, startling him. The child's audacity was somewhat alarming. Daring to seize from him in front of so many armed knights. Why not finish it? Is it not to your liking? The boy had only consumed a small portion of the loaf. Tightly clutching the remaining half, that it is delicious. Then why not finish it? Een has yet to eat. Who is Een? Why must you save food for them? Een is my sister. The food cannot be finished. Rezi paused for a moment at this revelation. The boy's responses were somewhat mechanical, clearly indicating a limited grasp of language, and the simple exchanges revealed a notable delay in his responses. Rezi, unable to resist, pulled another loaf from behind and extended it toward the boy. My lord, he is lying. Een has long since perished. At this voice, Rezi halted, but alas, it was too late. The boy snatched the bread, and a petite figure swiftly darted into the crowd, moving with such speed that even Kalma could not react in time. Deceiving for food, a sense of revulsion crept into Rezi's heart as he glanced back at the throng. Who just claimed Een was dead? Step forward, answer my question, and you shall receive a loaf of bread. Chapter 52. The grim reality of man, equally gaunt and frail, pushed through the crowd. Kalma signaled to the knights, who then allowed him to approach Rezi. Bread, answer my question, and you shall receive it. Ask away. Gurgle. Rezi noticed the man's sunken belly and suspected he had gone several days without food. Such a condition was evident in every villager of Shanjin town. Are there any nobles here? The weak man's gaze shifted uncomfortably, and after a moment he spoke. No, speak the truth. I have answered one question. Where's my bread? Kalma, break one of his legs. Understood, my lord. A scream erupted as Kalma acted almost instantaneously upon receiving Rezi's command. He had seen many such refugees during his time as a mercenary, and the atmosphere radiating from Shanjin town made him exceedingly uneasy. It was an aura of murderous intent and greed, identical to that exuded by ferocious beasts, except these people lacked the power to match. You answer my questions honestly, or I cannot guarantee that your neck will not snap. That a faint, cold smile danced at the corners of Leja's mouth. The gaunt man, with a pallid complexion, clutched his shattered leg. Beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead due to the excruciating pain. Observing the circumstances before him, he naturally sought to exploit Leja's kindness to procure some food, but his calculations were evidently in vain. Are there any nobles here? He asked through clenched teeth. His voice feeble. Yes, he replied. That a loaf of bread was hurled directly at his face, rolling to the ground, coated in mud and dirt. The man's already ghastly visage transformed as he unhesitatingly picked up the bread and began to devour it ravenously, oblivious to the grime, clinging to it. What about the nobles? Lezi inquired. They are dead, all of them, slaughtered by these people, he answered, his mouth full. Which people? What do you think? Those ravenous scoundrels over there. Did you dare to kill nobles? Leja was taken aback. What nonsense about nobles? There was scarcely any food to begin with, and they intended to hoard it all for themselves, that if we didn't kill them, how would we survive? I have already answered several of your questions for this bread, he said, licking his lips. Despite the tremors coursing through his body from the pain in his leg, the sensation of food filling his stomach rendered him somewhat uncontrollable. Do you not want your other leg? The menacing glint in Kalma's eyes prompted the gaunt man to obediently close his mouth. Casting a glance at the ravenous eyes surrounding him, Leja fell into contemplation that he had not anticipated encountering such a dire situation. After all, this was within the empire, in a territory positioned on the border. Much like Rost, Who could have imagined that these individuals were so impoverished they could scarcely afford food? The quantity of gold coins he had brought was somewhat substantial, naturally leading to a reduction in provisions. The number of servants and knights he brought totaled over 100, alongside craftsmen and their families, bringing the total close to 200 individuals. The food could last a maximum of a week. And if he were to also consider the several hundred townsfolk surrounding him, it would be entirely consumed within 3 days. What do you usually eat? If there is food, we eat. If not, we venture into the mountains to hunt, that if luck is on our side, we might return with a full belly. If not, we may perish up there. However, no one who has gone up has ever returned. And if worst comes to worst, there is always grass. If livestock can eat it, so can we. Is there any meaning to living like this? The gaunt man fell silent, his gaze clouded with confusion as he opened his mouth. The Empire neglects this region. We used to be self-sufficient through fishing, but those fishmen have invaded from Terranlat. If the environment had been suitable for them, you might not have seen these last few towns. Where are those fishmen? By the sea. Most of the humans in Turku have been captured and enslaved by them, that if they were not bound to the coastline, we would likely have become slaves as well. To be honest, if they provided food, becoming a slave to the fishmen wouldn't be entirely unacceptable. A hint of madness flickered across the gaunt man's face. Adolf, give each of them a loaf of bread. My lord, but we don't have much food to spare. I know, just give them one loaf. Understood. Adolf nodded after a moment of silence. Setting up a table, Leja placed a thick stack of papers upon it, clearing his throat before loudly proclaiming, "As long as you sign this slave contract, you shall receive a loaf of bread. I'll sign. I want to sign too." The allure of food had rendered the townsfolk irrational. For them, the question of freedom was of little consequence if freedom could be traded for a loaf of bread. It would undoubtedly be a bargain. "My lord, will you accept this batch of slaves?" Kalma furrowed his brow. "Why not? Prepare the branding iron and mark them with the Wells family insignia, even if they regret it later. I need some evidence." Leja chuckled. Slaves were indeed valuable assets. Now that he possessed land, this cheap labor would undoubtedly be required in the future. His immediate task was to find a suitable location to establish a camp and gradually restore Turku's economy. Once the populace had food, they would naturally find work to do. Once they returned to being ordinary citizens, transforming them into slaves would prove to be a troublesome endeavor, should he resort to force. It would attract the attention of the Empire, and with someone keen to intervene, he would find himself in a precarious situation. Currently, he was not favored by the king or the council. Should the king choose to eradicate him mercilessly, he would have no tears left to shed. Watching the branding process, Leja felt a pang of empathy. Yet these individuals seemed unfazed, screaming momentarily before resuming their consumption of bread, indicating that the suffering they had previously endured far surpassed the pain of branding. After another individual seeking bread was driven away, nearly all the commoners in Shanjin town had become slaves of the Wells family, totaling over 300, a significant number. Form teams of 5. Kalma. Have them closely observe the terrain in the vicinity and create a rough sketch. Yes, my lord. After a busy afternoon, Leja had no intention of settling in Shanjin town. The only visible resources in Turku were its fisheries, which could only be developed near the Terranlat coastline. The Ditya Mountains lay in between, rendering a foot journey impractical if possible. Leja wished to investigate whether there were any minerals within the mountains. After all, the land was his, and if he unearthed valuable ore, he would strike it rich. Turku's poverty was a result of neglect, and if it could be developed similarly to Rivadicilia, establishing airship landing towers, visitors would naturally flock and of course, that was a matter for the future. Perhaps even years away. For now, the pressing issue was to resolve the law and order situation in Turku. Chapter 53. The plan gathered nearby. Adolf observed closely as Leja marked circles, crosses, and annotations in a language he could not comprehend on the map. This was once the residence of nobles, and the interior had been largely dismantled, though it still offered a makeshift shelter. Adolf, do you think this location is suitable for establishing a new town? Here, I sent it a bit too far from Shanjin town. Adolf furrowed his brow, noting that this area was already towards the southern part of Turku's map, which spanned nearly 10,000 square kilometers. Does distance matter? I do not intend to remain near Shanjin town. Then what do you plan? Naturally, to establish a new town by the sea that I believe the original inhabitants of Turku relied on fishing for their livelihood. With the absence of the empire's constraints, there are no proper laws or trading systems, and fisheries can merely sustain themselves. Without the empire's mandate, no merchants dare step foot in Turku. After all, strictly speaking, any discovered minerals or rich fishing grounds belong to the empire. Merchants do not favor ventures that entail investment, risk, and no returns. But my presence changes everything. I possess the empire's decree, and all of Turku is my private property. As long as I refrain from excessive actions, the king and the council will likely wish to ignore me, this abandoned pawn. What do you mean? To eradicate the fishmen of Turku and establish a new Rost near the Taranlat coastline. Fully developing the fishery vigorously. My lord, even with bountiful harvests each year, there is no way to sell it. Moreover, fish are a perishable commodity. Once they rot, who would still buy them? Freshness is not a concern. And transportation is even less of an issue, though we can utilize airships to transport the fish. Just because the Empire's airships do not visit Turku does not mean private airships will not. As long as we establish good contact with private airships, we can transport as much cargo as necessary out of Turku. Our only concern is who to sell the caught fish to. But that is a matter for later consideration. First, we must deal with the fishmen, Kalma stated. Have you had any dealings with them? No, my lord. The fishmen seldom stray far from the water's edge. The Kumnaz region is riddled with mountains, making it unsuitable for their survival, so Kalma awkwardly scratched his head. That indeed poses a problem. We are unaware of the enemy's strength. Leja frowned at in terms of strength. The 60 knights he had brought were all exceptional fighters, a formidable contingent. Tomorrow morning, Kalma, you will lead 40 knights to the Taranlat coast to test the combat capabilities of those fishmen. Yes, my lord. Adolf. Organize the townsfolk to gather wood tonight and prepare the necessary materials. Rabil, lead the craftsmen to construct a batch of transport carts overnight. The design I just provided should suffice for transporting the timber. Labadal, hunting should be quite simple for your kind. Of course, whatever beasts you need, I can catch as many as you require. Very well, lead your kin into the mountains to protect the townsfolk while hunting, ensuring we have ample food, that we cannot afford to lack provisions before we secure the Taranlat coast. With all commands issued, the town of Shanjin became busy that evening. Given the proximity of the mountains, trees were abundant. It was merely the weather that rendered agriculture difficult in Turku, while the trees were thriving nicely, due to the signing of a slave contract and under the watchful eyes of the knights. The townsfolk could only pick up the tools brought by Rezi and began their orderly logging. However, the efficiency was somewhat disappointing. After all, the prolonged nutritional deficiencies had left them with little strength. In contrast, the performance of the Labadal tribe was remarkable. When Rezi witnessed those female Minotaurs crashing into the stout trees, his eyelids involuntarily twitched. However, upon seeing the trees splinter, he understood the meaning of racial talent. The sheer brute force of these individuals was truly admirable. At least the efficiency of the logging had evidently improved significantly. In just one night, the Minotaurs and the townsfolk had nearly cleared the entire hillside of trees, carting load after load of timber to the entrance of Shanjin town. Before dawn, Rezi awoke and went out to inspect the progress. Upon seeing the densely packed logs on the carts, he felt a refreshing thrill in his heart, reminiscent of the resource gathering in his Warcraft days. Sir, have you not slept at all last night? No, Adolf. Your constitution cannot compare to those knights. Take care to rest. Sir, Knight Commander Kalma has already led the knights to Trenlet to scout the strength of the fishmen. Additionally, we have managed to gather over 50 carts of logs, but it seems the townsfolk are struggling after a night without rest. More than 50 carts, you say? Glancing at the logs on the carts. Each cart contained about a dozen logs, which amounted to over 500 logs in total. Not a large quantity, but sufficient for the simple construction of wooden shelters. Let them rest, and provide each participating townsfolk with a loaf of bread. How is the hunting situation with Labadal? The Labadal chief's kin are formidable. They captured 3 second-tier magical beasts, the frenzied boars, and over 10 first-tier magical beasts in just one night. The total weight of the meat comes to approximately 40 tons. 40 tons? Did they wipe out the entire forest? Pretty much. Those rascals dry some of the meat immediately and prepare a feast for everyone with the rest. 40 tons of meat was actually not an excessive amount, considering the townsfolk and their number nearing 600. With each person consuming 2 pounds a day and nights 4 pounds, the daily food consumption would approach a ton. This is only for the humans. The consumption of the Lobidal race is even greater. Rezi had learned that an adult Minotaur requires between 10 to 20 kilograms of food daily, meaning that the combined consumption for so many Minotaurs would also be about a ton. This was also a reason why the Lobidal tribe struggled to survive the winter. Animals and magical beasts do not grow as rapidly as crops, and eventually, food would run out. With 40 tons of meat plus the bread and other provisions brought, they had a total of 50 tons, enough to last 25 days. The townsfolk did not need to eat their fill. Simply consuming meat daily would suffice to restore their strength, thus reducing overall food consumption. In the short term, food shortages were unlikely. With such a vast mountain, exhausting its resources would sustain them in Turku for a considerable period. Chapter 54. The Fishmen tribe taking a sip of water. Kalma wiped the sweat from his forehead. The weather in Turku was indeed sweltering. His armor had warmed to an exaggerated degree, yet he could not afford to remove it. Captain, beyond this grove should be the village the villagers spoke of. Glancing at the wooded area ahead, August compared it with the map in his hand before speaking. Let us rest in the woods for a moment. August, take some men forward to scout. With the command given, 40 knights promptly split into 2 groups and commenced their movements. Under the blazing sun, August led 4 knights swiftly towards the front. August, have you ever seen a fishman? Not a chance. If we see one, be careful not to engage in direct combat. Haha, based on what those villagers described, they are merely a bunch of creatures less than 50 centimeters tall. Their combat prowess might not even match that of dwarves. Regardless, we must remain cautious. You wouldn't want to return and face the captain's reprimand, would you? August snorted as they drew closer. August soon spotted wooden houses. Hiding within the trees, he dismounted with his knights. Sir, is that a fishman? Damn, at my age I never thought I'd see a fish run on 2 legs. Charles took a deep breath. Gazing ahead, in the village, a fisherman with blue scales and red eyes waved a bony dagger while shouting something. And ahead, a human bound with vines was being herded along by the fishmen. Head bowed and seemingly powerless. Is it just one? No, there are more inside. August's gaze sharpened as he looked further into the distance, his attention caught by the reflection of scales. They don't seem particularly formidable. Shall we just charge in? Don't entertain any reckless ideas. Charles informed the captain, we'll keep watch here. Understood. When Kalma saw the fishmen, astonishment crossed his face as they organized themselves, controlling the humans for reasons unknown. What should we do? Let us charge directly. These fishmen likely haven't noticed us yet. Based on their scales, that blue fishman appears to be their leader. Let us take it down immediately. Their strength? Are you afraid? August. Of course not. Fear is not a word in a knight's dictionary. Then what are we waiting for? Form up, charge. The massive steeds surged forth from the forest, the commotion inevitably drawing the attention of the fishmen. The blue-scaled fishman bared its sharp teeth and let out a low growl to the others behind it. As if receiving orders, the fishmen brandished an assortment of weapons, harpoons, iron rods, and hammers, clearly seized from humans. Their comical appearance and diminutive stature made it hard for the knights to suppress their laughter as they charged forward. The horses accelerated rapidly, covering the almost 600 meters in mere moments. Whoosh bang! A spear pierced the body of a white fishman, the collision of spear and scales producing a metallic screech that the fishman was skewered. August discarded the spear and drew his knight's sword, hacking at the fishmen beneath him. The tide of battle was overwhelmingly in their favor. The weapons wielded by the fishmen could not even penetrate the knight's armor, let alone inflict any harm. Kalma had long set his sights on the blue-scaled fishman directing the battle, his steed trampling the fishman aside as he charged towards it with his knight's sword raised. What he had anticipated as a lethal strike did not materialize. The blue-scaled fishman seemed to predict Kalma's move, parrying the knight's sword with its bony dagger and leaping into the air with the force of the impact. Kalma seized the opportunity, spinning his sword and launching it at the fishman. But simultaneously, the fishman hurled its dagger. His pupils dilated. Kalma was taken aback as the fishman twisted its webbed feet midair, resembling a creature soaring through the sky. The dagger flew towards Kalma, but he deftly evaded it by tilting his body. A scream echoed. Sensing a sudden drop, Kalma pushed off forcefully with his foot, propelling himself away. Glancing back, he saw his steed foaming at the mouth, convulsing on the ground. The dagger is poison. Swish, thud. A spear impaled him through the abdomen, seemingly catching him off guard, leaving his body suspended against the wooden house. "Captain, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Be careful to leave some alive." With a swift strike, he cleaved a nearby white fishman in two. Blue blood spraying onto the wooden structure. Approaching his steed's lifeless body, Kalma furrowed his brow. The dagger was deeply embedded in its back, and the surrounding flesh had withered. He dared not touch it. Unsure of the poisonous nature, before long, the battle concluded. The fishmen were weaker than anticipated. Even the higher-ranked blue-scaled fishmen merely displayed agility, posing no real threat. "Captain, let us go. Bring these fishmen's corpses back and assist the sir." Wrapping the bones in a thick cloth, Kalma mounted his horse, indifferent to the fate of the humans, severing their bonds and leaving them to their demise as planned. Rezi followed Kalma's route, bringing the timber and supplies along, with the townsfolk accompanying him. Due to the sheer volume of supplies, their pace was sluggish. By the end of the afternoon, they hadn't even covered half the distance that I anticipated. After leaving the mountains, the trees began to thin out. "Sir, it seems to be night," Commander Kalma. Observing the pile of fishmen corpses before him, Rezi's expression remained unfazed. These fishmen were indeed not far from his imagination. Having limbs, they were evolving towards amphibious traits. With their gills regressing, it would not be long before they completely adapted to land, becoming a new species. "Sir, there is also this." "What is it?" "Don't touch it. This is a dagger coated with poison. A toxin the likes of which I have never encountered." A chill ran down Kalma's spine at the thought of such a method of demise. "Is it a poison?" "No. This is a rib of a Naga sea witch. Shaped like a dagger, pure white like ivory, incredibly sturdy, and imbued with a decaying curse, which only the servants of the Naga sea which are immune to." Chapter 55. The slow development from a small town, Kalma gazed at Lilith with a peculiar expression. After arriving in this remote location, Rezi had not hidden her away, for no one had ever seen her. Those who accompanied Rezi were individuals he trusted, so there was no fear of this matter leaking out. Lilith felt immense gratitude for this, although she had come to such a desolate place. The joy of regaining her freedom was enough to overshadow all else. "How did you know?" "Books that I read about it. These fishmen are likely the servants of the Naga sea witch." "The Naga sea witch? If there are sea witches near Taranlat, what are the sea witch?" "My lord, sea witches are servants of the ancient gods, possessing divine power, and belong to the forces of evil, that if they appear near Taranlat, we shall surely perish. Rest assured, the sea witches dwell in the deep sea. Due to the constraints of the temple, they cannot leave. Only their servants have the opportunity to encounter them, as long as they do not come ashore." "What is the combat strength of these fishmen?" Rezi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as no unforeseen issues arose, there was little to worry about. Their combat strength is weak, only slightly superior to that of ordinary militia. However, they cannot defeat even a first-level knight. "That is good. Kalma, lead the way. Let us continue toward the Taranlat coast." By the time they reached Kexluo town, it was already midday on the second day. Kexluo town was situated right by the Taranlat coast. With a short journey further south, they would soon see the beach. This location was well-positioned, backed by mountains and facing the sea. After selecting a site, they began to erect structures. Once the wooden houses were demolished by the sheer strength of the Minotaurs, the original Kexluo town had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a vast expanse of desolation. Standing in the center of this vacant land, Rezi held the blueprints and began to plan. The open space could extend infinitely forward, but for now, Rezi needed to focus on establishing a residential area. He circled a sizable area in the center, a plot of 2,500 square meters that would become the future Wells Castle. The castle would be significantly smaller than the Wells estate in Rost. Yet the 2,500 square meters would suffice. This area will be entirely designated for residential purposes. Ensure that everything is neat and that the houses maintain uniform specifications. Rezi's requirements were not overly demanding. As a skilled carpenter from Rost, crafting such square houses would be straightforward. Once all was planned, the townsfolk began their work. With the Minotaurs' assistance, even the more challenging tasks became considerably simpler, and the speed of constructing the wooden houses accelerated. With the knights also joining in the bustling activity. Watching the scene unfold, Rezi felt as though he were playing a mobile game, clicking on houses to initiate construction and waiting for time to pass before they materialized. Alas, there was no recharge system, and he could not bypass the time required for building. For now, food was not a pressing concern. The immediate priority was to secure shelter. With so many people, gradual development was inevitable, and Rezi was grateful for the numerous knights he had brought along. Time passed swiftly, and for 3 consecutive days, no fishmen had come to disrupt them, which relieved Rezi. Even if fishmen had appeared, the presence of knights and the robust Minotaurs would ensure safety. The trees near Rost town were nearly depleted, and the residential area was taking shape. Although it was still incomplete, the once barren land now bore structures. "My lord, the brick kiln is complete." Completed? Rezi's eyes brightened. He had been eagerly awaiting this moment. While houses could be constructed from wood, walls could not be made of wood, as that would resemble a makeshift encampment, unstable and wasteful of timber. Upon seeing the 2 large brick kilns before him, Rezi smiled with delight. Clay was now available in Rost. The walls were constructed from massive stones processed in a mill and solidified with volcanic ash. This method required an abundance of stone, which was currently being mined at a slow rate, and the stones extracted were not particularly whole. Due to these considerations, Rezi had not brought any gunpowder. Without gunpowder, quarrying stones was merely a distant thought. "My lord, what is the purpose of this?" Robbel approached Rezi with curiosity, having spent 2 days working on this project. He felt they could have better spent their time constructing a forge instead, though such thoughts remained unspoken. To burn bricks, prepare to place the clay inside, and ignite the kiln. This process was not overly complex. Bricks could be made with relative ease. Bricks? The blocks you were instructed to make from clay over the last 2 days. Just place them inside. Understood. The operation of the kiln was not particularly intricate. Through high temperatures, the clay would be transformed into hard bricks, requiring coal to burn continuously and reach the necessary heat for brickmaking. Compared to those massive kilns, this one was much simpler, as heating would be achieved solely through charcoal. Robbel and the others were evidently unfamiliar with this process. Once all the bricks were placed inside, Rezi instructed them to seal all the openings of the kiln. Ignite! The flames roared to life as the instructed slaves opened the kiln's top and added charcoal. The red flames growing increasingly radiant. White smoke billowed from the chimney. Continue this process. Monitor the stones from above, and when you believe they are sufficiently fired, you may stop. Rezi had no experience in brickmaking and was unsure when it would be complete. Such matters were best left to the masons, who possessed a deeper understanding of materials than Rezi, that he merely provided them with a method. The duration of this process was uncertain. They would have to fire the bricks multiple times and assess their quality and hardness accordingly, which would only be determined once the bricks were finished. With bricks, constructing houses would be significantly easier. Bricks were simpler and more convenient than stones, offering greater stability than wood. However, walls would still need to be made of stone. Rezi waited for the Imperial airship to pass over Shanjin town, hoping to make contact and procure supplies, as tools were still somewhat lacking. The wealth he had brought from Rost amounted to 230,000 gold coins, of which he had spent less than 5,000 on this journey. Presently, Rezi lacked for nothing except money. The strength of many people was profoundly evident at this moment. Every day, he witnessed the transformations taking place in New Rost town. Chapter 56. The Secrets of the Fishmen, Part 1. Numerous issues required consideration, yet few lay before him. The number of slaves received along this journey had approached 500, and combined with their own 300. Rezi's retinue had swelled to a formidable 800 individuals. While this was not an overwhelming force, managing the site left behind by Wells was proving to be somewhat challenging for Rezi. Wells' former territory was only half that of Turku, and Rezi's command comprised 3 viscounts alongside many barons and knights. Much of the land, aside from his own farmlands in Rost city, had been granted away. Thus, the actual management, with the assistance of Adolf and Kalma, did not feel overly burdensome. Now, Rezi had to personally plan the new constructions. Have you spotted the airship? Yes, I have, and it is making a tremendous noise. I hope Korea does not forget about this place. Rezi sighed, lacking contact with the outside world. He regretted not finalizing everything beforehand, realizing his thoughts had been somewhat sluggish. Kalma, do you have any thoughts regarding these fishmen? Under the knight's diligent efforts over the past few days, the temporary tribe of fishmen had been marked on the map. Eliminate them. Is there any risk involved? In terms of combat strength? Based on observations over these past days, the fishmen tribe near Taranlat should number around 4,000. Over 60 blue-scaled fishmen have been discovered, likely their commanders. Above the blue-scaled are the Red Guild fishmen, who may be their leaders. How many Red Guild fishmen are there? Currently, only 6 have been found. Preliminary estimations suggest a 4-tier system that if their combat strength is as stated, we could clear them out within a day. Are you confident? We have identified a lone Red Guild fishman. Engaging in actual combat will yield a clearer conclusion. Let us take action when the time is right. Even if no fishmen escape, it is likely that news of our activities has reached them, and their gathering would pose a complication. 60 versus 4,000. Rezi was uncertain where Kalma derived his confidence, yet he naturally trusted his subordinate. Moreover, my lord, several commoners succumbed to exhaustion this morning. Die! Rezi frowned. The notion of death was disquieting. Yes, their health had deteriorated before our arrival. The fishmen forced them to engage in strenuous labor daily. Surviving this long was already fortunate. Their deaths these past few days were entirely normal. Shall we bury them? Absolutely not. The temperature here is far too high. The corpses may undergo decomposition and lead to the outbreak of a plague. We must find a suitable location for collective cremation. Indeed, my lord, there is something I am uncertain whether to voice. Speak freely. Leja cast a curious glance at Kuerma, who was known for his straightforwardness and rarely kept secrets. In these past few days of intense labor, although some of the common folk have harbored grievances, they have refrained from expressing them due to the food you provide. However, the shock of the recent deaths cannot be underestimated, that I believe it would be prudent for you to slow down the pace. Their bodies require time to recuperate, and pushing them too hard may lead to their collapse. Overworking them, you say? Leja fell silent. The 8-hour workday was a reasonable approach, yet he felt that the working hours were still somewhat insufficient. He had overlooked a crucial point. This labor was predominantly physical, and the indigenous people of Turku had long been deprived of adequate nutrition, leaving them emaciated and frail. Therefore, such relentless toil was akin to burning away their very lives. They had no choice but to endure their hunger. Well, the men are faring somewhat better, but the women? He rapped his knuckles on the wooden table to hasten the construction of their home. High-intensity labor was essential. Upon reflection, he realized that his impatience had perhaps been excessive. This impatience stemmed from the precarious situation of the Holy Empire, which, though uncertain, was likely to face insurrection from the north and east as someone in a position of power. He was reluctant to entrust his fate to others. The feeling he experienced when entering the holy city for judgment was akin to that of an ant, treated with disdain by those who wielded power over him. His lack of strength rendered him powerless to resist. He could only cling to a sense of hope and endure. Yet, inevitably, there would come a day when he could no longer escape. Let us reduce the workload of those individuals. They can work until noon each day and engage in lighter tasks in the afternoon. My lord, might this incite discontent among others? Discontent arises because they perceive their labor as service to me. Adolf, instruct your men to keep a record of their efforts, assuring them that Count will reward them in the future. All laborers, regardless of their status, will be duly compensated. Upon hearing Leja's message, the majority of people were filled with joy. The dreary existence in this desolate place was already burdensome enough, and the incessant toil was unbearable. With everything prepared, Kuerma led the knights directly into the territory commanded by the Red Guild. By the time the fishmen noticed the knights' presence, it was too late to react. They hastily seized their weapons and fought back. However, the battle quickly turned lopsided, as the knights, trained in combat, far surpassed the fishmen. Irma found it peculiar that the fighting prowess of the Red Gill was not as formidable as he had anticipated. A few swift charges sufficed to conclude the skirmish. While these fishmen were originally seen as a potential food source, Leja felt a sense of revulsion towards consuming them. Given that food supplies were not an immediate concern, he abandoned the idea of feasting on the fishmen. Do you know what this is? Surrounding the town were 10 towering stone pillars, each adorned with strange symbols. From the slaves, it was learned that they were compelled by the fishmen to erect these pillars and altars. Oscarmar altar. What? Oscarmar, one of the 10 ancient evil deities, the Oracle of the Sea, master of the Naga and sea sirens. This altar cannot possibly be for summoning an evil deity, can it? Leja's eyes widened in disbelief. It seemed he was plagued by misfortune at every turn. Lilith shook her head and approached the altar. Examining it closely, that it resembled the images in the books, but the carvings on the pillars were not yet fully engraved. The altar is not intended to summon an evil deity, but rather to activate a certain dark ritual. As for the specific nature of the spell, I cannot discern from the carvings on these pillars. Commander Irma, is this the only location with stone pillars? Not at all. There are 4 locations in total, spanning from the Nit Mountain Range to the Trentilla Desert, with 40 pillars in total. Tsunami Tides. Chapter 57. The Secrets of the Fishmen. Part 2. Leja gazed at Lilith in confusion. This girl seemed to possess knowledge far beyond his expectations, further complicating her enigmatic identity. For locations, 40 pillars, there should also be 4 Naga skulls. The Naga cannot be separated from their sanctum, and I was puzzled by the origin of those rib bones. It seems the fishmen may have discovered the remnants of the Naga. What purpose does this spell serve? It summons colossal waves to inundate Turku. Inundating Turku. What benefit would that hold for these fishmen? I do not know, but you may need to eliminate these fishmen swiftly. The pillars are already erected, and once the engravings are completed, the malevolent magic will be activated. What is there to fear? Are these pillars not under our control now? We can simply dismantle them. They cannot be dismantled, indeed. What have you discovered? Leja crouched beside Lilith. Look up. A sudden face-to-face encounter made Lilith flush, prompting her to hastily create some distance. Leja remained unfazed, having experienced numerous relationships before. These engravings are continually increasing. Leja scrutinized the area Lilith pointed to. A previously blank space had suddenly acquired a diagonal line, an eerie occurrence, as if someone were inscribing it there. What is happening? A form of magic. There may be sorcerers among these fishmen, Lilith replied uncertainly. Commander Ku, try to sever this connection. Yes, my lord. Even though Lilith claimed it could not be severed, Leja felt compelled to make an attempt. The engravings continued to manifest, and he could not simply stand by as the dark magic reached completion and submerged Turku. He would not allow himself to be swept away into the sea without a fight. Grasping his long sword, Irma summoned his fighting spirit, and a brilliant white light enveloped the blade, swiftly forming a colossal sword of condensed air. With a mighty swing, dust erupted. However, he lost his grip, and the long sword flew from his hand. Irma was startled, his right hand trembling from the tremendous backlash. Are you all right? My lord, my strength may not suffice to cleave this pillar. I can see that. How much time do we have left? I do not know. But it cannot be long. Judging by the speed of the engravings, it will likely take another 2 days to complete the entire altar. Lilith glanced at the markings that were slowly ascending from the base of the pillar. 2 days. Irma, eliminate these fishmen. Yes, my lord. Upon receiving the order, Irma immediately led the knights towards the coastline near Trollrat. The knights regarded the fishmen with utter disdain, mindlessly commencing their slaughter along the shoreline. Leja was nearby during this massacre, and as he witnessed the fishmen fall into pools of their own blood, he felt little emotional response. Perhaps it was because their deaths did not carry the weight of human conflict. The mortality of the fishmen felt surreal to Leja. Perhaps one day, humanity too will be slaughtered in such a manner by the undead. You should not have come. My heart is somewhat unsettled. Lilith murmured in confusion as she observed the scene below. Unsettled. Do you wish to be sealed away? Fear not. When that day arrives, you will not witness such a scene. When they take your eyes, there is no reason for them to spare your life. Once one dies, everything ends. Do not harbor guilt. Besides, has nothing happened yet? Do not hold on to a martyr's heart. No one in this world requires your worthless sympathy. By the way, can you wield magic? Upon reflecting on Leja's words, Lilith paused, silence enveloping her for a moment before she nodded. She suddenly felt no need to conceal anything from Leja. It was a curious sensation. From the breadth of knowledge you possess, it seems you are different, that I did not expect you to truly wield magic. Would you teach me? You wish to learn magic? I can teach you, but it depends on your talent. Moreover, I am merely an apprentice sorcerer proficient only in second-tier spells. I may not be able to teach you much. Let us begin now. Leja felt a surge of joy within. Now, is that not possible? Looking at Lilith with curiosity, Leja was naturally eager to explore the realm of magic. In the 21st century, magic was a ubiquitous concept, albeit confined to anime and literature. Yet, it was undeniably steeped in a sense of legend. Having spent so long on the continent of Hill, Leja had only encountered one form of magic, the lightning magic wielded by the ogre sorcerers. Now that he finally had a mage by his side, he was genuinely thrilled. It is challenging. Do you understand what magic is? Lilith gazed at Leja with a conflicted expression. The study of magic was no simple endeavor. Once a human possessed magical talent, they would be sent to a magic academy to learn the foundational theories of magic. Only after fully comprehending the theoretical aspects of magic would one begin to cultivate an understanding of it, at which point their magical talent would start to awaken, giving rise to magical energy. In essence, magic requires the sorcerer to hypnotize themselves and visualize the magic within, subsequently manifesting it through their magical energy. Ice spear. Fire blast, fireball, polymorph. Is there anything wrong? Observing Lilith with her mouth agape, Rezi inquired with curiosity. What are you saying? Magic. Rezi felt a sense of confusion. Had he misinterpreted her words? Like this. A sphere of water materialized out of thin air in Lilith's hand, spinning at a rapid pace, as moisture from the surroundings gradually coalesced, enlarging the water orb. Is this manifested through magical power? Indeed, once water becomes a distinctive presence in my life, my magical energy can naturally manifest it. And then, depending on its unique manifestation, I can cast spells, such as a shield. The water orb began to move swiftly, soon forming a small circular shield in the air. Ripples spread through the air, and the sunlight shone through it with an extraordinary brilliance. Is this magic? Clenching his fist, it felt as though something was about to leap out, a sensation of magic coalescing in his mind. This is first-level magic. The water shield. What is happening? Turning her head, Lilith was taken aback as she gazed at the swiftly gathering white orbs of light in Rezi's hand. This was magical energy. The notion of awakening magical power so directly was rather extraordinary, especially since Rezi had previously been entirely ignorant of magic. Naturally, he lacked a foundational concept of magic. Even if he possessed talent, awakening was improbable. Lifting his right hand, a surge of excitement compelled Rezi to point forward. Ice Spear Technique. Chapter 58. The Secret of the Fishmen, Part 2. A chilling aura instantaneously lowered the surrounding temperature. A sharp beam of ice shot forward. Crack. A tree was instantly frozen, its branches and leaves encased entirely in ice, revealing a deep chill under the sunlight. Did I just cast magic? He looked at his hand in astonishment. He had instinctively controlled his magic without fully comprehending it. Indeed, it is magic, yet it appears unfamiliar to me. Weren't you incapable of using magic? Lilith felt a sense of being deceived. The frigid aura had instilled fear in her, indicating at least a second-level magic. To initiate with second-level magic, Lilith was now unwilling to believe that Rezi was incapable of magic. I don't know, he replied, shaking his head in confusion that he genuinely had no idea what was happening. He merely felt a strange sensation in his heart after witnessing Lilith release water magic, followed by the emergence of an ice spear in his hand. Moreover, the ice spear technique was a spell he had previously played in Hearthstone as a mage, entirely unrelated to this world. Does the essence of magic relate to the soul? Yes. Magical energy is born from the flesh, takes form through the soul and imagination. When the magical energy is sufficient to support the manifestation of magic, it will appear before your eyes. However, this theory applies to creating one's own magic, which requires talent. No wonder. His soul originated from another world, and the concept of magic was likewise derived from that realm, that if these concepts were universally applicable, his understanding of magic was fundamentally different from that of this world. Furthermore, Wells Ree's body might inherently possess magical talent. Rees merely transferred his soul, leaving the container for storing magic unchanged. How do you manage to use magic without understanding any of this? Although the threshold for learning second-level magic is low, you shouldn't have had the opportunity to encounter it in Rost. It's difficult to explain. Can you teach me some other magic, like the water shield from earlier? I can write down the magical equations. But can you comprehend them? Magical equations? You truly do not understand. To ensure the legacy of magic, the gods devised a specific language for magical spells, capable of conveying the manifestation methods of various magic to the observing mage. Upon viewing this equation, a mage can visualize the spell in their mind and subsequently materialize it through magical energy, thus casting the spell. Of course, some genius mages create new spells and can also document them in this manner to pass on to their students. This is the unique method of magical inheritance. I wish to learn. I can teach you, but you must be prepared. I have studied these equations for 6 years and can only comprehend ordinary third-level magical equations. I struggle with unique ones. Additionally, my specialization is in water magic. So most equations I can teach you will pertain to that. Were you top of your class in school? At the bottom. Oh, that explains it. How rude. I attend the Libster Royal Magic Academy. Not everyone can enter. Observing Ree's nonchalant expression, Lilith felt a surge of irritation. This was a place she had always taken pride in, a distinction between a phoenix's rear and a chicken's head. I understand, gaining entry to such a royal magic academy must require connections. If the ice spear technique can manifest, other spells can naturally appear as well. What about the fireball technique? The thought immediately materialized in his mind. Fireball technique, Hearthstone. Mage spelled. He raised his right hand, employing the same method that a wave of scorching heat began to coalesce. As Rees felt a force pulling every cell in his body toward his palm at an alarming speed. Here it comes. Observing Rees' demeanor, Lilith realized he was casting magic, but soon her expression soured. The fireball in Rees' hand was gradually expanding, indicating an increase in the spell's level. Third-level magic. The scorching heat intensified, and a massive fireball began to solidify before Rees that he felt as though every ounce of energy within him was being siphoned away, his limbs growing numb, as if his blood could not circulate. Stop! Quickly interrupt the spell. Realizing Rees' condition, Lilith understood that once magic was activated, magical energy would automatically condense. However, when the energy required for the spell exceeded the magical energy contained within the body, it would forcibly draw on the body's energy, resulting in a depletion of vitality. This was the cause of many great mages meeting their demise while casting forbidden spells. Humans are not gods. The body cannot sustain powers that transcend the limits of life. Boom! The eardrums vibrated. The fireball shot forth in the direction Rees pointed, and the trees on either side ignited under the intense heat. The adjacent trees posed no resistance to the fireball, instantly turning to ash. This will ignite a wildfire. After confirming that Rees had merely fainted from exhaustion, Lilith widened her eyes without hesitation. Her blue pupils dilated as a dark portal opened in the sky, and the fireball plunged into the void, disappearing from sight. Her chest rose and fell heavily. Lilith took a deep breath, her eyes gradually returning to normal. She raised her hand, forming a water sphere that completely extinguished the burning trees. How did he just cast that spell? Filled with confusion, she pondered. Creating one's unique magic is the hallmark of a true genius, that if Rees was not lying, it had taken him merely 3 minutes to transition from understanding magic to utilizing it. Was this something an ordinary person could accomplish? What happened to the young master? It's nothing. He fainted while casting magic. Just as Lilith prepared to lift Rees onto her horse, calming appeared. Magic? The young master can use magic. Kalma cast a dubious glance at Lilith. Her presence was already peculiar, and her striking white hair made it difficult for Kalma to dismiss his suspicions. However, he refrained from voicing them. Yes, I wasn't aware before, but he just cast magic. You can see the ice sculpture behind us. Following Lilith's direction, Kalma observed a frozen tree, droplets of water still trickling from it. The ice gradually melted under the blazing sun, and in broad daylight, a tree could not possibly be frozen. The only explanation was magic. The Count can use magic. Kalma found himself further perplexed by Rezi's character. Chapter 59. The fragile fishmen. When Rezi awoke, it was already night. The depletion of magical energy left him utterly weak. Unable to rise from bed, he had formed a rough hypothesis regarding the other spells. His thoughts were not confined to the entire hill continent. Compared to these mages, he had encountered and absorbed more knowledge, leading to a greater flexibility in his magical understanding. Creating magic was not as arduous as he had imagined. According to Lilith, there were not few individuals on Hill Continent capable of crafting their own magic. Yet few managed to create high-level spells. Rezi understood that this was due to mages having an overly precise understanding of magic, which limited their creativity. Is this what is extracted from the bodies of magical beasts? Observing two transparent, diamond-shaped crystals in his hand, Rezi squeezed them, a warm current flowing from within, gradually coursing through his numb body. These are second-level core crystals stored by the Wells family. These are what you can absorb. How long was I unconscious? A day. And what are the two girls? They just went to bed. The fireball you cast reached the level of third-level magic. While this question may be difficult for you to answer, third-level magic signifies a mage's proficiency, considering your age. A genius, perhaps. What? I might just be a magical genius. Lilith was momentarily taken aback. But soon a smile graced her lips that it was undeniable that the 16-year-old mage was indeed a prodigy, a fact she could not dispute. Moreover, since Rezi did not wish to elaborate, she refrained from pressing further, her curiosity about magic being the sole motivation. Have you replenished your magic? It will gradually recover on its own. But there are crystal cores here. Why not use them? Rezi glanced at the several transparent crystal cores on the bedside and smiled. Is that permissible? What is there to prevent it? With a subtle smile, Lilith picked up one of the crystal cores. The recovery of her magic through her own means would be exceedingly slow. The magic expended yesterday would take at least a week to restore. Are these crystal cores extracted from magical beasts? Indeed. Magical beasts below the third tier may possess or lack crystal cores. These cores assist mages, knights, and martial warriors in swiftly replenishing their expended energy, and higher-tier cores can even enhance one's strength. Enhanced strength? That sounds quite valuable. Are they expensive? Well, a first-tier core is worth 20 gold coins, a second-tier 100, a third-tier 450, a fourth-tier 3,000, and a fifth-tier 30,000 coins. Cores above the fifth tier are available but rarely traded. Such a high value! Rezi exclaimed in astonishment, holding the crystal core in his hand. 100 gold coins. No wonder mages are so difficult to cultivate. With Rost's meager income, he could scarcely afford a crystal core. These are attribute-less cores. Those with attributes are generally valued 2 to 10 times higher. You seem reluctant to absorb them, Lilith remarked. My lord, I am Kalma. Have you awoken? Kalma's voice drifted into the wooden cabin. AS preparations were still underway. Rezi had no choice but to remain in the cabin. Come in. Upon entering, Kalma cast a casual glance at Lilith before turning his gaze to Rezi. Is your health satisfactory? I am well. Thank you for your concern. How is the situation with the mermen? It has been largely cleared, but some mermen have infiltrated the depths of Terranlat that we could not pursue them further, but we have captured a few alive. Alive? Rezi looked at Kalma in confusion. He had not commanded to spare any. Among them is a merman capable of speaking human language. Indeed, talent exists in every profession, Rezi mused, finding it unsurprising, considering the existence of goblins and Minotaurs. The emergence of geniuses within various races was commonplace. How many did you capture? 1,700. What? That's merely a few. UVE practically captured an entire merman tribe. Had it not been for his lingering weakness, Rezi would have leapt in excitement. With only 4,000 mermen in total, nearly half had been apprehended. When we attacked, Their combat strength was undoubtedly unequal. The leader fled with the elite guard. Initially, we intended to continue the slaughter, but then a merman appeared and surrendered with the entire tribe. Kalma appeared somewhat flustered. 40 individuals had eliminated 2,000 and taken 2,000 prisoners. This achievement could be boasted about for a lifetime, despite those captured being devoid of combat prowess. Where is the merman? It has been brought back. Would you like to speak with it? Certainly. Rising from the bed, Rezi noted the rapid replenishment of his magic through the crystal core. Having held it for merely a brief moment, he found himself able to move. Following Kalma, they arrived at a wooded area near Rost. Before even entering, Rezi spotted a throng of mermen, with 40 knights keeping watch nearby. Remarkably, not a single merman showed resistance. They obediently remained in place. "This is the one," Kalma said, tossing a merman at Rezi's feet. The creature was a white-scaled merman. Upon closer inspection, Rezi found it difficult to discern what distinguished this merman from the others. "Can you speak human language?" "A little." The merman's voice emerged awkwardly, sounding far more unpleasant than Lobadal's explosive tones. "Do not think that surrendering will spare your life. You comprehend the consequences of defeat." Rezi could not quite discern whether the merman's expression conveyed fear or a smile. Its lifeless eyes showed no sign of change, and it reeked of a nauseating fishy odor. "I do not require much. Seed the land. The entirety of Turku is mine, that I have no need of the waters, so if you cannot concede the land, then I shall have no choice but to demand reparations that you possess any wealth." "Wealth?" "Gold coins. After plundering so many towns, it is implausible that you have not amassed any gold. For 1,700 mermen, you must offer sufficient valuable items for me to let you go. If not, I shall have to roast them all, as I am currently troubled by the lack of food." "How much do you desire?" "The more, the better. After all, those items hold no value to you. Humans will not trade with you. Would it not be a splendid choice to exchange everything for the lives of your kin?" Rezi smiled inwardly, realizing from the merman's words that they must have hoarded certain treasures. "I understand." The white-scaled merman nodded and turned to approach a stooped, white-haired merman. "Goodness, there are elderly mermen." Rezi nearly burst out laughing at the sight. The exchange between the two mermen was quite animated. After a flurry of sounds, the elder merman reluctantly shook its head and began conversing with the merman behind it. Rezi could not comprehend their dialogue and could only wait patiently for the outcome.